Chapter 597. The God Race's Patriarch Li Jingxia displayed his supreme divine might. Divine fire covered the sky and burned the earth. In an instant, the 4 Emperor realm corpses were shrouded in raging flames. The monstrous divine fire shrouded the entire sky, dispelling the endless dark clouds and death energy. It illuminated the dusky world and distorted the void. The fire element divine power was vast and mighty. Li Jingxia's entire body seemed to have transformed into a resplendent sun. The entire heaven and earth trembled under the might of this power. Near the 9 mountains, countless undead creatures were watching. The experts of the undead skeleton clan and the Netherworld clan were indescribably shocked. The terrifying pressure emitted by Li Jingxia caused all the undead creatures to feel uneasy. Everyone was watching. No one wanted to be the second Qiu Xiong. The God Race had even killed the Supreme Emperor Qiu Xiong of the Corpse Race. Among the undead creatures, who else could contend against the God Race? Die! Li Jingxia was like an ancient fire god descending to the world. He was like a moving sun. One of the 4 Emperor realm experts of the Corpse Race was burned to ashes on the spot. His soul dispersed. With a raise of his hand, another Corpse King let out a miserable scream before disappearing into the sea of fire. No one was a match for Li Jingxia. Li Jingxia annihilated Emperor realm experts as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. He was peerless, and perhaps only a Supreme Emperor would be able to fight Li Jingxia. However, the Corpse Race only had one Supreme Emperor, Qiu Xiong. Qiu Xiong had long been killed by Gu Fei. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, it was Li Xuandao who killed Qiu Xiong. Rumble. Heaven and earth were shaking violently, and endless divine flames burned half the sky red. Cracks began to appear in the void, and heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. The remaining 2 great corpse emperors were roaring in terror, and they wanted to rush out of the sea of flames. However, Li Jingxia used his supreme divine power to seal the surrounding area. A part of the void turned into a blazing cage, imprisoning the 2 corpse kings within the sea of fire. Li Jingxia had complete control over the life and death of the 2 corpse emperors. A peerless hierarch realm expert was not someone an emperor realm undead creature could contend against. At this time, Li Jingxia was the only one attacking. There were more than a dozen divine race experts watching the battle. They stared at the countless evil corpses below. A great pressure suppressed the numerous evil corpses below, causing them to not dare to act rashly. Some king corpses wanted to soar into the sky to save the king trapped in the sea of fire. However, the dozen or so God Race experts were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. The nearly 100 corpse kings didn't dare to be the first to rush forward. Both sides were in a stalemate. Although there was a huge disparity in numbers, if the dozen or so celestial race experts also made a move, the nearly 100 corpse kings of the Corpse Race might not be a match for them. Moreover, there was an ultimate God realm peerless expert Li Fan among the dozen or so Protoss experts. Li Jingxia continued to walk through the sea of flames. In the blink of an eye, another corpse monarch was burned to ashes by the divine flames that were pouncing on him from all directions. Spare me, I am willing to surrender. The Corpse Race is willing to surrender. Just as Li Jingxia was about to finish off the last corpse monarch, the corpse monarch begged Li Jingxia for mercy and fear. Roar! You don't deserve to be my race's emperor. How can we not avenge the Supreme Emperor? How can we surrender to our enemies? Choju, are you crazy? After hearing the corpse monarch's begging, some of the nearly 100 corpse monarchs immediately roared in anger. Some even called out the corpse monarch's name. If we don't surrender, our race will be annihilated. I am willing to surrender. The Corpse Race is willing to surrender. The Corpse Race king that was trapped in the divine flames prostrated himself before Li Jingxia in the void and said loudly, "Even if we die in battle, we will not surrender." Choju, you coward. I would rather die than surrender. There were still people roaring among the Corpse Race, but their voices had lessened significantly. The current situation was already on the verge of extinction. Only by surrendering would the Corpse Race have a path to survival. Quite a few corpse monarchs recognized this point. Although the people who had voiced their opposition were still indignant, no one said anything else. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of divine lights tore through the void and shot out from the celestial race experts, instantly piercing the heads of the corpse monarchs that were still unwilling to surrender. The one who had attacked was a young goddess in fluttering white robes. She had a cold expression on her face. She had killed a dozen corpse monarchs in an instant. This kind of strength was enough to prove that this goddess was a divine monarch. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? The divine monarch stepped forward, her peerless face shrouded in a layer of frost. She was incomparably cold and emotionless, like a goddess of ice and snow. Her icy gaze swept over the horde of corpses below. Roar! I'll fight it out with you. Among the corpse monarchs at the very front of the horde, a tall corpse monarch roared and soared into the sky. Boundless corpse energy surged around him as he charged at the divine monarch. Humph! The divine monarch sneered and extended her right hand. 5 blue divine lights shot out from her slender fingers, shattering the void and piercing through the corpse monarch. The corpse monarch's body was torn apart and fell from the sky. Only a head remained floating in the air, shrouded in death energy as it continued to charge at the divine monarch. The divine monarch thrust out a finger. Whoosh! With a bang, the undead king's head exploded, turning into a bloody mist that sprinkled down from the sky. A divine monarch and a corpse monarch were on completely different levels of strength. Before a divine monarch, a corpse monarch was powerless to resist. The disparity in strength between the two was far too great. All the corpse monarchs were shaken when they saw their monarch being easily slain. They simply couldn't contend against the divine race. In front of powerhouses of this level, numbers didn't mean anything. Although the corpse race had countless corpse monarchs, if the dozen or so divine race monarchs were to attack at the same time, they would truly be able to exterminate the corpse race. Haha. Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. Lead the corpse race well and serve the divine race. Li Jingxia's voice rang out from the sea of flames. He was very satisfied with this outcome. I will solemnly obey the divine emperor's command, the corpse monarch called Choju said in a panic. The divine flames that filled the sky receded like a receding tide and returned to Li Jingxia's body. The mighty divine might that had filled the world also vanished. All the creatures of death around the 9 mountains heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the dozens of corpse kings in the corpse clan dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. No one dared to oppose. After all, no one wanted to end up with the tragic fate of having their souls scattered. There were 3 figures standing on top of the floating shrine. The 3 of them were closely watching everything that was happening in front of them. After the divine flames that filled the sky receded, the divine race patriarch, Li Jingxia, and the corpse monarch who had submitted to Li Jingxia's feet appeared. That is, the old tortoise couldn't help but be startled when he saw the corpse monarch. Why is it him? Gu Fei was also stunned when he saw the corpse monarch. Chapter 598. After the 3 great emperors from the outer regions of the Hell Path crossed the reincarnation bridge and entered the depths of the Hell Path, the corpse emperor and the nether emperor were nowhere to be found. The bone emperor was subdued by old tortoise, and was eventually killed by the demonic creatures. At that moment, Gu Fei and the others discovered the corpse emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path. The old corpse had actually joined the corpse clan and became one of the 4 great emperors of the corpse clan. However, the corpse emperor was the only one left of the 4 great emperors of the corpse clan. Naturally, the corpse emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path became the only emperor of the corpse clan. Among the undead creatures, only the strongest existence was qualified to control the entire clan and become the supreme existence of the clan. Hence, the corpse emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path became the new leader of the corpse clan. Who is that chick? She's ruthless. Old Tortoise asked Gu Fei. Old Tortoise had seen the divine king's attack. Who is she? Gu Fei searched through Li Xuandao's memories and said, her name is Li Xiener, the only divine king in the Shun clan. There were actually many female immortals in the Shun clan, but very few of them had cultivated to the divine king realm. One must know that those who could become divine kings were all extremely talented. The divine race wasn't a big race. There were only a few hundred people. There weren't many divine king level experts, less than 20. There were originally 5 hierarch level experts, but 3 of them were killed by the true demon soul. The current Shun clan strength could be said to have been greatly reduced because 3 ultimate gods had fallen, leaving only 2 ultimate gods. Other than the ultimate gods and divine kings, the weakest clansman in the Shun clan had the cultivation and strength of an immortal. That was because the Shun clan was too high. The children born from the union of immortals and immortals would definitely be demigods even if they were not immortals. That was because these children inherited the bloodline of immortals and were the children of God. Don't tell me you've really fallen for this divine king. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said with a faint smile, "Find a divine king as a wife?" Tian also said aloud, "Old Senior, this seems very challenging. Why don't you give it a try?" "Give it a try, my foot." Old Tortoise kicked Mahakala. He wasn't interested in Li Xianer. It was just that the goddess king was ruthless and decisive, which made Old Tortoise's eyes light up. In fact, Old Tortoise was not interested in Li Xianer. At this time, the matter of the corpse race had been resolved. Li Jingxia and the others didn't actually want to exterminate the corpse race. They wanted the corpse race to be used as cannon fodder to attack the 9th mountain. This time the corpse race had come out in full force. Evil corpses covered the mountains and plains, occupying a large area near the 9 mountains. They were densely packed, and it was impossible to tell how many evil corpses there were. "It's time, let's begin." Gu Fei stood in the sky above the temple and transmitted his voice to Li Jingxia. Then a bugle horn sounded. Then, the gathering place of the Undying skeleton clan emitted waves of spiritual energy like a vast ocean. Countless white skeletons surged towards the 9 mountains like a tide. In another direction, underworld fog shrouded the heaven and earth. Eerie and terrifying ghostly qi filled the air. Ghostly shadows and phantoms appeared in the ghostly qi, and silently drifted towards the 9 mountains. The corpse clan didn't dare to be negligent. Countless low-level corpses walked towards the 9 mountains like walking corpses. The aura of death filled the air. The 3 major undead tribes had begun to attack the 9 mountains. Apart from the 3 major undead tribes, there were also other undead tribes mixed in with the 3 major undead tribes and surged towards the 9 mountains. Countless creatures of the dead converged on the 9 mountains from all directions like a tide of death sweeping towards the 9 mountains. The densely packed undying skeletons and corpses were like ants on the ground. Very quickly, those corpses and corpses climbed up the 9 mountains and continued to move towards the summit. In the sky, the underworld fog surged and yin qi filled the air. Countless ghosts of the netherworld race could be faintly seen amidst the black qi. Gu Fei stood high in the sky and had a panoramic view of the scene below. The scene in front of him was incomparably shocking. On the ground, countless white skeletons and corpses were climbing up the 9 mountains. These skeletons and corpses were densely packed and covered the entire mountain. Their speed wasn't very fast, but the vast expanse of whiteness made one's scalp numb. It was very quiet. When the undead creatures moved, there wasn't any noise. All the undead creatures were like walking corpses as they silently climbed up the mountain. The surrounding silence made people feel pressured. The 9 mountains weren't that steep. Very quickly, those skeletons and corpses climbed to the summit, but they didn't stop because of this. After crossing over the mountain, these skeletons and corpses entered the 9 mountains' ominous land. Everyone was extremely nervous. Powerful creatures had already soared into the sky and stood in the void to watch this scene. Swoosh! Suddenly, a divine light swept out from the 9 mountains without any warning. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and turned into nothingness. Countless white skeletons and corpses were immediately swept away. The ominous land's prohibition has been triggered. The show is about to begin. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the 9 mountains. In the sky above the 9 mountains, the wind began to surge and clouds began to gather. There were hundreds of meters long killing lights dancing in the sky. After the peerless killing trap was triggered, the power of the ominous land began to awaken. Attacking the 9 mountains was definitely not an easy task. The skeletons and evil corpses that entered the inner region of the 9 mountains were all wiped out by the extreme killing light that descended from the sky, turning into ashes. The terrifying power was vast and mighty in the 9 mountains, causing the ground to tremble a little. The netherworld race that drove the ghosts and ghostly fog to the 9 mountains were also blocked by the destructive divine light that lingered in the sky. As the killing light swept past, the dark clouds and ghostly fog dissipated one after another. Countless hazy figures also disappeared in the void at the same time. The killing lights of the Nine Mountains' ominous land seemed to be able to annihilate all tangible and intangible things. Even ghosts without a physical body would be annihilated. The dead creatures didn't stop there. They continued to pour into the Nine Mountains, covering the sky and covering the earth, advancing wave after wave. Destructive killing lights constantly swept out from the Nine Mountains, killing all the dead creatures that entered the Nine Mountains' hinterland. The power of the Nine Mountains' ominous land was rapidly increasing. The terrifying killing trap formed in the ominous land gradually began to operate. The dark clouds and ghostly fog above the Nine Mountains were dispersed, revealing a starry sky. Endless starlight sprinkled down and entered the ominous land. Rumble. The Nine Mountains shook, and the divine light soared into the sky. The peerless killing trap attracted the power of the stars, and its power became even stronger. Chapter 599. Countless undead creatures gathered from all directions and climbed up the Nine Mountains one after another. They were so densely packed that it seemed like the ground was covered with a layer of ants. Above the Nine Mountains, the sky was covered with dark clouds and surging underworld fog. Countless ghosts and malicious spirits could be vaguely seen, and the ghost chi soared into the sky. All the dead creatures that gathered had only one goal, and that was to attack the Nine Mountains in front of them. Rumble. The Nine Mountains were shaking, and the ground was trembling. The dark clouds and underworld fog that shrouded the sky and the earth were all dispersed by the terrifying energy fluctuations from the Nine Mountains, and the soaring ghost chi outside the Nine Mountains was also blocked. The starry sky that had not appeared in the dead world for countless years not only appeared in the sky, but also sprinkled endless starlight. In the sky above the Nine Mountains, the 9 stars were especially bright. They flickered with resplendent starlight and cast down 9 pillars of starlight. The 9 pillars of starlight landed on the peak of each mountain. Rumble. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, and the countless dead creatures that had climbed up to the top of the 9 mountains were all crushed by the starlight and turned into dust. The killing situation of heaven and earth lived up to its name. It was a terrifying method that used the power of heaven and earth to destroy everything. The 9 mountains attracted the power of the stars in the sky, and it emitted a horrifying and desolate fluctuation. All the dead creatures that climbed up to the top of the 9 mountains were directly killed by the power of the stars. Moreover, at this time the earth dragon chi also surged out from under the ground. The 9 mountains were 9 earth dragon veins, and in the endless starlight, 9 giant dragons rushed out from the top of the 9 mountains. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the terrifying dragon chi took shape. Then it swooped down from the mountains, and tore open 9 gaps in the countless dead creatures. Large numbers of dead creatures were directly killed, and their souls scattered. Heaven's killing intent, earth's killing intent, heaven's earth's power, heaven's earth's power. It seemed like there was no power that could contend against it. Countless undead creatures couldn't withstand a single blow from this terrifying heaven's earth's power. They were as weak as newborn babies. 9 dragon shadows circled around the 9 mountains. Soon, countless undead creatures that had climbed up the 9 mountains were completely annihilated by the 9 dragon auras that had taken form. The dragon chi rose from the 9 mountains, and the power of the earth dragon veins was constantly guided out, resonating with the 9 stars in the sky, and forming an extremely terrifying killing situation of heaven and earth. Within a range of several thousand miles, killing intent soared to the heavens. The 9 mountains' savage grounds displayed a terrifying worldly phenomenon. Above there was a boundless killing light formed by the power of the stars. Below there was a boundless killing intent emitted by the dragon veins. This originally peaceful area had now become a terrifying killing field. In the sky and on the ground it was like an impenetrable net that protected the 9 mountains. Dazzling divine light of destruction shot out from the 9 mountains, piercing through the sky and shattering the void, instantly killing some of the powerful creatures of death that wanted to get close to the 9 mountains. Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and He Tian stood in the sky, watching the scene coldly. Countless dead creatures had triggered the killing situation of heaven and earth. In the sky, countless spirits were killed by the killing situation of heaven and earth. The evil spirits of the underworld race could not even get close to the 9 mountains. On the ground, countless skeletons and demonic corpses were still rushing up the mountains. However, the dragon chi rose from the ground, forming a terrifying killing situation. The skeletons and demonic corpses that rushed up the 9 mountains were all destroyed. Behind Gu Fei, there were hundreds of God Race members. All of them were nervously watching the shocking scene in front of them. Countless dead creatures were killed. They were like moths flying into a flame, digging their own graves. However, those were the low-level dead creatures. Most of the low-level dead creatures were just walking corpses. They had no intelligence and were muddle-headed. They were summoned by their king to be cannon fodder. These unintelligent dead creatures could not resist the summons of their king. They did not know what danger was. Even if they were killed, they would not feel anything. This time the 3 dead races had come out in full force. The Supreme King had summoned countless dead creatures and gathered them around the 9 mountains, waiting to launch the attack. The killing situation of heaven and earth had been triggered. All the dead creatures that came from all directions were still so dense that one could not see the end of them. These low-level dead creatures did not know whether they were alive or dead. They were summoned and scrambled to climb up the 9 mountains. However, they were killed by the dragon chi that rushed out from the 9 mountains. Soon, the foot of the 9 mountains was covered with a thick layer of bone powder and blood and flesh. The bone powder was left behind by the low-level undead skeletons after they were killed. The dark, blurry blood and flesh were formed by the disintegrated flesh of countless demonic corpses. As for the countless evil spirits and evil spirits of the underworld race, nothing was left behind. Their souls were scattered and completely disappeared from this world. Old ancestor, we can't go on like this. Li Jingxia, who was standing behind Gu Fei, stepped forward and said to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit. In the eyes of the god race, he was Li Xuandao. No one could see through this. Wait a little longer. The power of the killing situation of heaven and earth isn't limited to this. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the 9 mountains in front of him. At that moment, the 9 great stars in the sky became brighter and brighter. The endless power of the stars condensed into a pillar of light that was almost solid. The vast power of the stars filled the sky above the 9 mountains. Starlight shone brilliantly, as if a starry sky had appeared above the 9 mountains. The gentle starlight destroyed everything and sealed the sky and earth. As for the 9 mountains, each of them was emitting boundless earth dragon chi. The dragon chi took form, and above each of the mountains, there seemed to be a giant dragon dancing in the air. The killing situation of 9 mountains had the killing light of the stars above, and the endless earth dragon chi below. The two complemented each other and formed a peerless killing field that was simply unbreakable. Time passed, and the endless death creatures continued to pour in from all directions. The 3 major death tribes were fighting to the death, not hesitating to send countless low-level creatures to their deaths. To the 3 major death tribes, this was a helpless move. Without the god race old ancestors' command, no one dared to stop attacking. However, if this continued, the low-level creatures would eventually be wiped out. When that time came, it would be the turn of the high-level death creatures. 9 endless starlight condensed into a towering light pillar that connected the 9 great stars in the sky. The earth dragon chi rose from the 9 great mountains. These 2 forces were extremely powerful, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble, and the earth to undulate like waves. Countless death creatures were buried at the foot of the mountains, unable to climb up. Before the killing situation of 9 mountains was triggered, many death creatures had entered the 9 mountains. However, once the killing situation started, the death creatures that entered the 9 mountains would be instantly killed. The 9 mountains ominous ground is indeed a peerless ominous ground second only to the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim after witnessing this shocking scene. Endless heaven and earth force was gathering, turning the entire area into a land of death. Any living creature that entered this land of death would be mercilessly killed by the heaven and earth force. This was borrowing the hand of the heavens to kill all living creatures. Unless one was a supreme extreme Dao expert, it would be difficult to arrange such a killing situation. Gu Fei already believed that the 9 mountains ominous ground was definitely the masterpiece of a supreme extreme Dao expert. Swish! 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 2 figures rushed up from the ground. From the dark clouds and mist in the distant sky, an illusory figure shrouded in black chi also rushed out. These 3 figures were all rushing towards the god race and came close in an instant. They were the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan, the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Sovereign who had just become the clan lord of the Corpse race. It had to be said that the Corpse Sovereign was very lucky. From the outer region of the world of death, he had entered the depths of the world of death where there were many experts. In such a short period of time, he had become the clan lord of the Corpse race. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan, the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Sovereign, the clan lord of the Corpse race, bowed to Gu Fei in unison. Since they had surrendered to Gu Fei was their master. Of course, this Gu Fei was not the Gu Fei they knew. His soul was Gu Fei, but his body was Li Xuandao's. To be precise, they had surrendered to Li Xuandao, not Gu Fei. What's the matter? Gu Fei glanced at the three fellows bowing in front of him and said indifferently, Master, if we don't stop attacking the 9 mountains, I'm afraid we will have to fight to the death. The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan said helplessly. Although low-level Undying Skeletons had not developed spiritual wisdom, they were the foundation of the Undying Skeleton Clan's proud existence, just like the population of the human race. The larger the population base, the more experts would be produced. This was a very simple principle, and the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan naturally understood this principle. Experts and experts all grew up from ordinary people. The same was true for the Undying Skeleton Clan. Even the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan had grown up from a low-level creature step by step. No one was born an expert and no one was born an expert. At that moment, countless low-level creatures were still surging towards the 9 mountains. Then, they were strangled by the dragon aura rising from the ground and shattered at the foot of the mountains. It seems like it's time to use the supreme treasures. Gu Fei also knew that these low-level creatures had completed their mission. If they continued to go up, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Tell them to retreat. Gu Fei waved his hand and said calmly, Thank you, Master. Chapter 600. The undead creatures retreated like the tide, but the 9 mountains' savage lands were already wreaking havoc. Endless starlight sprinkled down from the heavens, making it seem as if a nebula was faintly discernible above the 9 mountains, as if there were thousands of stars twinkling. This was the power of the stars. A single star could shatter a part of the world. This was definitely not an exaggeration. The 9 stars in the sky shone with starlight, enveloping the 9 mountains within a radius of a few thousand miles. It was as if a starry sky had descended upon the 9 mountains. Unless the connection between the 9 stars and the 9 mountains could be severed, it would be difficult to break the destructive starlight. No matter how many undead creatures there were, they would all be destroyed by the starlight, their bodies and souls destroyed. 9 earth dragon veins were drawn from the ground, resonating with the 9 stars in the sky, forming the first layer of the worldly killing formation. Order everyone to retreat 5,000 miles. Gu Fei stood high up in the sky, looking at the 9 mountains that were flickering with starlight and surging earth dragon chi. This was only the first barrier of the 9 mountains killing formation, but it was already so powerful that it attracted the power of the stars and the earth dragon chi. If he didn't have 2 supreme treasures, Gu Fei wouldn't have come to attack the 9 mountains. Without the supreme treasures, even a true expert would have a hard time breaking the first barrier of the 9 mountains. Yes. Li Jingxia and the others received the order and transmitted their voices to the undead creatures. Countless undying skeletons and demonic corpses quickly retreated, causing the ground to rumble and tremble. There were too many undead creatures gathered outside the 9 mountains. The ground was densely packed with them, with no end in sight. It was like an endless ocean of undead creatures. With so many undead creatures retreating together, the ground was instantly filled with dust. In the sky above, the dark clouds and underworld fog that densely covered the 9 mountains also quickly surged into the distance. Within the underworld fog, eerie and terrifying ghost cries rang out, as if there were countless ferocious spirits howling. The 3 great undead tribes retreated at the same time. Countless weaker tribes that had attached themselves to the 3 great undead tribes also retreated along with their subordinates. After an hour, all the undead creatures had retreated thousands of miles away. However, the undead creatures didn't stop and continued to retreat. The experts among the undead creatures knew that the god race was about to use a heaven-defying ancient treasure. Once that terrifying weapon was used, it would definitely be earth-shattering. In order to avoid being affected, he could only retreat far away. At this time, Gu Fei didn't care too much. He directly channeled the supreme immortal physique he seized. A vast divine power immediately surged from his body. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. The divine energy of the immortal Tao emanated from the peerless immortal physique, directly shaking the heaven and earth. Everyone fled in panic. No one dared to stand near Gu Fei. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like cold stars. Rays of divine light surrounded his body, and he was like a god from the primordial era descending to the world. With a raise of his hand or a kick of his foot, it was as if he could shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. A terrifying pressure surged out in all directions with Gu Fei as the center. Everyone's expression changed. The experts of the god race knew that their ancestor was about to unleash his power. The god race patriarch Li Jingxia, hierarch Li Fan, god king Li Sheng, and the others retreated far away. If Gu Fei were to use a supreme treasure, it wouldn't be a joke if they were affected by it. An extreme Dao precious treasure was refined by an extreme Dao expert that had gathered the rarest and peerless divine materials in the world. If one was able to completely exert the might of an extreme Dao saint weapon, then it would simply be like an extreme Dao expert had personally arrived, and it would be able to exert the terrifying might of an extreme Dao expert's full force strike. Buzz! A sword chime resounded through the 9 heavens, reverberating between the heaven and earth. A purple sword shadow materialized above Gu Fei's head. Buzz! Another sword chime resounded. The purple divine sword above Gu Fei's head suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. The purple sword radiance traversed hundreds of meters and shot straight at the bull. When this beam of sword light landed in the eyes of everyone, it was like a beam of light shooting out from a laser beam. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as though a divine weapon was pressed against their throats. Sword come! Gu Fei shouted. The violet gold sword radiance above his head flew into his hand. A 3-foot-long violet gold divine sword appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He gathered all the immortal energy in his body and sent it to the divine sword in his hand. Swoosh! A purple divine light immediately shot out from his hand, reaching thousands of meters in length. The extremely sharp sword chi rippled out from the purplish gold sword light that was thousands of meters long like a wave. The ripples of the sword chi were too strong. It was not enough to describe it as making the world lose its color. The temperature plummeted. Although everyone had retreated hundreds of miles away, they still felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. What a powerful sword chi! Old Tortoise was shocked when he saw this scene. He was completely stunned. The void was collapsing and the heavens and earth were being torn apart. The unparalleled sword chi emanating from the violet gold divine sword was so powerful that it tore the heavens and the earth apart. The purple golden sword light, which was tens of thousands of meters long, was even more dazzling, and frightening than the 9 beams of light cast down from the 9 great stars in the sky. One man and one sword had become the only thing in the world. Gu Fei was like an extreme expert from ancient times, displaying an extreme pressure, causing everyone to feel an urge to bow down and worship him. The vast divine power made everyone's soul tremble. Break for me! Gu Fei's strength had reached its peak, and he had to vent it out. With a furious roar, he slashed down with his divine sword. Swoosh! The violet gold sword radiance burst with dazzling divine light. The terrifying sword chi was more than 10 times stronger in an instant. The entire world seemed to be split in half by the sword. The violet gold sword radiance destroyed everything in its path. There was no power that could stop it. A spatial fissure that spanned tens of thousands of zhang appeared above the 9 mountains. The Extreme Path Saint weapon displayed the might of the Extreme Path, directly breaking through the 9 light pillars formed by the starlight. It was as if the starry sky was being destroyed, and countless stars were being destroyed. The endless power of the stars cast down by the 9 great stars in the sky was instantly dispersed. Roar! 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 The dragon roar shook the world. The dragon chi above the 9 mountains surged. 9 huge dragon shadows rose into the sky and met the violet gold sword radiance. They wanted to block the sword. The endless dragon chi of the earth formed a huge dragon shadow. It was as if a real dragon had descended. The whole world was shaking. The void was breaking. The 9 mountains were shaking violently. The dragon chi was mighty. However, it was all in vain. The endless dragon chi of the earth rose and turned into 9 huge dragons. They could not resist Gu Fei's sword. Without any suspense, the 9 dragon shadows, which were as huge as mountains, dissipated one after another under the sword light. When the sword struck the 9 dragons, the horrifying sword light directly shattered the 9 dragon shadows. The attack of the extreme path divine weapon displayed supreme divine power. The endless power of the stars and the 9 dragon chi of the earth were all destroyed under Gu Fei's attack. This was the most direct way to use absolute power to break the seemingly flawless death trap. It was completely using power to win. One sword to break all laws. Rumble. The 9 mountains shook at the same time. Countless sand and boulders rolled down from the mountains. Cracks appeared on the 9 mountains as if they could collapse at any time. In the distant sky, the old tortoise and the Protoss saw the power displayed by Gu Fei's sword. They were shocked and amazed. The extreme path divine weapon was indeed extraordinary. Just this sword alone could probably split the 9 mountains impasse into 2. However, everyone rejoiced for nothing. The dazzling sword radiance broke through the sky shrouded by the power of the stars, and destroyed the 9 dragons formed by the dragon chi of the earth. The moment it was about to land on the 9 mountains, a domineering and terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the 9 mountains. Boom! The 9 mountains shook at the same time. Within the 9 mountains, a dazzling divine light burst out. Within the divine light, a black divine blade stretched for thousands of miles. It broke through the void and slashed out from the 9 mountains. Oh no, it's the peerless ominous blade. As soon as Gu Fei saw the domineering and extremely fierce blade radiance, he could not help but be shocked. His previous guess had turned out to be true. The extreme path expert in the past did not set up the 9 mountains impasse to seal the peerless ominous blade. The peerless ominous blade was also an extreme path treasure. Even though it was only half, it emitted a shocking murderous aura. Even the Protoss, the old tortoise, and the others who had retreated hundreds of miles away felt their bodies turn cold and their hearts palpitate. The peerless ominous blade was incomparably fierce and domineering. It turned into a 10,000 miles long blade radiance, and directly met the purple gold sword radiance that Gu Fei had slashed down. Boom! The purple gold sword radiance and the peerless ominous blade collided in an instant. A strong light erupted, illuminating the entire world and shaking the entire Naraka realm. The void above the 9 mountains instantly collapsed. It was as if a huge hole had been torn open in the sky. Everything was directly destroyed by the mighty and terrifying power, and turned into nothingness. The remnant power that descended from the sky directly shaved off the 9 mountains by hundreds of feet. The purple gold sword radiance and the peerless ominous blade collapsed in the void at the same time. Gu Fei only felt a strong force colliding with him, causing him to involuntarily fly backward. The purple gold divine sword in his hands was almost shaken off. How can this be? How can there be a power that can resist the extreme path sacred weapon in this world? The Protoss were all shocked. The blade radiance had actually blocked the purple gold divine sword. It was really unbelievable. The peerless ominous blade. Gu Fei flew backward for thousands of feet before he stabilized his body. His expression was extremely ugly. His eyes emitted 2 incomparably fierce divine lights that pierced through the void. He stared at the 9 mountains, at the peerless ominous blade above the lake, and said in a deep voice. Chapter 601. The lake within the 9 mountains was definitely the eye of the array. The entire 9 mountains was a grand array that spanned thousands of miles. The person who could set up this grand array indeed had the power to move the mountains and drain the seas, pluck the stars and capture the moon. Such a person could only be an extreme master. Gu Fei had finally tested the true power of the perilous land of the 9 mountains, using half a peerless ominous saber to suppress the array eye. What exactly was this ominous land suppressing? He was secretly shocked. An extreme master of the soul could use such an astonishing method to set up a grand array to suppress something. It definitely had a great background. I hope it's not related to the true demon. Gu Fei felt a faint sense of unease. His only goal was to pluck the half of the peerless saber trapped in the lake within the 9 mountains. "Brat, can you do it?" The old tortoise, who was watching from afar, transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. "I have to do it even if I can't." Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. This time it was impossible to back down. He might have to use the mountain and river cauldron. At this time the 9 beams of starlight that were dispersed by Gu Fei's sword appeared again. The 9 great stars in the sky continued to pour down endless power of the stars. And the 9 beams of dragon chi that were destroyed by the sword light of the purple gold divine sword also formed a faint dragon shadow at the summit of the 9 mountains, showing signs of reforming. The grand array was repairing itself. This grand array seemed difficult to break, and it was difficult to truly make the array lose its power. Within the 9 mountains, the great earth dragon chi continued to rise from the ground. It was hazy and gradually covered the scenery within the 9 mountains, shrouded in the gray, chaotic great earth dragon chi. "Humph!" Gu Fei sneered. Then with a swoosh, a dazzling divine light flashed between his eyebrows. Resplendent divine light flickered about. He opened his immortal Tao divine eyes, piercing through the 9 netherworlds, seeing through all obstructions in the void. Despite the obstruction of the dragon chi of the earth, everything inside the 9 mountains was still visible to Gu Fei. He could see everything clearly with his immortal Tao God eyes. At this time the huge lake in the 9 mountains surged with huge waves. The half of Zhu Shi's ominous saber that was bound by the chains of the 9 stone men was shaking violently. Beams of destructive blade light rushed out from the lake, cutting through the void. Wherever the blade light passed there was chaos. In the 9 mountains killing intent rose and fell. Fierce blades wreaked havoc. Using the peerless ominous saber to suppress, even if it was only half of the ominous saber, even if it was a powerful being, he would have a headache. After all, not everyone could resist the power of the peerless ominous saber. Gu Fei suddenly discovered something, and his face was full of disbelief. He saw that the 9 tall stone men towering above the lake didn't seem to be inanimate objects. Gu Fei sensed a powerful soul fluctuation from the 9 stone men. Stone men? Could it be? Gu Fei suddenly remembered that he was plotted against by Dongfang Chen in the virtual sky world. Dongfang Chen used a magic scroll with the spatial transfer technique to move Gu Fei and the others into the stone men array. Could it be that the 9 stone statues towering above the lake actually had souls like the stone men in the stone men array in the virtual sky world? The 9 mountains, a murderous situation second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, was really terrifying. After carefully observing the layout of the 9 mountains with his immortal divine eyes, Gu Fei knew that without using the mountain and river cauldron, it was absolutely impossible to attack the 9 mountains and take away the half of Zhu Shi's ominous saber. He felt a little helpless. Once the divine tool of the extreme path appeared, the whole world would probably be flattened. Swish! A divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. Within the divine light was a simple and unadorned large cauldron. As soon as the large cauldron appeared, an ancient aura that seemed to come from the primitive universe suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It was time to use the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble! The divine cauldron, wrapped in the divine light, trembled slightly and quickly grew larger. In a few breaths, the large cauldron became as huge as a mountain. Under Gu Fei's control, the mountain and river cauldron soared into the sky and flew above the 9 mountains. The 9 rays of starlight cast down from the 9 great stars in the sky were intercepted by the mountain and river cauldron. The mouth of the mountain and river cauldron seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, continuously swallowing the endless power of the stars cast down from the sky into the cauldron. The violently shaking 9 mountains gradually calmed down. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth and stabilize the dragon veins. It possessed unimaginable power. As soon as the mountain and river cauldron appeared, it immediately suppressed the 9 mountains. The dragon veins of the earth that were guided over were stabilized. The dragon chi from the mountain and river cauldron was completely suppressed by the great power of the mountain and river cauldron. Moreover, although the dragon chi from the 9 mountains had calmed down, it continued to rush out from the mountains and gather towards the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron, which was as huge as a mountain, emitted a terrifying aura. It slowly rotated. The 9 light pillars in the sky and the 9 mountains on the ground connected the sky and the earth. 9 beams of dragon chi from the earth appeared on the peaks of the 9 mountains, and were swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. In an instant, the sky above the 9 mountains changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. The power of the stars and the dragon chi from the earth were continuously absorbed by the mountain and river cauldron. The aura emitted by the entire divine cauldron became even stronger. Rays of divine light surrounded the mountain and river cauldron. Chaotic primordial chi appeared faintly on the body of the cauldron. All the ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life and emitted strong soul power waves. Just when the mountain and river cauldron was about to completely suppress the 9 mountains, a brilliant saber light soared up and directly slashed out from the 9 mountains. The target of the saber light was the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. The sudden saber light was too fast. Boom! It slashed on the mountain and river cauldron fiercely, and a terrifying power exploded instantly. The terrifying saber chi spread out and the saber light collapsed. The mountain and river cauldron, which was as big as a mountain, was shaken and almost blown away by the saber light. Gu Fei was shocked. This half of the peerless saber was still fierce and domineering. The saber light formed by it was extremely sharp and could tear the void apart. Under Gu Fei's control, the mountain and river cauldron slowly pressed downwards. In the sky, the endless power of the stars cast down from the 9 great stars, and the 9 streams of dragon energy from the 9 great mountains seemed to have stimulated the mountain and river cauldron to unleash a terrifying power that suppressed the surroundings. The mountain and river cauldron was like an ancient divine mountain, pressing down on the 9 mountains. Clang! 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 Chapter 602. The peerless ominous saber was a supreme treasure. Although it was only half of the saber, it was obviously imprisoned in the 9 mountains by someone and used as the eye of the formation. Using half of the peerless ominous saber as the eye of the formation was really extravagant. With this peerless ominous saber as a divine object, even a mighty figure would have a headache. The sound of iron chains colliding constantly came from the 9 mountains. The peerless ominous saber was struggling. It was a divine object with a spirit. It was not willing to be trapped in the 9 mountains and wanted to break free. However, the more the peerless murderous saber struggled, the more the terrifying power that erupted from it was guided and used by the great formation. The tyrannical saber chi continuously slashed out from the 9 mountains, going against the sky, cutting through the void, and slashing towards the mountain and river cauldron above the 9 mountains. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron was shaking. It felt threatened. The body of the cauldron emitted a vast amount of primordial chaos chi. The sky suddenly became misty as if a chaotic void had appeared. An endless ancient and boundless aura spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. This aura made everyone's soul tremble. The dazzling saber light that slashed out from the 9 mountains tore through the void and directly slashed into the primordial chaos void. It was as if a chaotic world had been split open. A huge collision sound resounded and the whole world trembled. The peerless ominous saber was incomparably powerful. It cut through everything in its way and fiercely slashed on the mountain and river cauldron. The destructive aura was vast and mighty. Gu Fei's face instantly became pale. The mountain and river cauldron was blocked by the saber chi of the peerless ominous saber, and could not descend. The 9 mountains, which were on the verge of collapsing, stabilized once again. Although the saber light of the unparalleled ominous saber did not strike the mountain and river cauldron, the connection between the 9 streams of earth dragon chi and the mountain and river cauldron was severed by the ominous saber. The mountain and river cauldron could not continue to swallow the 9 earth dragon chi that was guided here. The earth dragon chi once again condensed in the 9 mountains, causing the 9 mountains to stand tall. Damn it! Apart from being shocked, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The heaven and earth death trap laid down by an extreme-grade powerhouse seemed to be basically difficult to break. If he didn't break this heaven and earth death trap, he wouldn't be able to take that half of the peerless ominous saber. In the distant sky, the celestial race was nervously watching everything that happened in front of them. The cauldron of mountain and river. To think that the cauldron of mountain and river has also fallen into the hands of Ancestor. With the mountain river cauldron in hand, he still can't break through the 9 mountains. The power of the mountain and river cauldron is not limited to this. The experts of the God clan were discussing in low voices. The God clan was the successor of the supreme Tao ancestors' bloodline. They had inherited the Tao ancestors' legacy and knew many secrets of the Great Desolate Era. When the supreme treasures unleashed their full power, it's equivalent to a full-powered attack from a supreme powerhouse. If the Patriarch is able to unleash the full power of the Mountain and River Cauldron and the Purple Gold Holy Sword, he might be able to break through the 9 mountains killing formation, said the God Race Patriarch Li Jingxia. Ancestor, why did you attack this place? The only divine monarch of the God clan, Li Xiener suddenly asked. Her beautiful eyes flashed, but her expression was still as cold as ice. One had to admit that the divine snatch of the 9 secrets of immortal path was really heaven-defying. Gu Fei had snatched Li Xuandao's Dao fruit, but no one could tell. Even the God Race Patriarch, Li Jingxia, and the ultimate god Li Fan did not notice anything strange about the Patriarch who controlled the supreme treasures and attacked the 9 mountains. No one could tell that their Patriarch's soul had long been replaced by Gu Fei's martial spirit. Your Patriarch? His soul has long been destroyed. The old tortoise could not help but feel amused as he listened to the God clan expert's conversation. Of course, the old tortoise would never dare to say these words out loud. If the God clan knew that their Patriarch had been killed by Gu Fei, wouldn't the God clan experts tear them apart? He Tian did not dare to speak carelessly. He was cautious and rarely spoke. Although he used to be a member of the God clan, he did not know why he had an inexplicable conflict with the God clan. He did not seem to want to have anything to do with the God clan, let alone have any contact with them. What was going on? Even He Tian was puzzled. He knew that if he wanted to know the reason, he had to fully awaken his soul's memory to know what had happened between him and the God clan. Our clan's prophecy is coming true. The Patriarch is making the final preparations. The God Race Patriarch Li Jingxia said in a deep voice. This world could only be reopened in the hands of the God clan. The God clan had been trapped in the Naraka realm by the ancient Buddha for countless years. Even if they took this world as compensation, it was still far from enough. It could already be imagined that as long as the God clan could leave the Naraka realm, a battle between Buddhism and Taoism would inevitably be set off in the Tonglong continent. The world is going to be reopened. Li Fan sighed. Had the God clan finally reached their end? No one knew that Li Fan suddenly felt nervous and uneasy. The reopening of the world was definitely an earth-shattering event. No one was willing to see this world being reopened in the hands of someone else because it meant that someone else had become the master of this world. The resurrected true demon, the Buddha who had reappeared in the Naraka realm, and the God clan. Only these 3 great forces had the strength to fight for this world. They were playing a game of chess with the world as their chessboard. Old Tortoise, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. He didn't care if the world was reopened or not. What he wanted to do the most right now was to leave this damned place. At this time, the old tortoise regretted entering the Naraka realm. He felt that he had made a bad move and wasted a lot of time. Sigh. A mistake, a mistake. The old tortoise sighed. He thought that he could easily take over the Naraka realm, but he was too naive. Who was the 1,000-year-old Buddha? How could he so easily let someone take away one of the 6 paths of reincarnation that he had painstakingly refined? However, the old tortoise never thought that the Naraka realm would be so complicated. There were many people more powerful than him. He knew that he was no match for the God clan Lord Li Jingxia and Hierarch Li Fan. Brat, it's all up to you now. Old Tortoise secretly sighed as he looked at the figure in front of him, who seemed to be an extreme-grade powerhouse. He could only pin his hopes on Gu Fei now. At this time, Gu Fei was in big trouble. Within the 9 mountains, peerless saber lights continued to cleave upwards, blocking the mountain-sized cauldron of mountains and rivers high up in the sky. The 2 great powers collided, cancelled each other out, and obliterated each other. The void was shattered. This was a battle between 2 supreme treasures. The terrifying pressure made even Li Xuandao's martial spirit, who was hiding in his peerless immortal body, tremble. Not only the 9 mountains, but also the depths of the world of death, and the entire realm of death were shaking. The mighty energy fluctuations from the supreme treasures affected the entire realm of death. At the boundary between the outer region of the world of death and the depths of the world of death, the underworld was roaring. The corpse-like water rushed up to the sky. Even the reincarnation bridge that connected the two sides of the underworld appeared above the underworld, unable to move anymore. Strange movements occurred everywhere in the realm of death. The entire realm of death was shaking, the earth was cracking, and the mountains were collapsing. All the creatures of the dead were terrified. In the sky thousands of miles away from the 9 mountains, a demonic figure stood on a demonic cloud, quietly watching the changing weather in front of him. It was a shocking scene. "Humph! That brat wants to break the seal by himself?" The demonic figure sneered. It was a cold, black-haired young man with a pair of pitch-black eyes like a bottomless devil's nest. In another direction, there were also 2 figures hidden in the ghostly fog high up in the sky, watching 9 mountains. They were a fair-skinned little monk with a purple gold alms bowl in his hand, surrounded by Buddhist light. The other one was a skinny old monk with dark skin and a layer of flesh sticking tightly to his bones. "Can that person break the seal?" The old monk looked at the cauldron shrouded in starlight and primordial chaos above the 9 mountains and asked indifferently. The little monk, Fan Xiao, was expressionless. He seemed to have cut off all emotions, becoming a Buddha without sorrow or joy. He looked at everything indifferently and said, if he knew what was inside the 9 mountains, perhaps he wouldn't want to break the seal. "That thing. Should we stop it?" asked the nameless monk. "No need. The Buddhist Lord seems to have predicted this day. The return of the demon is irreversible. We can only watch from the side," said Fan Xiao. "That demon seems to be nearby." The nameless old monk's gaze swept over the place where the demon shadow was. When the nameless monk looked over, the black-haired young man standing on the demonic cloud seemed to sense it. A faint smile appeared on his cold face. The black-haired young man didn't escape. He continued to watch the 9 mountains in front of him. Fan Xiao and the nameless monk didn't seem to have any intention of making a move either. Everyone's attention was drawn to the 9 mountains. Everything else could be put aside for the time being. At this time, the battle between the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless ominous saber had reached its climax. The mountain and river cauldron continuously swallowed the endless starlight shining down from the sky, attracting spiritual chi from all directions. It was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains floating above the 9 mountains. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, releasing a terrifying destructive energy. The surroundings collapsed, and the peerless saber light descended from the sky again. The peerless ominous saber was only half a blade, while the mountain and river cauldron was a complete supreme path treasure. An incomplete supreme path treasure couldn't compete with a complete supreme path treasure. The peerless ominous saber was gradually suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. Chapter 603. The mountain and river cauldron floated above the 9 mountains, exuding endless divine might that suppressed the heavens and the earth. Chaotic primordial chi surged, as if turning the void into chaos. The endless starlight that sprinkled down from the heavens was all swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. Without Gu Fei's command, the mountain and river cauldron automatically displayed the divine might of the extreme path. This was the power of the extreme path treasures. The extreme path treasures were supreme divine weapons that had given birth to a soul. They were more spiritual than spiritual divine weapons. Sometimes they didn't even need the master to activate them, and they could kill their enemies on their own. Of course, only in the hands of an extreme path master could the extreme path sacred weapon display its full power. Could destroy everything and was unstoppable. Rumble. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. The terrifying power that descended from the mountain and river cauldron caused the 9 mountains to shake and the ground to undulate like waves. Terrifying cracks began to appear on the 9 mountains, as if they could collapse at any time. The 9 streams of earth dragon chi that had been guided over were completely suppressed. Within the 9 mountains in the middle of the Great Lake, huge waves reached the heavens. The waves rushed high into the sky, and the 9 chains danced in a frenzy. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The half of the peerless saber that was entangled by the 9 chains faintly turned into the shape of a 100-feet-long dragon. It was like a real dragon that had been restrained and was struggling fiercely. Hum, 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 hum. The peerless saber repeatedly made a sound like a dragon's roar. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all living beings could feel the fierce and domineering saber chi. The half of the peerless saber seemed to have gone mad. It emitted a dazzling saber light that tore through the void. It went against the sky and slashed at the mountain and river cauldron. The chains in the hands of the 9 stone men that were suppressed in the Great Lake could withstand the saber chi of the peerless saber, and firmly bound the half of the peerless saber. It was obvious that the 9 chains were extraordinary divine objects. Even a peerless saber would not be able to break them. It was likely that the 9 chains were also extremely precious treasures. Gu Fei stood outside the 9 mountains, holding the purple gold divine sword in his hand. He looked at the scene before him calmly. He was not in a hurry to act. He wanted to use the mountain river cauldron to break through the restriction around the 9 mountains first. At this time, all the undead creatures had already retreated to God knows where. Only a few powerful undead creatures were watching from the sky thousands of miles away. Hundreds of God clan members, the old turtle Haitian, and the others stood in the sky hundreds of miles away. They didn't dare to get too close to avoid being affected. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron, which was as large as a mountain, displayed its extreme divine might. It swallowed and spat out endless starlight as it slowly pressed down from the sky. It was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains were descending from the sky, and the void below shattered. The 9 mountains kept cracking, and the dragon power that was guided by the 9 mountains kept leaking out, but was forcibly sucked away by the mountain and river cauldron that was pressing down from the sky. The mountain river cauldron was the nemesis of the dragon chi of the earth. It could suppress mountains and rivers and stabilize the dragon veins. The peerless saber radiance could no longer stop the mountain and river cauldron. Under the extreme divine might of the mountain and river cauldron, even the peerless saber radiance would crumble. As the mountain and river cauldron continued to descend, the 9 mountains began to collapse. Countless rocks and dust peeled off from the mountain peaks. The dragon chi of the earth went against the sky and was sucked away by the mountain and river cauldron. The world was shaking, and the mountains were collapsing. The 9 mountains were being wiped out by the extreme divine might of the mountain and river cauldron, and the dragon chi of the earth was being sucked out of the 9 mountains. Finally, boom! In the earth-shattering noise, the 9 mountains completely collapsed. The earth shook, and dust rose high into the sky. Within a range of thousands of miles, the dust surged and covered everything. It swept out in all directions, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The moment the 9 mountains completely collapsed, 9 huge dragon shadows shot into the sky and charged towards the descending mountain river cauldron. They entered the mountain river cauldron. That is, Gu Fei was very surprised. The mountain and river cauldron had forcefully sucked out the 9 dragon chi of the earth from under the 9 mountains and devoured them. However, there were not really 9 dragon veins under the 9 mountains. The dragon chi of the 9 dragon chi was actually drawn here by the Extreme Master, who had set up this heaven and earth killing trap. However, the 9 streams of earth dragon chi that were guided here had been nourished under the 9 mountains for countless years, and they had really formed 9 small dragon veins. Even in the real macro world, there would not be a second heaven and earth killing trap formed by the ancestral vein of the earth. That was because there was only one ancestral vein of the earth, and it was the source of all the dragon veins. The shocking killing trap of the 9 dragons fighting for a pearl was actually not really formed by the heaven and earth. Someone had split the ancestral vein of the earth into 9 and formed 9 dragons. That's the chi of the 9 dragons. In the distant sky, the old tortoise couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The chi of the 9 dragons seemed to be very similar to the 9 dragons in the 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. They seemed to originate from the same vein. Was this heaven and earth killing trap related to the peerless killing trap of the 9 dragons fighting for a pearl? Could it be that these 2 traps were set up by the same person? For a moment the old tortoise thought of a lot of things. Back then he was trapped in the virtual sky world by a ruthless person. The method of that virtual sky world seemed to be somewhat similar to this 9 mountains killing trap. Moreover, in the virtual sky world killing trap, a peerless murderous saber was also used as the divine object to suppress the formation. The old tortoise couldn't help but think of the ruthless person who trapped him in the virtual sky world killing trap. If this was a killing trap laid by that person, it wouldn't be that easy to break. The old tortoise faintly felt that something was wrong. As if to confirm the old tortoise's uneasiness, after the 9 mountains collapsed and the 9 dragon chi of the earth were drawn by the mountain and river cauldron, the 9 mountains killing trap immediately changed. Rumble! In the east, a gray mist emerged. The earth-shattering earth chi enveloped the east of the Great Lake and blocked the mighty energy fluctuations when the 9 mountains collapsed. The land in the south suddenly sank, and monstrous fire rushed out from the earth. The whole south was immediately plunged into a sea of fire. The raging flames burned the sky and distorted the void. The fire illuminated the whole world. Gu Fei only felt a wave of heat sweeping over. Even though his martial soul had fused with Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body, he still felt a burst of blazing heat. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This was not an ordinary fire. Even the peerless immortal body felt uncomfortable. This kind of fire might have the terrifying power to melt divine iron and refined gold. In the west, gusts of astral wind blew without warning. The void was torn by the invisible astral wind, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Overflowing black water surged from the north, sweeping in all directions. Layers upon layers of great waves rushed high into the sky, shaking the entire world, able to shatter everything. Earth, water, fire, and wind? Gu Fei was shocked to see this scene. The dragon vein of the 9 mountains was broken, but the earth, water, fire, and wind emerged. What exactly was being sealed in this place? Earth, water, fire, wind. For vast and boundless power surged around the lake. It was as if this part of the world had once again turned into chaos. The terrifying power was vast and mighty in the world. Moreover, it went against the sky and actually blocked the mountain and river cauldron that was descending from the sky. One had to admit that the person who set up this trap was indeed heaven-defying. Even the divine weapon of the extreme path could not break this trap. The peerless ominous saber, earth, water, fire, and wind. All the forces gathered together to fight against the mountain and river cauldron. Even with the mountain and river cauldron's divine power, it could not suppress these forces. Boom! 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 The extremely powerful destructive forces kept colliding, canceling out, and obliterating each other. They shattered the void of the world and caused the entire world to shake. The earth chi surged and a huge dragon shadow appeared in the thick gray earth chi. It rushed up to the sky and fiercely pounced on the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. The earth chi condensed into the shape of the great earth dragon. It was as if a real dragon had descended into the world. The huge dragon shadow emitted a terrifying wave of energy. Boom! The great earth dragon collided with the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake continuously. At this time, a bird's cry resounded in the sky from the south, and a firebird rushed out of the divine flames. This is the southern Ming firebird? In the distant sky, the old tortoise's expression changed when it saw this scene. The great earth dragon and the southern Ming fire sparrow were divine beasts born from the heavens and the earth. The person who laid down this ultimate formation was truly generous. This was not a real divine beast that had descended into this world. It seemed to be only a remnant soul, but it was still a shocking move. A vermilion bird? Gu Fei did not recognize the southern Ming firebird, but he mistook the divine bird that was condensed from the divine flames and rushed toward the mountain and river cauldron with the vermilion bird. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the whistling gales in the west, and the image of a white tiger that was as large as a mountain appeared in the gales. Then a strange beast rushed out of the black water in the north. It roared at the sky and set off endless black water. It went against the sky and rushed toward the mountain and river cauldron. Monstrous waves enveloped the entire world. The great earth dragon, the southern Ming firebird, the west wind white tiger, the northern dark black tortoise. This is crazy, the old tortoise muttered to himself. He was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. This was the legendary divine beast that was born from the 4 great powers of the world: earth, water, fire, and wind. This kind of divine beast had terrifying strength comparable to a mighty figure once it was born. Chapter 604. The 9 mountains crumbled, but the natural death trap did not collapse because of it. Instead, it unleashed the greatest power of the natural death trap. After the mountain and river cauldron shattered the 9 mountains, the 4 most primitive powers of earth, fire, wind, and water surged out from the east, south, west, and north of the lake. Earth, fire, wind, and water had always been regarded as one of the most primordial powers of the world. The collapse of the world into chaos was the result of the intertwining of these 4 powers of the world. When these 4 powers intertwined, they could turn into chaos. and they could also give rise to the power of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. At this moment, the lake in the center of the 9 mountains was completely enveloped by earth, fire, wind, and water. The chi of the earth rose from the east and formed the body of the great earth dragon. It emitted a terrifying wave of energy as it continuously collided with the mountain and river cauldron. The dull sound of the collision shook the world. In the south, the fire burned the sky. The Naming fire sparrow danced in the sea of fire, setting off a monstrous fire that blocked the terrifying power from the mountain and river cauldron. In the west wind white tiger, which was as large as a mountain, displayed its unparalleled ferocity. It roared again and again, and a terrifying wind that could blow the souls of immortals away continuously blew towards the mountain and river cauldron. It wanted to blow away the chaotic primordial chi surrounding the cauldron. The northern dark black tortoise drove the monstrous black water to set off layers of huge waves that rushed towards the mountain and river cauldron. The entire world shook violently under the huge waves. The black waves that came one after another seemed to want to shatter the void. The rumbling sound was extremely shocking, as if there were tens of thousands of horses galloping. Although the 4 divine beasts were only remnants of their souls, they were still extremely ferocious. Although they did not have flesh and blood, they were still powerful enough to shake the mountain and river cauldron. Moreover, the peerless murderous saber that was trapped by the 9 stone men in the lake continued to release peerless saber radiance that tore through the void and clashed with the mountain and river cauldron. These 5 powers, which were so powerful that even the heavens and earth paled in comparison, were actually able to stop the mountain and river cauldron, which had displayed its extreme power. This surprised everyone. Why hasn't the ancestor made a move yet? Even the cauldron of mountain and river can't break through this place? An ominous ground second only to the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. This is too terrifying. No wonder this land of danger once devoured a god king of my race. I'm afraid even an ultimate god would die in there. A few hundred miles away, a group of celestial beings who were watching were discussing in low voices. The terrifying pressure from the mountain and river cauldron made these celestial beings' hearts palpitate and their souls tremble. Even Li Jingxia and Hierarchy Fan felt immense pressure and didn't dare to step forward to help. Even an immortal god would find it difficult to resist the extreme Dao divine aura emitted by a supreme Dao treasure. Only Gu Fei, with Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique, dared to stand so close to it. Even so, Gu Fei felt as if an immemorial mountain was pressing down on him. This can't go on. Gu Fei thought to himself, looks like I can't hold back anymore. If I don't go all out, I won't be able to break this heaven and earth death trap no matter what. Damn it, that monster and little monk Fan Xiao are watching from the shadows. Ever since Gu Fei's immortal Dao divine eye appeared between his brows, it never closed. The celestial Dao divine eye had the power to see through all illusions and the 9 underworlds. He scanned the surroundings and discovered the black-haired young man who was hiding in the sky thousands of miles away, as well as the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who were hiding in the dark clouds. The reason why Gu Fei didn't dare to make a move and allowed the cauldron to unleash its power to resist the heaven and earth death trap was because there were powerful enemies watching from the sidelines. No one knew if these fellows who were eyeing him covetously would suddenly launch a sneak attack while he was trying his best to break the heaven and earth killing formation. Experts of this level would either not attack, or once they did, it would definitely be an attack that could move mountains and drain seas. Gu Fei had to be careful. Remember that he used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the Spirit Snatch, to steal Li Xuandao's Dao fruit. His Yuan spirit entered Li Xuandao's Naiwan palace and took control of Li Xuandao's immortal physique. This wasn't a soul-splitting technique. It was the complete Yuan spirit entering the immortal physique. Therefore, if he wasn't careful and was struck with a fatal blow, he would die as well. His physical body would become a soulless walking corpse. Gu Fei pondered for a while as his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Then, he flew up and landed on top of the cauldron of mountain and river. An endless amount of starlight poured down from the sky. Gu Fei bathed in the starlight. With the violet sword in his hand, he stood on top of the cauldron of mountain and river. His long hair and robe fluttered in the wind. Just like the arrival of a heavenly being, he displayed the demeanor of a powerhouse looking down on the world. Ancient devil Buddha, how about we work together to break this heaven and earth death trap? Gu Fei stood on top of the cauldron of mountain and river. His immortal Tao divine eyes scanned the sky 1,000 miles away, at the black-haired young man who was standing on top of the demonic clouds. Then Gu Fei used his immortal Tao divine eyes to see through the void. Then he looked at where Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were hiding. Under the immortal Tao divine eyes, nothing could hide. Though Gu Fei's voice wasn't loud, it spread across the sky and the earth. The celestial race, the old turtle, and the Haitian were all shocked. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's words, they wouldn't have sensed that someone was spying on them. Everyone quickly used their immortal Tao divine eyes and scanned their surroundings. Haha! You finally agreed to work with me? The black-haired young man laughed and took a step forward. The void between heaven and earth seemed to shrink instantly under his feet. With just one step, the black-haired young man came near. A Buddhist chant resounded, and a peaceful aura suddenly emerged in the dark world. There was a golden Buddhist light flickering, and two figures surrounded by golden light strolled in the void, walking out from the dark clouds and the fog of the underworld. The one in front was the little monk Fan Xiao, who was holding the purple gold alms bowl. Behind Fan Xiao was the nameless old monk, who had his palms together and was looking down. The peaceful Buddhist light lingered. Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were shrouded in the Buddhist light. Their faces were peaceful, and there seemed to be heavenly flowers falling around them. With every step they took, golden lotuses appeared under their feet. That ruthless and black-hearted little bald donkey. When the old turtle saw Fan Xiao, he was instantly enraged. He almost couldn't help but rush over to settle the score with Fan Xiao. However, the old turtle didn't let his anger get the better of him. When he saw the light wheel behind Fan Xiao's head and the Buddha's Dharma form faintly appearing on his body, he knew that he was definitely no match for this little bald donkey. This little bald donkey's movements were like Buddha's. This guy can't be possessed by Buddha, right? The old turtle saw the various abnormalities on Fan Xiao's body and was extremely shocked. Chapter 605. The real big shots would use the world as a chessboard. Gu Fei, the black-haired young man, and the little monk Fan Xiao all wanted to obtain the Naraka Tao left by the Buddha. Whoever could control the origin bead of this world would be able to control this world. The little monk Fan Xiao actually agreed to cooperate with the origin bead. No one could agree to this request. Although the Naraka Tao was a world of death, it was refined by the ancient Buddha after all. It was almost a perfect world. Anyone would be envious of such a world, and even great existences would fight to the death for it. Because if one could control this world, then it would be equivalent to being in an invincible position when fighting others. Controlling a world was like carrying an inexhaustible source of power. They could guide the power of the heaven and earth in this world for their own use, so that the cultivator's power would never be exhausted. Moreover, when fighting with others, the cultivator could take the opponent into his inner world, and use the power of the heaven and earth to suppress or destroy the opponent. Gu Fei and the black-haired young man would never agree to the little monk Fan Xiao's request. Damn you, little monk. Do you really think that you are a Buddha? The black-haired young man's body surged with demonic aura. Rays of demonic light circled around his body. A terrifying demonic nature was emitted, causing people's minds to tremble. The demonic nature of a true demon could demonize everything in the world. However, everyone present was a top expert. They were at least at the immortal realm, so they were not afraid of the demonic power of the black-haired young man. However, if time passed, even the immortals would be affected by the demonic nature of the black-haired young man. Their inner demons would be triggered and they would be demonized. The immortals of the Shun clan knew that it was dangerous and quickly retreated. Only the Divine King Realm experts were not affected by the demonic nature and did not retreat. There were hundreds of Shun clan experts, but only a dozen of them were above the Divine King Realm. If this kind of power was released from the Hell Dao, the entire Tunglong continent would change. There were no immortals in the Tunglong continent, but there were a group of immortals trapped in the Hell Dao. Demon, you are too arrogant. The nameless old monk who was standing behind little monk Fan Xiao stepped forward and placed his palms together. Buddhist light shrouded his body and a faint and illusory image of Buddha could be faintly seen on his skinny body. Auspicious Buddhist power spread between heaven and earth, dispersing the terrifying demonic nature. The power of the devil and the power of the Buddha were clashing. These were two extreme powers. It could be said that the devil and the Buddha were natural enemies. Humph! I've tolerated you two bald donkeys for a long time. It must be very satisfying to hunt me down. The black-haired youth's killing intent soared into the sky, and the entire world trembled under his demonic might. The anger of a true demon was no small matter. Everyone's expression changed. If you two want to fight, get lost. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain river cauldron and channeled his immortal Tao divine force to push the mountain river cauldron down. Rumble. The world was shaking, and the chaotic primordial chi surged. The countless ancient beasts on the body of the mountain river cauldron seemed to be coming to life. They emitted bursts of powerful soul power, and the tragic aura was earth-shattering. The great earth dragon formed from the thick earth chi, the southern Ming fire sparrow formed from the southern Mingli fire, the northern dark black tortoise formed from the northern dark water, and the west wind white tiger all roared and summoned endless earth, fire, water, and wind. They pounced on the mountain river cauldron, and their roars shook the sky as if real divine beasts had descended. The four extremely powerful forces gathered together and exploded with unprecedented powerful waves. They shattered the heaven and earth, forming a destructive storm that blocked the mountain river cauldron high in the sky. Buzz! The peerless ominous saber shook repeatedly and turned into the shape of a dragon. It struggled fiercely between the 9 stone statues, trying to break out of the seal. It shot out dazzling saber radiance that tore the heaven and earth apart, constantly slashing at the 9 stone statues. However, the peerless saber radiance from the broken half of the peerless ominous saber couldn't really slash at the 9 stone statues. They were all moved by the unpredictable power of the array, and finally, they went against the sky and slashed at the mountain river cauldron in the sky. The power of the peerless ominous saber was used. The peerless ominous saber was like an imprisoned slave. No matter how it struggled, it was just doing manual labor for the array. At this time, Gu Fei was not afraid of the black-haired youth and the little monk Fan Xiu at all, even though he knew that his secret had been seen through by these guys. At this time he held the purple gold divine sword in his hand and stood on the mountain river cauldron, displaying supreme divine power. Even if it was an extremely strong cultivator in front of him, he would still dare to fight. After the black-haired youth heard Gu Fei's words, he was not angry. Instead he smiled and said, "Little guy, why don't you and I join forces and kill these two bald donkeys?" Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He didn't say anything. He was very clear about this guy's intentions. He couldn't kill the little monk Fan Xiu, so he wanted to drag him down with him. "I'm not going to work for you," Gu Fei thought. Putting aside the question of whether he could kill the little monk Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk, even if he could, Gu Fei would definitely not do it. Now that the 3 parties were equal in strength, they had scruples about each other and didn't dare to act rashly. If one of them was killed, the remaining 2 would definitely start fighting immediately. "You want me to help you kill your enemy? Then help me break this array first." Gu Fei thought for a moment and then said coldly, "What's so difficult about that?" The black-haired youth agreed readily. The black-haired young man agreed so readily, and in this way, it caused Gu Fei to be slightly surprised. Why is this ferocious devil willing to help me? There was no reason. Could it be that there was something in this array that the demon was interested in? Gu Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration and felt that something was wrong. Could the person who set up this array be used to suppress those terrifying demons that were hard to destroy? "Young benefactor, you will regret breaking this heaven and earth death trap." At this time the little monk Fan Xiu spoke again. His gentle words seemed to have some kind of strange power. In Gu Fei's ears it was like the evening drum and morning bell. His whole body was refreshed and his heart gave birth to a feeling of calmness. Good heavens! Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. The innate ability of the Buddhist sect was truly inconceivable. His words could actually turn his killing intent into a peaceful one, allowing others to relax. "Little bald donkey, get lost," the black-haired youth said fiercely. Then, he directly rushed towards Gu Fei and came to the sky above the array. "You resist the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. I will go and destroy the 9 stone men." The black-haired youth was surrounded by black chi. As he spoke, he directly rushed down. A demonic diagram emerged from his body, and the four extremely powerful forces of earth, water, fire, and wind that were rising in defiance of the heavens were repelled by the vast demonic energy released by the demonic diagram, unable to get close to him. Roar! 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 The four great beast souls of the heaven and earth roared, and in unison, a monstrous energy fluctuation surged towards the black-haired youth. The earth chi, Nanmingli fire, northern dark blackwater, and western divine wind all surged towards the black-haired youth together. Rumble. The four powers surged violently, as if the void had turned into a piece of chaos. Endless power of destruction was vast and mighty. The void between heaven and earth could not withstand such a powerful force and directly collapsed. However, the demon diagram outside the figure's body had an unfathomable power. It passed through the collapsed void and directly rushed into the array below. What kind of magic treasure is that? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. The demon had actually rushed into the array unharmed. The killing saber light soared into the sky, slashing out from the 9 stone golems, slashing towards the figure shrouded by the demonic diagram. The saber chi shook the heavens and earth, shattering everything in its path as if it was indestructible. The demonic diagram emitted a series of mysterious demonic patterns, and all the deadly saber lights that came slashing down were all blocked by it. The peerless saber chi was actually unable to split open that demonic diagram. Boom! The sky shook violently. The mountain and river cauldron, which was as big as a mountain, descended. However, very quickly, the four powers of earth, water, wind, and fire, under the urging of the beast souls, rushed up from below and blocked the mountain and river cauldron in the void. The mountain and river cauldron attracted the powers of earth, water, wind, and fire. In fact, the power of the mountain and river cauldron was still not fully unleashed. Gu Fei still had a trick up his sleeve. At this moment, the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who were standing in the distant sky did not seem to have any intention of making a move. They watched everything quietly without any sadness or joy on their faces. It was all peaceful. The little monk Fan Xiao and the others seemed to know what the array was suppressing, but they let Gu Fei and the demon do whatever they wanted. Who knew what they were planning? Gu Fei was initially worried that the little monk Fan Xiao would make a move to stop them, but when he saw that the little monk showed no signs of making a move, he was much more relieved. If he joined forces with the demon and combined the power of celestial and demon, he might be able to break out of this heaven and earth death trap without using his last resort. He hurriedly used the immortal Dao God's eye and scanned the area below. His gaze pierced through the obstruction of earth, water, wind, and fire, but he found that he could only see a blurry scene. His divine eye was disrupted. Huge waves rose on the surface of the lake, and the lake water rushed up to the sky. 9 giant stone men stood in the middle of the lake like 9 divine mountains. No matter how much the lake water surged, it could not move the 9 stone men. Gu Fei vaguely saw a demon figure standing above the lake. Then a bloody light suddenly spread from the demon figure, and the entire world was dyed the color of blood. It was as if a sea of blood had suddenly appeared above the lake, covering the sky and everything. Chapter 606. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The sudden appearance of the bloody ocean-like evil energy above the grand formation was able to injure one's divine sense. Gu Fei's immortal divine eye was also affected, causing a stream of blood to ooze out from between his eyebrows. This made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. The true demon soul had reached an unimaginable level. Even Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique was injured, making it difficult for him to use the immortal divine eye for a while. That's the true demon blood. In the distant sky, the old tortoise also noticed the scene happening in the grand formation and couldn't help but exclaim. The true demon was an innate demon born from the evil energy of the heaven and earth. Its blood possessed a powerful demonic nature and power. One drop could pollute and demonize a part of the heaven and earth, turning that place into a demonic domain. It was the most vicious and terrifying thing. Rumble. It was as if a blood-colored sea was surging. Layers upon layers of blood waves swept up high into the sky. An evil demonic aura spread out from the sea of blood. The true demon blood? Gu Fei was startled. The blood of a true demon was not a trivial matter. Even a peerless immortal physique would be invaded by the demonic nature if it came into contact with one's body. A drop of the true demon blood can transform a bloody ocean and demonize all things. It's the most powerful. The old tortoise murmured to himself. He was an ancient character, so he naturally knew what kind of power the true demon blood contained. The lake and the 9 stone statues in the middle of the 9 mountains killing formation were enveloped by the eruption of blood-colored demonic energy. Even the frightening blade light unleashed by the peerless ominous saber could not break through the layers of blood waves. The black-haired young man refined the entire dark underworld blood sea, and only managed to condense 13 drops of true demon blood. 1 drop of true demon blood could transform a bloody ocean. Layers upon layers of waves swept down, causing the entire earth to shake violently. Then the earth suddenly caved in. An incomparably huge formation emerged from the ground, emitting endless divine light and dispelling the endless bloody chi that swept down from the sky. Formation. Is this heaven and earth killing formation going to be broken? What's under the formation? After the formation diagram appeared, more than a dozen god monarchs and above standing in the distant sky began to discuss in low voices. The ancient matrix was the foundation that formed this killing pattern of heaven and earth. Without this matrix to condense the power of heaven and earth and give birth to the divine power of the Great Path, this place would not have the 9 mountains killing pattern, much less the 9 mountains. This array. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron as he stared in shock at the ancient array that had risen from the ground. How is that possible? Gu Fei couldn't believe it. The dozen or so God King level and above experts of the God race were also indescribably shocked. The heavens and earth trembled as the void shattered. The diagram of this heaven and earth death formation finally appeared before everyone's eyes. Boundlessly profound and ancient divine imprints radiated a bright divine light, and every divine imprint contained a Tao charm circulating within it. That was the power of the great Tao. Ancient divine inscriptions condensed the energy of the grand Taos of the heavens and the earth, transforming into rays of divine light that shot into the sky. They actually blocked the heavy waves of blood that swept down from the sky. The 9 stone golem stood on the 9 sides of the diagram. The half of the peerless ominous saber was locked in the center of the diagram by 9 black chains. Below the diagram was a pitch-black hole. Waves of demonic aura surged out from the black hole below the diagram, as if there was a peerless ominous demon hiding in it. Just as I thought. Gu Fei sensed the frightening waves of demonic power coming from below the diagram, but he didn't change his expression. No wonder this ominous demon was willing to join forces with him. It seemed that there was something in this heaven and earth death formation that this ominous demon really wanted. Sigh. A sigh came from the distant sky. Little monk Fan Xiu let out a long sigh. At this moment he could no longer maintain his calm. His pair of Buddha eyes flickered with rays of Buddha light, piercing through the void and looking at the ancient matrix that had risen from the ground. The ancient matrix covered an area of dozens of miles in the void. The ancient divine imprints that formed the matrix actually circulated 2 waves of power. It's the power of the immortal path and the Buddhist sect. The nameless old monk who stood behind little monk Fan Xiu exclaimed in surprise. There were many ancient Buddha runes mixed in the intertwining divine imprints of the matrix. Legend had it that the Buddha runes were formed when the ancient Buddha Lord comprehended the great Tao. They were the embodiment of the Buddha Tao, a kind of supreme truth between heaven and earth. It could even be said that they were the runes of heaven and earth. Different Taos could form different Tao runes. There were 3,000 great Taos, and the great Tao runes that everyone comprehended were also different. They had their own Tao power and could condense different kinds of great Tao power. The Buddha Tao was also a kind of great Tao. The supreme truth of the Buddha Tao gave rise to the Buddha runes. It was the embodiment of the mysterious supreme truth of the Buddha Tao in the world. This huge diagram that rose from the ground was actually formed by the intertwining of Buddha runes and immortal Tao runes. It contained the supreme Tao power of the Buddha Tao and immortal Tao. It was no wonder that the people of the celestial race were so shocked. Buddhism and Taoism were arch-enemies and had been fighting for countless years. How could there be an immortal Tao expert and a Buddhist expert working together to lay down a divine and Buddha grand formation to suppress something? The black-haired young man stood on the blood sea. The endless blood sea surged and surged towards the diagram below. Layers of blood waves smashed the void and shook the heaven and earth. The 4 supreme heaven and earth energy of earth, water, wind, and fire that sealed the 4 directions were also affected. The four energies were constantly being devoured by the blood waves. This blood sea that was formed by the demonic blood could devour all kinds of spiritual qi. It constantly devoured and corroded the energy of this heaven and earth killing formation. The entire grand formation shook violently. Roar! 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 The four divine beasts roared. The mountain and river cauldron was above them, and the evil blood sea was wreaking havoc below. The energy of earth, water, wind, and fire was rapidly weakened. Gu Fei used the immortal Tao divine art to guide the endless energy of the stars into the mountain and river cauldron. He continued to drive the mountain and river cauldron downwards. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron displayed its extreme divine power. Chaotic primordial qi surged like 100,000 ancient divine mountains. It shattered the heaven-defying energy of earth, water, fire, and wind and began to descend from the sky. The black earth dragon, southern Ming fire sparrow, west wind white tiger, and northern dark black tortoise. These four divine beasts could no longer resist the mountain and river cauldron and fell from the sky. Although the four great divine beasts of the heavens and earth were not real divine beasts, and were only left with a remnant soul, their ferocious might still shook the world. They roared repeatedly and fiercely charged towards the descending mountain and river cauldron. However, under the double attack of the mountain and river cauldron and the blood demonic sea, the four divine beasts could no longer withstand it. The demonic power of the blood demonic sea kept devouring the energy of earth, water, fire, and wind. It seemed to have the momentum of blocking the energy of earth, water, fire, and wind that was rushing up from the ground. Bang! 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 The black earth dragon, southern Ming fire sparrow, west wind white tiger, and northern dark black tortoise were shattered by the terrifying destructive power of the mountain and river cauldron. Vaguely, one could see the remnant souls being devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. The four divine beasts became one of the countless beast souls of the ancient beasts in the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! I didn't expect the Buddhist Lord to seal that thing together with that person. They really think highly of me. The black-haired young man suddenly roared angrily as his long hair fluttered wildly. Then, blood-colored lightning began to appear in the blood sea. Countless blood-colored lightning began to intertwine and form blood-colored demonic patterns. A vast and terrifying power full of demonic nature was rapidly condensing. With my blood, I will set up a demonic formation to kill immortals, gods, and Buddhas. The black-haired young man roared. His voice shook the sky and the vault of heaven. The rolling sound waves spread out from the formation, making everyone's ears ring and soul tremble. Rumble. It was as if thousands of demonic thunders were exploding in the blood-colored waves. The endless blood-colored light quickly receded, and a demonic formation formed by blood-colored lightning appeared above the 9 stone men and the sky-defying ancient formation diagram. At this time, the huge lake on the ground had already disappeared. The ground sank, and the demonic aura surged in the pitch-black hole. There was a demonic aura that shot up to the sky. This was a confrontation between the demonic formation and the ancient God and Buddha formation formed by the intertwining power of Buddhism and Taoism. At this time, the power of the entire peerless killing formation was fully displayed. The peerless ominous saber struggled violently in the God and Buddha formation, shooting out rays of destructive saber radiance. The terrifying destructive saber radiance was guided and moved by the God and Buddha formation. All of them slashed upwards, hitting the descending blood-killing demonic formation and causing the blood-colored light to flash wildly. Even the peerless ominous saber couldn't break the terrifying formation diagram that the black-haired young man had laid out using his own demonic blood. Moreover, the demonic diagram was integrated into the demonic formation, causing its power to increase greatly. The black-haired young man stood in the middle of the demonic formation formed by the crisscrossing blood-colored lightning, as if he had gone mad. He roared again and again as he controlled the demonic formation to meet the incoming Buddha and Tao formation. The ancient formation formed by the intertwining power of Buddhism and immortal Tao, with the 9 stone men and the peerless ominous saber as the divine treasures, its power was not inferior to the demonic formation of the black-haired young man. Boom! It was as if 2 worlds had collided together. Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the 2 great formations collided. The power of the evil Tao, Buddhist Tao, and immortal Tao erupted like a volcano. Endless divine light illuminated the entire world. The earth was collapsing, and dust rose high into the sky. The black-haired young man fiercely rushed into the Buddha and Tao formation. At the same time, the 9 stone men in the Buddha and Tao formation moved as if they had gained life. Like 9 peerless masters, they fought against the black-haired young man. No one expected that the 9 stone men would suddenly come to life, as if they were infused with endless vitality. Chapter 607. Rumble. The 2 great formations collided with each other, producing an incomparably shocking sound like rolling thunder. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts were wreaking havoc in the clouds. The terrifying demonic energy, the peaceful Buddhist energy, and the immortal spirit energy were colliding with each other, canceling each other out and destroying each other. Demonic marks, divine marks, and Buddha marks intertwined as 3 different powers of the Great Tao surged forth. 3 different types of Great Tao rhymes flowed as blood-colored demonic marks, Buddha marks, and divine marks dissipated into the air. The power of the Great Path was destroying each other. The 3 types of Tao patterns were all manifestations of the power of the Great Path. When the Tao patterns dissipated, the power of the Great Path condensed from the Tao patterns also dissipated into the void. Within a radius of 10 miles, countless Tao patterns were intertwined. The power of the Great Tao destroyed everything. Under the collision of the 3 Tao energies, the void was like a thin piece of paper being torn to pieces. The void of the world was also extremely fragile in front of the power of the Great Tao. The power of the Great Tao broke the world. At this time, the 4 most primitive powers of the world, earth, water, wind, and fire, had already dispersed. The power of the demonic formation, divine formation, and Buddhist formation spread out, shaking the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron, feeling inexplicably shocked. He felt threatened, so he directly drove the mountain and river cauldron to the sky and retreated. The blood-colored demonic patterns attracted the endless power of the demonic Tao. It was as if there was a sea of blood between the heavens and the earth, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that made all things in the world tremble. The dozen experts above the Divine King level who were watching from afar all changed their expressions. At this time they had no choice but to retreat. This was a contest of the power of the Great Tao. This was the method of the extreme Tao experts. Only the extreme Tao experts could comprehend the Great Tao and attract the power of the Great Tao to their body. Although the black-haired young man was only a true demon devil soul, and had not truly regenerated his flesh and blood, he could only use the blood of the true demon to lay down a demonic formation to attract the power of the demonic Tao to resist the ancient divine formation. The ancient Buddha formation was definitely created by the ancient Buddhist Lord and another expert who comprehended the immortal Tao. Although this formation had been around for countless years, it still displayed the power of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei steered the cauldron of mountain and river and retreated far away. At this time, Old Turtle and Hei Tian did not retreat with the dozen God Kings. Instead, they rushed forward and reunited with Gu Fei. "Stinking brat, aren't you afraid that the ominous demon will destroy you too?" The Old Turtle rushed to the mountain and river cauldron and transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was still Li Xuandao. In the eyes of the Shun clan, he was the only surviving ancestor of the Shun clan. The Shun clan did not see through him. "Humph! We still don't know who will destroy who." Gu Fei sneered and transmitted his voice to the Old Turtle. This true demon had been sealed for countless years, so no one knew how much power it had left. However, Gu Fei was certain that this ominous demon would not be able to return to its previous peak state, at least not in a short period of time. With Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique and 2 sacred weapons, Gu Fei was confident that he could fight against this true demon. Working together with the ominous demon is only using each other, Gu Fei coldly said. Gu Fei had no choice but to work together with the ominous demon. With the power of his side, it would be very difficult to break through the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. "Hee, you brat, you seem to be enlightened." The Old Turtle chuckled. "Boss, you want to use underhanded methods against the ominous demon?" The ruffian skeleton Erebus said. He had the air of a ruffian and immediately understood Gu Fei's intention. This is called being vigilant against others, not to mention the ominous demon. Gu Fei expressionlessly said, It would be best if the ominous demon and Little Ball Donkey Fan Show both get injured. Then we can take care of both of them." the old turtle fiercely said. His eyes couldn't help but glance at the two figures shrouded in auspicious Buddhist lights in the distant sky. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk had been watching from the sidelines. They didn't stop the black-haired youth from using his supreme evil aura to break the divine and Buddha ancient formation. No one knew what little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk wanted to do. Don't be too greedy. Gu Fei glared at the old turtle and said in a bad mood. It was a bit unrealistic to let the ominous demon and little monk Fan Xiao have a life and death battle. At this time, only Gu Fei, little monk Fan Xiao, and the ominous demon had the strength to spy on the realm pearl, in the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. Gu Fei knew that little monk Fan Xiao and the ominous demon had scruples. They would never fight first, even if they had an irreconcilable grudge against each other. Little monk Fan Xiao and the ominous demon would never let Gu Fei take advantage of them. Of course, if it wasn't for Gu Fei's appearance, little monk Fan Xiao and the ominous demon might have a chance to fight to the death for the realm pearl. Roar! The black-haired youth roared again and again. His body merged with the demonic formation, attracting the power of the evil path. He displayed his supreme evil aura and fought with the 9 stone men in the divine and Buddha ancient formation. The 9 stone men stood in the middle of the divine and Buddha ancient formation. Divine light shone on their bodies and Tao rhymes circulated. It was as if 9 almighty beings had been reborn. They struck out with terrifying power, shattering the void and attacking the black-haired youth. The Millennium Buddha Lord and the other extreme immortal Tao powerhouse really had heaven-defying means. The 9 stone men displayed their powerful strength. A punch and a kick shook the demonic formation, causing blood light to soar into the sky. If the black-haired demon hadn't borrowed the power of the demonic formation to attract the power of the evil path, his demonic soul would have long been destroyed by the 9 stone men. The 9 stone men each held a chain in their hands, firmly binding the half of the peerless ominous saber. They constantly guided the saber light of the peerless ominous saber to slash at the black-haired demon. The saber light of the peerless ominous saber was domineering and vicious to the extreme. Even the black-haired demon had to retreat. At this time, the evil path power rippled out from the invincible black hole under the divine and Buddha ancient formation, causing the earth to tremble. The divine and Buddha ancient formation unleashed an endless amount of divine force, but it seemed that the power of the ancient formation could not completely suppress the thing in the demonic cave. Rumble! Monstrous evil chi gushed out from the demonic cave as if a peerless evil demon was awakening from its slumber. What the hell is suppressed down there? Gu Fei asked in shock. To be able to set up such a powerful formation to suppress it, the thing in the demonic cave was definitely not a trivial matter. Perhaps there is another true demon suppressed down there. The old tortoise's expression changed several times. If there really was another true demon suppressed here, then it would be troublesome. Could the Millennium Buddha Lord be so abnormal that he actually suppressed 2 true demons in the Naraka Tao? That seemed impossible. Demons born from the heavens and earth were innate true demons. The true demons of the heavens and earth. There were not many such innate true demons. If there were countless innate true demons, the Tung-Long continent would have long been the world of demons. What is being suppressed? Chapter 608. This was the clash of Buddhism, Taoism and Diabolism. There were 3,000 great Taos, and as long as one comprehended the Tao, one would be able to draw the power of the Tao into one's body and possess great magical power that could destroy the world. Endless blood-colored demonic runes interweaved into a terrifying demonic formation that continuously collided with the formation laid out by the power of Buddhism and Taoism. The area within a radius of several dozen miles turned into chaos. The void shattered and the world collapsed. It was simply a land of destruction. The power of Buddhism, Taoism, and Diabolism became the only thing between heaven and earth. The power of the Tao was mighty, and the entire world of death was shaking violently. Countless dead creatures were wailing as if doomsday had arrived. This was not a battle of complete Taos, but merely a trace of the charm of the Tao. However, this power was enough to shock the world, and even a mighty figure would find it difficult to resist. Without achieving the Tao, it would always be empty. Even if one achieved the Tao, one might not necessarily be able to exist forever in the world, and even thousands of tribulations could not erase it. However, cultivators who had not achieved the Tao, regardless of whether they were mighty or unparalleled, were like ants before an extreme path cultivator. The difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. The aura emitted by the three Taos shook everyone's soul and made their hearts palpitate. In front of the power of the Tao, no one could remain unmoved, even if it was an incomplete power of the Tao. This is too terrifying. In the distant sky, Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect the old tortoise and He Tian. He watched the battle from a close distance, and the scene before him shocked him inexplicably. Just how powerful were the extreme path cultivators? Just thinking about it was horrifying. If an extreme path cultivator personally came, the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl and the 9 mountains killing formation could be easily broken. It was even possible to directly destroy this part of the world. Hee. How many extreme path cultivators have truly comprehended the Tao in this world? Since ancient times until now? The old tortoise said coldly. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light as he stared at the earth-shattering battle in front of him. It was rare for 3 types of Tao charm to appear in front of him. This was definitely a kind of opportunity. With the old tortoise's knowledge, he naturally knew the preciousness of the Tao charm. One should know that even if there were extreme path cultivators in the world, it was absolutely difficult to witness a battle between extreme path cultivators. If one could comprehend the Tao charm of others, they might be able to comprehend their own Tao. Comprehending the Tao, once one had an epiphany, one would attain the great Tao. In ancient times, the old tortoise was a mighty figure of the demon clan. If he wanted to go further, there was no other way other than enlightenment. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, the Taoist rhymes from the demon formation, deity formation, and Buddha ancient formation were completely different. The aura of the great Tao was mysterious and ethereal. It was difficult to grasp and comprehend. Gu Fei had a body full of power, but he didn't have that kind of realm. Even if the great Tao's Tao runes appeared in front of him, it would be difficult for him to comprehend anything. In front of them, the demonic formation and the ancient formation of the Buddha and God kept colliding. Blood-colored light soared into the sky. The Buddhist energy was vast and mighty, and the divine light formed by the power of immortals and gods even broke through the void and pierced through the sky. It was impossible to accurately capture what was going on inside. It was a blur, and even Gu Fei and the old tortoise could not see what was going on inside. The power of the great path distorted the void and shattered heaven and earth, blocking everyone's line of sight. Whoosh! Rays of divine light flickered from between Gu Fei's brows. A godly eye emerged from between his brows and opened. The godly immortal eye pierced through the 9 underworlds and scanned forward. The godly immortal eye could see through all illusions and pinpoint the origin. Even the power of the great Tao could not stop it. It was simply a heaven-defying technique. Within the godly immortal eye, there were also Taoist rhymes circulating. Gu Fei could vaguely see the black-haired demonic man and the 9 stone golems fighting endlessly. The 2 formations were shaking violently as if they could collapse at any time. The ancient formation that laid down this heaven and earth killing formation is truly terrifying. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. He saw that the black-haired demonic man was at a disadvantage in the battle against the 9 stone golems. At this time, the old tortoise was focused on comprehending the mighty aura of the great Tao ahead, as if he did not hear Gu Fei's words. He Tian, on the other hand, was stunned by the scene in front of him. Gu Fei's godly immortal eye was previously attacked by the black-haired demonic man's divine sense, but now it had completely recovered. It must be said that Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique was truly incomparably powerful. It was comparable to the indestructible physique cultivated by supreme warriors. Its self-healing ability was very shocking. Boom! A stone fist surrounded by divine light and faintly discernible godly immortal runes slammed into the black-haired demonic man's body, directly blasting the incomparably powerful black-haired demonic man away. A stone golem that was hundreds of meters tall, holding an iron chain in its hand, chased after the black-haired demonic man with eyes as sharp as divine weapons. Whoosh! One of the stone golems drew a supreme blade light into his hand before slashing it out at the black-haired young man who was sent flying. The blade light tore through the void, seeming as if it was going to cleave the entire world into 2. Roar! The black-haired demonic man roared again and again as if he had gone mad. In the midst of his roar, a demonic diagram appeared in front of him. A demonic mountain rushed out from the diagram, directly shattering the peerless blade light that was chasing after him. Then the mountain pressed down on the stone golem 8 steps away. Rumble. As if the 100,000 demonic mountains were sinking, the entire world was shaking. The ancient divine and Buddhist formations below were also shaking violently as demonic chi enveloped the world. Roar. The stone golem roared and directly punched upwards. On the surface of the stone fist, a dazzling divine light burst out, with countless godly immortal runes circling around it. Boom! The stone golem's fist directly smashed into the demonic mountains, shattering the endless mountain range. It directly rushed over like a supreme being towards the black-haired demonic man. It was too powerful, directly shattering the demonic mountains with its strength and attacking the black-haired demonic man. It reached out with its huge hand and directly grabbed at the black-haired demonic man. Preposterous! The black-haired demonic man roared at the sky, his black hair fluttering wildly. A terrifying demonic power surged out from his body like a mountain torrent. A ball of blood-colored demonic light appeared between his eyebrows. Within the demonic light, there were 9 droplets of demonic blood floating. Each droplet of blood contained boundless power. They were like 9 blood-colored worlds that were fixed between the black-haired demon's eyebrows. Swish! A drop of blood rushed out from the blood-colored demonic light, directly piercing through the giant hand of the stone golem. Then, without losing momentum, it pierced through the body of the stone golem. This! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene with his immortal Dao divine eye. That drop of blood actually had such power. Could it be the true demon's blood? The true demon's blood contained a vast amount of demonic energy. 1 drop was enough to turn a piece of land into a sea of blood. The demonic nature was so strong that it could simply demonize everything that came into contact with the demonic blood. Gu Fei discovered that the stone golem that was pierced by the demonic blood began to crumble. The stone body was rapidly corroded by the demonic blood and disappeared in the void. The stone golem was roaring and roaring as if it really had a life of its own. Rays of immortal Dao divine light condensed from the stone body and countless immortal Dao divine runes appeared on the stone body. The immortal Dao divine charm circulated. The stone golem that was pierced by the demonic blood wanted to draw the immortal Dao force to resist the corrosion of the true demon's blood. However, even the immortal Dao force could not stop the corrosion of the true demon's blood. The true demon's blood could demonize everything. It contained the purest demonic power between heaven and earth, and was difficult to expel. However, although the immortal Dao force could not stop the corrosion of the true demon's blood, the speed of the corrosion was obviously reduced. In just an instant, the palm of the stone golem was almost completely corroded. On the chest of the stone golem, there was a large hole with a diameter of several feet. Moreover, the large hole was gradually expanding, and the stone body at the edge of the large hole was constantly dissipating. Roar! The stone golem rushed forward crazily, and a monstrous energy fluctuation was emitted from the stone body. There was endless divine light blooming. He wanted to give the black-haired demon a fatal blow before he was completely corroded by the true demon's blood. At this time, the other 8 stone golems also rushed towards the black-haired demon from all directions. Apart from holding an iron chain in each of the stone golem's hands, there was also a dazzling saber light flickering. The monstrous murderous aura was surging and the domineering aura was vast and mighty. The stone golems that rushed towards the black-haired demon were like 8 supreme experts holding supreme divine weapons. The powerful power that they emitted caused the void to collapse. The 8 stone golems were walking in the collapsed void. Humph! The black-haired demon was besieged by the 8 stone golems, but he did not seem to be nervous at all. Instead, he let out a sneer. Then, like a blood-colored sun, the blood-colored light fixed on the black-haired demon's glabella and 8 blood pearls that emitted endless blood-colored light rushed out. Each drop of blood blossomed with endless blood-colored light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth in a blood-red color. It was as if 8 blood-colored worlds had appeared between the heaven and earth. A terrifying demonic force spread out, causing the hearts of those who sensed it to tremble violently, their faces contorted in agony. The endless blood-colored light emitted a demonic power that was unprecedentedly powerful. Even Gu Fei and the old turtle felt their hearts palpitating. They felt a burst of annoyance as if they wanted to go on a killing spree. The true demon's blood can demonize all things, yet it can even make my mind waver. This is truly terrifying. The old turtle has been awakened by this demonic power. I don't dare to comprehend the Grand Tao's Tao and have no choice but to restrain my mind. Gu Fei was fine. His martial spirit and supreme immortal physique had fused together. When his martial spirit was attacked by the demonic power, his supreme immortal physique automatically reacted and instinctively resisted the invasion of the demonic power. He Tian, on the other hand, was in a much more difficult situation. He directly sat cross-legged on top of the mountain and river cauldron and channeled the supreme mysterious technique of the Undying skeleton clan to resist the demonic power with all his might. The soul flame in his skull was fiercely beating. Chapter 609. The 8 drops of demonic blood pierced through the void and shattered heaven and earth. In an instant, they shot at the other 8 terrifying stone men that were approaching from all directions. Without any suspense, even if the 9 stone men had a trace of the power of the great path left by an extreme powerhouse, they could not resist the blood of the true demon. The other 8 stone men were pierced. Wherever the blood of the true demon passed, everything was destroyed. Some stone men had their heads blown up, some had half of their bodies obliterated, and some had their chests pierced, almost broken in half. All the stone golems were severely injured in an instant. The entire ancient God and Buddha formation shook as if it could collapse at any time. However, the 9 stone men did not retreat because of this. Instead, they completely stimulated the power of the great path contained in their stone bodies and rushed towards the black-haired demon. The 9 broken stone men emitted endless divine light, and the Tao patterns of the immortal path and Buddha Tao were faintly discernible on their stone bodies. The 9 stone men completely stimulated the power of the great path in their bodies. These 9 stone men drew all the power of the divine Buddha ancient formation. The stone men emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy wave. The great formation was collapsing. When the power of the great formation was completely absorbed into the 9 stone men, the entire great formation dissipated, and countless Tao patterns of the immortal path and Buddha disappeared in the void. It was as if there were 9 supreme gods whose bodies were burning with divine flames. They shattered the void and wanted to give the black-haired devil a final fatal blow. Rumble. The 9 stone men did not hesitate to destroy themselves to destroy the black-haired demon and the thing that was trapped in the ancient formation. The earth was collapsing, and the entire world of death was shaking violently. The whole world seemed to be collapsing at any time. The 9 stone men attacked with all their strength and actually shook the entire hell path. The terrifying pressure was like the arrival of an extreme powerhouse. The 9 stone men actually displayed the extreme divine power that could collapse heaven and earth. Oh no! Seeing this, Gu Fei hurriedly retracted his immortal path divine eyes. Then he stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and quickly flew into the distance. The mighty energy wave in front of him was too powerful. Even from 100 miles away, with the protection of the mountain river cauldron's primordial chaos energy, Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The power that erupted from the 9 stone golems was enough to destroy everything. Even an extreme path sacred weapon would not be able to withstand such power. Roar! A muffled roar came from beneath the ground. The entire earth trembled and the ground undulated violently like water. A vast demonic energy came from beneath the earth. It was as if there really was a peerless demon sealed under the ground. Let's fight! The black-haired devil cultivator roared crazily, and 2 sharp demonic lights shot out from his eyes like peerless demonic weapons. Half of the demonic diagram rushed out from his body, blocking outside his body. Endless blood-colored demonic patterns lingered around his body. Among the demonic patterns, there were 3 drops of blood that emitted endless blood-colored light. Those were the other 4 drops of true demon blood that were condensed after the blood-colored demonic array collapsed. This peerless demon used his own 4 drops of true demon blood to set up a demonic array, attracting the power of demonic path to resist the divine and Buddha ancient arrays. When the divine and Buddha ancient arrays collapsed, the demonic array also collapsed. Endless power of demonic path was also gathered by the black-haired devil cultivator. The power of true demon blood was hard to erase. Even if the demonic array collapsed, it would not disappear. The 4 drops of true demon blood once again gathered around the black-haired devil cultivator. That day, when the black-haired devil cultivator refined the entire netherworld blood sea, he only condensed 13 drops of true demon blood. At this time, the power of the 13 drops of true demon blood had been completely guided out. The 9 drops of true demon blood that hit the 9 stone men were like maggots in tarsal bones. At the same time, the 9 drops of true demon blood were attached to the 9 stone men, constantly corroding the stone men. The 9 stone men were emitting divine light. The great power of the burning stone men sealed the entire heaven and earth. The black-haired devil cultivator could not escape at all. The 9 stone men were like 9 almighty experts. In an instant, they collided with the black-haired devil cultivator. Boom! It was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had cracked. Dazzling light shone on the heaven and earth. Rays of divine rainbows pierced through the void and shot out. The terrifying power shattered and destroyed everything. The whole heaven and earth collapsed. The void was like ice under the scorching sun. It collapsed silently. Everything, whether tangible or intangible, turned into nothingness. From the heavens to the earth, a huge hole had been punched through it. This earth-shattering noise spread throughout the Naraka realm. The area within a radius of thousands of miles seemed to have turned into chaos. The mighty power of destruction could destroy everything. Even the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk, who were watching quietly from afar, could not maintain their composure. They set up the Buddha's light and dodged into the distance. The power of destruction raged between heaven and earth, ignoring everything. Like a destructive storm, it swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, whether it was a mountain or a valley, everything was directly wiped out and turned into dust. In the dust that covered the sky and earth, a bright saber light flew out. Like a fierce dragon, it flashed in the sky and emitted a domineering and unparalleled saber chi. It's the peerless murderous saber. Gu Fei had already retreated far away with the mountain and river cauldron. However, when he saw the saber light, he immediately stopped. "We can't let others take it," the old tortoise said loudly. The reason why they attacked the 9 mountains was for this half of the peerless murderous saber. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly flew into the sky. The old tortoise and He Tian also jumped down from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, the mountain and river cauldron rapidly shrank and was grabbed by Gu Fei. The supreme treasures could change their size. When they were big, they could be as big as a mountain. When they were small, they could be so small that it was hard to see with the naked eye. The mountain and river cauldron turned into the size of a fist and was held by Gu Fei. In Gu Fei's hand there was primordial chaos chi flowing, as if he was holding a chaotic world. At this time, Gu Fei could not care so much. He directly used the 8 desolation steps and rushed toward the saber light formed by the peerless murderous saber. This kind of supreme treasures that had been sealed for countless years and still possessed a weapon soul would definitely fly away once it was free. If no one stopped it, no one knew where it would fly to. Sure enough, the saber light that rushed out from the rolling dust made a turn in the void and directly turned into a ray of light that flew toward the east. A fierce murderous energy filled the world. The half of the peerless murderous saber was like the birth of a god of death. The extremely sharp saber light directly cut through the void and tore apart the heaven and earth. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into nothingness. Trying to escape? Gu Fei sneered. His soul fused with Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique, and seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit. Using the supreme immortal physique to use the 8 desolation steps, the speed was even faster than teleportation. Swoosh! Swoosh! With a few steps, Gu Fei had crossed 200 to 300 miles and was about to catch up to the peerless saber light that was flying toward the east. However, it seemed that someone was also eyeing the half of the peerless murderous saber. Boom! The void in front of the peerless murderous saber suddenly collapsed. A giant golden hand reached out from the collapsed space, wanting to grab the half of the murderous saber. Little monk Fan Xiao. Gu Fei angrily roared as his eyes emitted 2 extremely sharp rays of light. He took another step forward and directly appeared in the sky above the half of the murderous saber. Auspicious Buddhist energy surged. In the middle of the giant golden hand, a swastika emerged and created a suction force that could devour the heaven and earth. It sucked in the peerless murderous saber. Buzz! The murderous saber violently vibrated. Countless saber lights bloomed and pierced through the void. It directly broke free from the suction force and rushed out. 8 steps, 8 kills. Gu Fei shouted and directly stomped down on the giant golden hand below. Terrifying immortal path divine power surged under his feet. Rays of purple divine lightning interweaved in endless thunder and lightning emerged, tearing the void and rushing downwards. The giant golden hand could not catch the murderous saber. It turned over and directly met Gu Fei's foot. Boom! The golden and purple brilliance illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Two terrifying forces collided. The giant golden hand collapsed and the first strike of Gu Fei's 8 steps 8 kills was also blocked by the giant golden hand. After a head-on collision, Gu Fei and the little monk Fan Xiu seemed to be equally matched. Neither gained any advantage. Little baldass, you want to take advantage of me? Have you asked for my permission? At this time the old tortoise also rushed up and directly attacked the little monk Fan Xiu. The soaring demonic aura stirred up the heaven and earth. The old tortoise was like a peerless demon. He held the stone tortoise shell and directly smashed it at the little monk Fan Xiu's shiny bald head. The little monk Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk had been watching from the sidelines. However, when the great formation was broken and the murderous saber was freed, they only jumped out. They wanted to take away half of the murderous saber without exerting any strength. The wishful thinking of these two Buddhist almighties was really great. Get lost. The little monk Fan Xiu was expressionless. He directly waved his sleeve and directly sent the old tortoise flying. Too strong. The old tortoise turned pale with fright. He felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. The impact almost shattered all the bones in his body. The old tortoise barely stabilized himself after flying for thousands of feet. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He looked in disbelief at the little monk in front of him who was holding the purple gold alms bowl. How could his cultivation have improved to this level? The old tortoise was shocked. The other party only waved his sleeve and sent him, who had the strength of a quasi-almighty, flying. What did this mean? Chapter 6:10. Little monk Fan Xiu easily brushed away the old turtle, almost scaring the old turtle to death. Little monk Fan Xiu's strength had reached a level where he could easily kill the old turtle. Buddha, he is definitely a Buddha. Otherwise, how could he have such power? The old tortoise wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself. His expression was a little lonely. Not so long ago, the other party was only at the same level as him, but now the other party was at least a level higher than him. The old turtle didn't dare to move forward anymore because he really didn't want to die. This little bald donkey was ruthless. If he were to be provoked, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, Gu Fei stepped into the void and took a second step towards little monk Fan Xiu. The 8 desolation step was not an immortal divine technique, nor was it a supreme technique. It was a martial technique, the 8 steps 8 murders. With each step its power would instantly increase by several times. Boom! The entire heaven and earth violently trembled along with Gu Fei's stomp. The void couldn't withstand this power and directly collapsed. The collapse of the void turned into a terrifying destructive force that enveloped little monk Fan Xiu below. Everything under Gu Fei's feet turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The power of the 8 steps 8 murders with a supreme immortal physique had reached an unimaginable level. Even Gu Fei himself was surprised by such a powerful force. An ancient battle technique was enough to shatter the void and was unstoppable. Its power was definitely not inferior to any immortal divine technique or supreme technique. In fact, it might even surpass them. It was no wonder that in the ancient times, Grand Completion Supreme cultivators were able to compete against the Immortal Path's Supreme Existences and the Buddhist Path's Buddhas. They were known to be invincible within the same level. Supreme cultivators in the ancient times were the most powerful and the most difficult to deal with existences in this world. The indestructible martial physique was unparalleled. Their physical strength alone was enough to cause headaches for all opponents. Facing this terrifying attack, little monk Fan Xiu still had a peaceful expression. Waves of Buddhist light flowed around his body and a golden halo appeared behind his head. This was definitely a phenomenon that only a Buddha could have. He gently raised the purple gold alms bowl. Return! With a light shout, the mouth of the purple gold alms bowl immediately bloomed with Buddha light. As if a golden Buddha world appeared in the alms bowl. The purple gold alms bowl released a heaven-devouring power, wanting to suck Gu Fei into the auspicious Buddhist kingdom in the alms bowl. The entire void shook a few times. The destructive energy descending from the sky was actually guided and blocked by the purple gold alms bowl, and all of it was devoured by the purple gold alms bowl. Preposterous! Gu Fei cursed in his heart, but he did not withdraw his killing move. Instead, he took a second step towards little monk Fanxiu. The power of destruction was surging under his feet. The purple gold alms bowl in the little monk Fanxiu's hand kept vibrating, as if there was a Sanskrit sound that could cleanse one's soul. Even though the purple gold alms bowl displayed the power to devour heaven and earth, it was still unable to completely dissolve the power of Gu Fei's second step. The second step of the 8 steps 8 kills was simply too powerful. It was difficult to completely block, guide, and devour it. Boom! Gu Fei's foot stomped on the purple gold alms bowl fiercely. The powerful force directly caused the purple gold alms bowl that little monk Fanxiu was holding to flicker and sink. Little monk Fanxiu only felt a strong force coming from the purple gold alms bowl. The arm that was holding the purple gold alms bowl was immediately shaken to the point of numbness. Just as Gu Fei and little monk Fanxiu exchanged blows, the sharp saber radiance that was formed by the half of the peerless ominous saber flew towards the south again. Swoosh! The Buddha light flickered, and the nameless old monk suddenly appeared in front of the peerless ominous saber. Then, he directly reached out to grab the peerless ominous saber. The Buddha light burst out, and a huge golden hand appeared in front of the nameless old monk. 5 fingers were like divine pillars cast in gold, sealing the peerless ominous saber from all directions. Wherever the 5 fingers passed, the void also collapsed. A vast amount of Buddhist energy surged out from the golden hand. The great power sealed the entire void and intercepted the half of the peerless ominous saber. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. After stomping on little monk Fanxiu, he immediately took a third step. This third step was not aimed at little monk Fanxiu, but at the nameless old monk. Bam! The nameless old monk was immediately trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei, and the huge golden hand dissipated immediately. Boom! The nameless old monk was simply no match for Gu Fei. Buzz! At this time the peerless ominous saber also felt the danger, and its murderous aura soared to the sky. It shook continuously, and the half of the saber released a dazzling saber radiance, cutting the void and soared into the sky trying to escape. The ominous saber had a spirit, and it would definitely not be subdued obediently. Gu Fei hurriedly took a step forward, and with the speed of 8 steps, he chased after it in an instant. Then he stretched out his hand, and grabbed the other half of the ominous saber. His right hand emitted the power of the 5 elements, and there were 5 kinds of divine lights flickering. He was using the 5 elements catching technique, and wanted to subdue the other half of the ominous saber. The power of the 5 elements catching technique sealed the void, and the other half of the ominous saber was completely enveloped by Gu Fei's power. It could be said that it was easy to subdue it. However, at this time, an auspicious Sanskrit sound was heard, as if thousands of Buddhas were chanting. This auspicious Sanskrit sound entered Gu Fei's ears, and it was more terrifying than any sound attack. Gu Fei only felt that his divine soul was shaken, and his Niwen palace was trembling. The divine soul in his Niwen palace was actually showing signs of being pulled out of his body. Although the Sanskrit sound was incomparably auspicious, it directly shook Gu Fei's divine soul. His outstretched hand froze in the void. The 5 elements catching technique actually collapsed on its own, and the power of the 5 elements condensed into a finger dissipated in the void. The Sanskrit sound lingered, causing Gu Fei to feel drowsy. His divine soul was about to fall into endless darkness, and his rainbow-like battle intent actually turned peaceful. The legendary Buddhist chant of Devanaga? Gu Fei suddenly woke up, and then he raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. The rumbling sound waves spread out, and the might of this roar even scattered the clouds in the sky. The Sanskrit sound that lingered in the air was immediately dispersed. Damn it! Gu Fei roared and directly struck out the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing the little monk Fanxiu. Primordial chaos chi descended from the mountain and river cauldron, and like a chaotic divine mountain, it descended towards the little monk Fanxiu. He no longer held back. This little monk was really despicable. He had teamed up with the demon to break through the 9 mountains, but this guy suddenly jumped out at this time, wanting to take advantage of the situation. How could there be such a thing in the world? Seeing Gu Fei strike out with the mountain and river cauldron, even the little monk Fanxiu was immediately moved. If the mountain and river cauldron displayed its extreme power, even a real Buddha would have a headache. At the same time, swoosh! A purple divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian, and slashed towards the nameless old monk who was collecting the half of the peerless saber. A shocking sword aura that made everyone's heart palpitate immediately appeared in the sky, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Chapter 6:11. Gu Fei finally attacked with all his might. He used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress little monk Fan Xiu, and swung the purple gold divine sword, which turned into a sharp sword light that was like purple lightning. It cut through the void and slashed at the nameless old monk. Under Gu Fei's full power, the Extreme Path treasure faintly displayed a hint of the Extreme Path's power. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron, which was surrounded by primordial chaos chi, grew to the size of a mountain and covered the entire sky. It was as if hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains were descending. The void below the mountain and river cauldron collapsed and the power of destruction spread across the sky. Even little monk Fan Xiu could not remain calm at this moment. Boom! A brilliant Buddhist light suddenly burst out from little monk Fan Xiu's skinny body. The space where he was standing was immediately shattered by the mighty Buddhist power that came out from his body. The shadow of a Buddha appeared on little monk Fan Xiu's body. He was holding a flower and smiling as he sat cross-legged on the 9-grade lotus platform. The Buddha power shook the heavens and the earth as if a real Buddha had descended. Swoosh! The green jade ring blade rushed out of little monk Fan Xiu's body. On the blade, there was an aquamarine saber chi that was like water ripples. It was extremely sharp but also had a hint of peace. It was clearly a weapon for killing, but it had a hint of peace. This green jade ring blade that was refined by the ancient Buddha was really a strange Buddhist sacred weapon. After the green jade ring blade rushed out of little monk Fan Xiu's body, he grabbed it in his hand. Then, without hesitation, he slashed the blade upwards. The aquamarine saber light shot up into the sky and turned into an aquamarine divine rainbow. It broke through the sky and slashed towards the mountain and river cauldron that was pressing down. The dazzling saber radiance illuminated the entire world in emerald green. The boundless Buddhist energy turned into a shocking saber radiance. Around the saber radiance, one could vaguely see the Buddhist Tao patterns faintly appearing. On the other side, the nameless old monk did not dare to take the purple gold divine sword head-on. He hurriedly broke the void and dodged. At this moment, a jade hand that seemed to be carved out of divine jade suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the half of the peerless blade that was about to fly away. When Gu Fei saw the peerless ominous saber being taken away, his eyes turned red. He had spent so much effort just to obtain this peerless ominous saber from the 9 mountains. With a thought, he directly drove the purple gold divine sword, which had missed its target, towards the jade-like hand that was holding onto the peerless murderous saber. He wanted to take back the peerless murderous saber. The unparalleled sword chi tore the void apart and destroyed everything. Under the sword light, everything that was tangible and intangible was destroyed. It was simply endless. This was the power of an extreme path sacred weapon. Even if it didn't unleash its full power, it could still slash through the void and kill supreme experts. Boom! Just as Gu Fei drove the purple gold divine sword towards the jade-like hand, there was a loud bang. The mountain and river cauldron and the green jade ring blade collided violently. The primordial chaos chi that was released from the mountain and river cauldron was the most primordial origin chi in the world. It was as heavy as 100,000 divine mountains. The green jade ring blade's saber light shattered and turned into specks of aquamarine starlight that dissipated into the void. Little monk Fan Xiu was sent flying. A trace of golden blood seeped out of his hands that were holding the blade. The violent power of the mountain and river cauldron had not only shattered the saber light, it had also ruptured the webbing between his thumb and index finger. Mountain and river cauldron. Little monk Fan Xiu was sent flying thousands of feet away before he stopped. He stood with his blade in hand and looked at the mountain and river cauldron in front of him, which seemed to be shrouded by a chaotic void. He said in a low voice, the webbing between his thumb and index finger was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden blood that flowed out also retreated and disappeared under his skin. Little monk Fan Xiu's body was also extremely strong. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron, which was as large as a mountain, flew up nearly 100 feet. The primordial chaos chi was vast and mighty, and the power that the mountain and river cauldron emitted froze the entire void. Under the suppression of the cauldron of mountain and river, the nameless old monk fell out of the void. The void was frozen by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. The nameless old monk could no longer shatter the void and use his teleportation technique. The nameless old monk was in a sorry state. He felt that the void around him was about to solidify into divine metal. Although he was not really frozen in the void, the movement of his body was affected. The jade-like hand that had grabbed the peerless murderous blade also stopped for a moment under the power of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, the sword light formed by the purple gold divine sword had already arrived. The jade-like hand could not avoid the strangulation of the purple gold divine sword. However, it directly waved the peerless murderous blade in its hand and slashed at the purple gold divine sword. Swoosh! A dazzling saber light shot out from the peerless murderous blade that the jade-like hand was holding. It cut through the void and met the purple gold divine sword. A domineering and extremely tragic aura immediately filled the air. When the peerless murderous blade appeared, its murderous aura soared into the sky and the blade dominated the world. This shocking blade will made one's heart palpitate. Those with a lower level of cultivation would probably not be able to withstand this aura without even exchanging blows. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the 9 heavens and reverberated between heaven and earth. After the peerless murderous blade and the purple gold divine sword collided, an endless amount of sword chi and saber chi exploded like a flash flood. Like thousands of sabers and swords, the extremely sharp sword chi and the extremely fierce saber chi shot out in all directions. They were like peerless weapons, piercing through the void and destroying the world. Wherever the sword light and saber light passed, they left behind a pitch-black spatial crack. Therefore, countless spatial cracks appeared between heaven and earth. Boom! The owner of the jade-like hand appeared in the void. Her body trembled and the void trembled violently. The countless sword light and saber chi that pierced towards her were all shattered. They could not even get close to that person. However, Gu Fei did not have the ability to directly shatter the sword light and saber light emitted by the peerless treasures like the person who had suddenly appeared. When the purple gold divine sword and the peerless murderous blade collided, he had already retreated and arrived below the mountain and river cauldron. When the endless sword light and saber chi exploded, the mountain and river cauldron shook continuously and released wisps of chaotic primordial chi that sealed the void and protected Gu Fei inside. Although the sword light and saber light that broke through the void had great power that could even destroy the void, they were all blocked outside of Gu Fei's body. It took no effort at all, haha. The person held the half of the peerless murderous blade, and did not care about the sharpness of the peerless murderous blade. He laughed loudly and his voice shook the sky. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that in the Hell Realm, besides Li Xuandao of the Shun clan, the unlucky guy whose fruit of Wei had been taken by Gu Fei, the black-haired demon, and the little monk Fan Xiu, there was a fourth person with heaven-defying cultivation. Moreover, this person had actually been hiding at the side and only suddenly made a move at this time, successfully taking away the half of the peerless murderous blade. Gu Fei and the black-haired demon had expended a lot of effort to break through the 9 mountains. The black-haired demon had even risked being obliterated by the ancient god and Buddha formations, and did not hesitate to use the blood of the true demon to break through the formations. However, all the efforts of Gu Fei and the black-haired demon had been in vain after the person took away the peerless murderous blade. In the end, they had actually benefited others. Swoosh! The purple sword light flashed and the purple gold divine sword flew back into Gu Fei's hand. The divine sword vibrated gently and Gu Fei could feel a strong battle intent coming from the purple gold divine sword's sword soul. The peerless murderous blade had stimulated the sword soul's battle intent. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky, his long hair dancing wildly. He was furious and his eyes had turned red. He stood under the mountain and river cauldron and pointed at the mysterious person holding the peerless murderous blade. He shouted angrily, "Who are you?" His battle intent was like a rainbow. He would never let the mysterious person take away the half of the peerless murderous blade so easily. At this time, the terrifying power that erupted from the 9 stone men's self-destruction was still wreaking havoc between heaven and earth, but it was gradually weakening. The sky and the earth that had been pierced through were gradually repairing themselves. As long as the realm pearl, the source of this dead world, was not destroyed, the world would not truly collapse. The power of heaven and earth would automatically repair the collapsed void. Jade Bone Demon. Before the mysterious man could reply, A voice that seemed to come from a faraway void rang out. Although this voice wasn't very loud, it reached the ears of everyone present, including the divine race members who had already retreated thousands of miles away. You old antique, you actually didn't die even after that. You're really lucky. The layer of light that enveloped the mysterious person gradually dissipated. When everyone present saw the mysterious person's true appearance, they couldn't help but be shocked. This mysterious person was very strange. Although he had the appearance of a human at a glance, they could tell that this mysterious person was definitely not human. The mysterious person's skin was actually the same as the jade hand that grabbed the peerless murderous blade. It was also crystal clear and flickered with a little brilliance. His skin and flesh were like divine jade. Furthermore, his skin and flesh were actually transparent. One could see the bones beneath his skin and flesh. The bones under the skin were also crystal clear like divine jade. This mysterious person looked like a jade man that was carved out of a peerless piece of divine jade. You are not dead yet. How can I die so easily? The ethereal voice in the void rang out once again. At this time, Gu Fei, Fan Xiu, the little monk, and the others had already sensed the source of the voice. The voice had actually come from the ground that had been pierced by the 9 stone men's self-destruction. That demon is not dead? Chapter 6:12. It was unbelievable that the self-destruction of the 9 stone golems had failed to destroy the demon's soul. Could it be that not even the power of the great Tao could kill a connate divine demon? Rumble. The ground that had been pierced through was shaking, and a demonic aura that made everyone's heart palpitate emanated from the pitch-black bottomless abyss. The 5 elemental devil originates from the 5 elements, and is one of the 5 evils of the world. Earth demon, others might not know your background, but I do. Stop trying to be mysterious and come out. Jadebone demon, whose body was glowing, stared at the pitch-black hole below and said gravely, "Damn! The origin of that ferocious devil." In the distant sky, the old tortoise couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the Jadebone devil's words. Others might not know what the 5 evils of the world were, but he did. At the beginning of the world, righteous and evil mutually countered each other. The power of the 5 elements gave birth to the 5 elemental divine being, but at the same time it also gave birth to the 5 elemental primordial demon. The 5 elemental primordial demon was born from the power of the 5 evils of the world. The demon trapped in the hell realm is the primitive earth demon? The divine monarchs of the celestial race were also stunned by the Jadebone devil's words. They were the disciples and grand disciples of the supreme Tao ancestor, so they naturally knew some secrets of the world that outsiders didn't. They knew the origin of the 5 elemental primordial demon. Jadebone devil, you better behave yourself in front of me. A sinister voice came from the bottomless abyss formed by the collapse of the ground. Those words seemed to contain some sort of strange power. When they entered one's ears, it caused one to feel an indescribable sense of irritation. One would want to shout loudly and vent one's anger. The words of the primitive earth demon were filled with a demonic nature that could affect the mental state of everyone present. Although it wasn't enough to trigger the inner demons hidden in the depths of their hearts, it was enough to make it difficult for them to maintain their fighting mentality. Brat, we're in big trouble now. The primitive earth demon is not to be trifled with. The old turtle told Gu Fei telepathically about the black-haired demon's origins. Preposterous, a fiend god born from heaven and earth, this. After learning of the black-haired devil's origins, Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The background of the other party was simply too great. This was definitely the most ancient demon in the world, a terrifying existence on the same level as the legendary innate gods. The era that the primordial earth demon lived in was much older than the ancient era that the Buddhist masters, the supreme Tao ancestors, the supreme martial progenitors, and the other extreme martial progenitors lived in. It was hard to imagine how the Buddhist lord and the supreme Tao ancestor managed to seal the primordial great demon in the hell realm. An extreme expert was actually as strong as an innate divine demon. This was also one of the reasons why Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. This also meant that the acquired cultivation was limitless. As long as one was able to comprehend the Tao, and draw upon the energy of the grand Tao to augment oneself, one would be able to become the strongest existence in the world. Humph! You've been sealed by the Buddhist Lord and the supreme Tao ancestor for countless years. The force of the heavens and earth in this world is constantly depleting your strength. You're extremely weak now, what's the point? The Jade Bone Demon said in a deep voice. A strange crystal-clear force flowed on its skin. The Jade Bone Demon's body was too strange, as if it was carved out of peerless godly jade. Its body possessed a terrifying demonic energy. Ha ha! Amid the laughter, a figure emerged from the bottomless hole under the ground. Even so, it's more than enough to kill you. It was a young man with black hair and a pale face. His long hair drifted wildly in the wind as he attacked the Jade Bone Demon in the sky. A pitch-black demonic hand sprang forward and expanded to the size of a mountain. It emitted a formidable demonic force and grabbed at the Jade Bone Demon. Enveloped by the demon hand, a part of the void was directly shattered by the demon hand's demonic power. Not only did the demon hand not die, but it also became even more powerful. The destructive force from the self-destruction of the 9 stone golems pierced through the sky and earth. At this moment, the shattered sky and earth had yet to recover. Everyone stayed far away from the void zone that had turned into primal chaos and nothingness. The Jade Bone Demon was hundreds of miles away from the shattered earth. However, the primordial earth demon arrived as soon as he said he would. The true demon hand shattered the void and reached the Jade Bone Demon in an instant. The hand blocked the sky and emitted a vast demonic force that sealed the entire void. It slammed down on the Jade Bone Demon like it was swatting a fly. Do you still think that you're the primordial earth demon who fought everywhere in the world? The Jade Bone Demon sneered. He was not nervous at all in the face of the demonic hand. As he spoke, he waved the broken half of the peerless saber in his hand and slashed at the true demon hand. Whoosh! The brutal and domineering saber aura surged and split the sky and earth, splitting the true demon hand in half. Then the Jade Bone Demon rushed through the broken hand and charged at the primordial earth demon. The peerless saber emitted a domineering and brutal killing intent. The entire world shook violently under the impact of the saber aura. The two demons did not seem to be on the same side. They actually started fighting. The little monk Fan Xiu did not make a move. The little monk was very shrewd. He looked at the demon fighting in the sky quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. As for Gu Fei, with the mountain and river cauldron above his head and the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he stared coldly at the scene in front of him. Although he was furious, he did not let it get to his head. Since the little monk Fan Xiu did not make a move, he was also watching. He did not want to give the little monk Fan Xiu another chance. As for the old tortoise, Haitian, and the Protoss, they did not dare to approach. They watched from afar. A battle between mighty beings like this was not something they could interfere with. The old tortoise, the Protoss clan leader Li Jingxia, and the hierarchy Fan were all super experts. They were only one step away from the realm of mighty beings, but they were still not mighty beings. If they were not mighty beings, they would only die if they went forward. The Jade Bone Demon held the broken half of the peerless saber and fought the primordial earth demon. The saber radiance soared into the sky and the aura of the peerless saber filled the world. The mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei trembled slightly as it felt the aura of the peerless saber. This supreme treasure was a divine treasure that had already given birth to a cauldron soul. It wanted to soar into the sky and fight against the peerless saber. Gu Fei could feel the raging battle intent from the cauldron soul. However, he could not let the cauldron fly because he did not want to help the primordial earth demon. He knew very well that these guys would eventually become his rivals for the Hell Realm. Gu Fei could not wait for the Jade Bone Demon and the primordial earth demon to fight to the death. Kid, why don't we join forces and kill this Jade Bone Demon first? Suddenly, the primordial earth demon's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. The primordial earth demon still had the time to talk to him in the middle of a battle? This demon. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. This demon seemed to be at ease. What was going on? The 9 stone golems self-destructed and unleashed a devastating attack. Why was this guy unharmed? Chapter 6:13. The primordial demon wanted Gu Fei to join hands and destroy the Jade Bone Demon. But Gu Fei would never work for this demon, so he refused. Working together required mutual benefits as the foundation. Gu Fei wouldn't gain anything from dealing with the Jade Bone Devil. It was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Only a fool would do such a thing. The Jade Bone Demon was unstoppable. The half-broken saber in his hand swept in all directions. The domineering saber radiance traveled thousands of feet, splitting the void and splitting the world. Wherever the saber light passed, it was indestructible, leaving behind pitch-black spatial cracks. With the saber in hand, the Jadebone demon was like a reincarnated war demon. He broke through several of the primordial demon's terrifying demonic arts and reached the primordial demon. Whoosh! The Jadebone demon raised the saber and brought it down on the primordial demon. The dazzling saber radiance lit up the gloomy world. The murderous aura even dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. Even Gu Fei, who was watching from afar, felt a wave of coldness wash over him. The chilling saber radiance spread out, causing the temperature of the world to plummet. This saber. Gu Fei stared at the dazzling saber radiance, his eyes flashing. At this moment, the saber radiance seemed to have become the only thing in the world, exuding a murderous aura that made one's heart palpitate. This was only a half-broken saber, yet it already possessed such terrifying power. It was hard to imagine how powerful this peerless saber would be when it was in perfect condition. Whoosh! To think that the primordial demon's body was sliced into two. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's eyes popped out. No way! But then he realized that something was amiss. The primordial demon would not fall for this easily. The divine eyes of the immortal path emerged from his brow, opened and scanned forward. It was an afterimage, not the real body of the primordial great demon. The real body of the primordial great demon had already fled into the void. Even with Gu Fei's immortal Dao divine eye, it was almost impossible to capture primordial great demon's figure. With his immortal Dao divine eyes, Gu Fei saw a few extremely faint shadows flashing around the Jadebone demon, as if a few people were attacking it at the same time. Roar! Jadebone demon sensed the danger. He roared and swung his saber in all directions. Unparalleled saber chi shot out in all directions, turning the space around him into an ocean of saber chi. Demonic diagram devours heaven and earth. The roar of the primordial demon came from the void. Then a complete demon diagram suddenly rushed out of the void. Not only did it block the peerless blade aura, it also enveloped the demon of Jadebone. Above the demonic diagram, demonic chi surged. Countless mysterious demonic runes appeared, and Taoist rhymes circulated around it. After that, a world appeared above the diagram, giving birth to a heaven-devouring force that swallowed the Jadebone demon into the diagram. Demonic energy surged, as if a world was about to burst out of the demon diagram. Within the endless demonic energy, mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen, emitting waves of energy. This was the complete demon diagram, not the half. There was a world within the diagram. Could it be? The Nine Mountains Savage Grounds is the other half of the diagram? Gu Fei couldn't help but be astonished. He had once seen this ferocious devil fight against little monk Fan Xiao with only half a diagram, but this time the diagram was complete. Only little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk's expressions remained unchanged. Their expressions were peaceful, as if they were Buddhas, displaying a merciful aura. It was as if they knew this would happen. Seeing the complete demon diagram, they did not move. Not even a trace of emotion could be seen on their faces. Gu Fei worked for nothing, but the primordial demon's luck was much better than Gu Fei's. He had clearly gotten what he wanted. The demon diagram swallowed the heaven and earth, displaying its demonic might. Even the void under the demon diagram collapsed and was swallowed into the diagram. The power of the complete demon diagram was unimaginable. This is what you get for underestimating me. The primitive great demon stretched out a hand. The demonic diagram fluttered and immediately flew back to the primitive great demon. Demonic energy surged, and the world that emerged from the diagram gradually disappeared into it. After the demon diagram swallowed the demon of Jadebone, one could vaguely see a small silhouette dashing left and right, trying to break out of the diagram. The powerful demon of Jadebone lost just like that? Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. The demon of Jadebone had the terrifying strength to challenge the primordial demon. How did he lose so easily? Just a struggle before death. The primordial demon seemed to be very confident in his demon treasure. He waved his hand, and the demon diagram immediately spread out before him. Then the primal demon of primal origin sent out lines of demonic patterns to the demonic diagram before him. The patterns sank into the diagram, and the scenery of the world on the diagram began to gradually turn into paintings imprinted on the diagram. The world inside the demon diagram was changing, being sealed into a picture. The demon diagram shook and fluttered. The primordial demon wanted to completely destroy the demon of jade bone. Roar! You want to stop me? Not unless you recover your invincible cultivation. The jade bone demon roared again and again in the demonic diagram. The half of the peerless saber in his hand emitted a tyrannical and horrifying saber chi that slashed in all directions. The mountains in the demonic diagram collapsed under the saber light. The deadly blade aura was vaguely coming out of the demon diagram. The demon diagram seemed to be unable to stop the blade, and of course could not stop the demon of jade bone. How dare you? The primordial demon activated his demonic power. Mysterious demonic marks condensed between his hands and imprinted themselves on the demon diagram before him. However, no matter how he cast demonic secret arts and formed demonic marks, he could not completely destroy the demon of jade bone and the blade. This thing of yours is not very powerful. I'm done playing with you. The demon of jade bone seemed to be very relaxed in the demon diagram. As he spoke, the blade in the demon of jade bone's hand shone with an extremely bright light. The demon diagram could not suppress this brutal blade aura at all. Rumble. The mountains in the demonic diagram continued to crumble as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The demonic diagram shook violently as demonic chi surged violently. Countless demonic patterns appeared, and each demonic pattern emitted a bright light as the power of the Tao circulated above them. The demon diagram did not collapse, but the world within the demon diagram was nearly destroyed and turned into a chaotic void. Roar! The demon of jade bone roared to the sky. He raised the blade with all his might. His jade-like face turned ferocious, and a strange demonic power surged around him. Break! The demon of jade bone roared madly. He used all the power in his body and slashed. Chi! Like a fine piece of silk being cut open by a pair of sharp scissors, the blade aura shot out from the blade was tens of thousands of meters long. Wherever the blade aura went, there was nothing it could not destroy. Where the blade aura pointed, even the demon diagram that the primordial demon of jade bone had refined for countless years was cut open by the blade aura. The blurry world inside the diagram seemed to be cut in half by the blade aura. The primordial demon was shocked. He was standing right in front of the demon diagram, and was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The extremely terrifying blade aura came out of the demon diagram and slashed towards him. Damn it! The primordial demon of jade bone roared. He could no longer care about the demon glyphs and the demon of jade bone. He shattered the void and dodged. In the next moment, this tyrannical and extremely powerful saber shot up high into the sky, the incomparably fierce saber chi. Swoosh! It was like a piece of cloth being torn apart, and it sliced open a rift that was over 10 kilometers long in the heavens and the earth in space. In the end, the peerless saber glow slowly withdrew and dimmed, before disappearing into the rift. The demon of jade bone broke the demon diagram and rushed out. At this moment, a huge cauldron silently appeared before the demon of jade bone and slammed towards him. The huge cauldron came too suddenly. The demon of jade bone had forced the primordial demon of jade bone back. He did not expect someone to attack him at this time. He had nowhere to run. More accurately, he was the one who rammed into the cauldron. Bang! The huge cauldron made the most intimate contact with the demon of jade bone, who had just rushed out of the demon diagram. Boom! The huge cauldron shook violently and displayed a trace of extreme power. Chaotic primordial energy exploded and the demon of jade bone flew back screaming. He flew for dozens of li before he stopped. The violent collision even knocked the demon of jade bone's blade out of his hand. A large hand reached out from the side and grabbed the peerless ominous saber that had been sent flying. Ah! Jade bone demon roared crazily. He had never been so angry before. His eyes, which were as bright as jade, instantly turned red. At this moment, the demon of jade bone seemed to have gone mad. His jade-like jade body was filled with cracks. It was like an exquisite jade artifact had exploded. No blood seeped out. Only the white, misty demonic energy seeped out from the cracked skin. It was extremely strange. Die! The jade bone demon was enraged. His entire body emitted a dazzling demonic light as he charged towards the person who ambushed him. The person who dared to ambush him, if he didn't tear the person's body into 1,000 pieces, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Chapter 6:14. This was originally mine. I'm just taking back what belongs to me, Gu Fei said in a deep voice as he stared at the charging Jade-Bone Demon with the other half of the peerless ominous saber in his hand. The Jade-Bone Demon was not a Khanate divine demon born from heaven and earth, but it was comparable to a Khanate divine demon. However, just like the primordial great demon, it seemed to have suffered unimaginable damage. Its demonic body had problems, and it no longer had the terrifying cultivation it once had. But even so, when this demon went all out, its ferocity was unparalleled. Boundless demonic energy shook the heavens and the earth. Blazing demonic light pierced through the void and shattered it. It was as if it was traversing through the primal chaos, directly attacking Gu Fei. Gu Fei's sneak attack made the Jade-Bone Demon feel the greatest humiliation. He wanted nothing more than to tear Gu Fei to pieces, to destroy Gu Fei's divine soul forever, so that Gu Fei would suffer the pain of soul refinement, unable to reincarnate. For an expert like Gu Fei, even if his physical body was destroyed, he would not die. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to reconstruct his physical body. Only by destroying his powerful spirit would one be able to truly kill such an existence. This was also why even if a supreme warrior died, the indestructible martial body would still exist. It was because the martial body was indestructible and could exist forever in the world. However, if one's soul was shattered, even a supreme warrior with an indestructible martial body would have to bear a grudge. 9 heavenly layers of demon. The Jade-Bone Demon roared. His entire body emitted endless demonic light. This demonic light was not as black as ink, but as gentle as moonlight, illuminating the entire world. Rumble. As if the 9 heavens and earth were descending, endless demonic light enveloped the world, turning into 9 layers of heavenly curtains. 9 hazy worlds came crashing down on Gu Fei. The terrifying demonic power directly shook the entire Hell Dao. The Jade-Bone Demon was going all out. One could imagine how angry he was. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head began to vibrate. Primordial chaos energy surged, and an ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primal chaos surged. The cauldron of mountain and river displayed a sliver of the divine might of the extreme Tao. Heaven and earth seemed to have transformed into a piece of divine metal. Even the void space was frozen. The 9 layers of sky screen descended and collided with the mountain-river cauldron. The mountain-river cauldron stabilized a part of the world and blocked the descending first layer of sky screen. Damn it! The Jade-Bone Demon was above the 9 demonic heavens as he roared angrily. There was no reason for him not to recognize the mountain and river cauldron. This was because the era he lived in was the primordial era where the ancient Buddhist Lord and the supreme Tao ancestor rose together. The mountain river cauldron was an extreme sacred weapon refined by a ruthless person. During the desolate era, the true use of the mountain river cauldron was not for fighting, but for controlling the earth, rivers, and mountains. As the mountain river cauldron contained a wisp of primordial chaos chi, it was able to stabilize a part of the world. The first level of the 9-tier demonic heavens was blocked by the mountain river cauldron without any suspense. Rumble. The second layer of the demonic sky descended again, and it was as if a whole world was faintly discernible within the hazy demonic light, emitting a destructive aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if heaven and earth were destroying all life. The Jade-Bone Devil seemed to have attracted the might of heaven and earth. Pung. The second layer of the demonic sky pressed down, causing the mountain river cauldron to tremble violently. The void that was enveloped by the demonic sky instantly shattered. The power displayed by the second layer of the demonic sky was extremely terrifying. The mountain river cauldron seemed to have stabilized a part of the world. Endless demonic power surged out from the second layer of the demonic sky, shattering and destroying everything. However, the ancient cauldron was like a primordial divine mountain that was fixed in the void. Although it trembled repeatedly, it was not pushed down by the second layer of the demonic sky. Good. The mountain river cauldron lives up to its name. The Jade-Bone Devil stood above the 9-tier demonic heavens and shouted loudly. The third layer of the demonic sky immediately descended from the sky. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He rushed into the sky and stood above the mountain river cauldron. He raised his head and looked up. His left hand gripped the saber and his right hand held the purple gold divine sword. His long hair danced in the wind and he looked extremely powerful. He was not a person who would let others attack him without retaliating. He was a person who could distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Jadebone Demon had gone too far. First, he had snatched the other half of the peerless ominous saber. Then, after the peerless ominous saber was taken back by Gu Fei, he had been entangled with Gu Fei endlessly. One should know that the reason why he spent so much effort to attack the 9 mountains was because of this half of the saber. At this time, little monk Fan Xiao and the demon of primordial origin were watching from the sidelines. They had no intention of making a move. They wanted nothing more than for Gu Fei and the Jadebone Devil to fight to the bitter end. If Gu Fei and the Jadebone Devil were to fight to the bitter end, then there would be 2 less people to fight for the world origin orb of the Naraka realm. There was no one who did not covet the Naraka realm left behind by the ancient Buddha. Everyone wanted to refine this world of death, become its master, and revitalize the death world. The time of the death world must be reopened by their own hands. This was everyone's ultimate goal. Even if the 9 dragons' fight for the pearl was defeated, a great battle was unavoidable. An almost perfect world was enough to make even the strongest go crazy. Ancestor, bastard, boss. The celestial race, the old tortoise, Erebus, and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. This was especially true for the old tortoise who knew of the Jadebone Demon's origins. Although this demon wasn't an innate god born from the heaven and earth, it was comparable to one. Among the post-celestial great demons, the Jadebone Demon was definitely one of the top figures. In ancient times, there was a rumor that the Jadebone Demon had once encountered a Tao ancestor who had yet to attain the Tao and was able to escape unscathed from the battle. Anyone who could understand the great Tao and become an extreme Tao expert was without a doubt a brilliant talent. At a young age, they were already outstanding and looked down on their peers. Regardless of whether the Jadebone Devil had fought with a Tao ancestor before attaining Tao, the existence of such a rumor was enough to prove the terror and strength of the Jadebone Devil. Gu Fei did not know of the Jadebone Devil's origins. As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He dared to point his sword at the primordial demon and the Jadebone Devil, his battle intent surging. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently. Primordial chaos chi surged violently and rolled up against the sky. It shattered the first demon's sky, pierced through the second demon's sky, and shook the third demon's sky. The terrifying power shook the heavens and the earth. Gu Fei stood on the mountain and river cauldron and pointed his sword at the Jadebone Devil who stood above the 9th demon's sky. A terrifying pressure emanated from his body. At this moment he was extremely powerful. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron stabilized the descending 3rd demon's sky and then rose up. Gu Fei was like a peerless deity. His body emitted endless divine light as he pressed towards the Jadebone Devil above the 9th demon's sky. The descending 3rd demonic sky was shaking violently. The blurry world seemed like it could completely collapse at any moment. The 9th demon's sky was a terrifying mystique cultivated by the Jadebone Devil. With supreme demonic power, it evolved the 9 heavens imperial court. When it descended, it was as if the 9 heavens were descending. It could obliterate all tangible and intangible things that shrouded the 9th demon's sky. However, this 9th demon's sky had been broken by Gu Fei. The 3rd demon's sky was also on the verge of collapse. The Jadebone Devil was shocked. Gu Fei's strength had already exceeded his expectations. Gu Fei channeled the power of his peerless immortal physique. The immortal Tao's divine power surged violently. Rays of divine light flowed around his body like divine lightning. He had yet to use the Heaven Ascension mystic technique. Gu Fei stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and went against the heavens. The mountain and river cauldron emitted a trace of extreme divine might. It directly shook the 3rd demon's sky. Without any suspense, the 3rd demon's sky also collapsed. Endless demonic light illuminated the heaven and earth. The 3rd demon's sky collapsed and transformed into extremely chaotic destructive energy. It tore through the void and destroyed everything. However, it was unable to cause any harm to Gu Fei. The primordial chaos chi emitted from the mountain and river cauldron completely repelled the destructive energy. Although the mountain and river cauldron could only temporarily emit a trace of extreme divine might, it was enough to make everyone present feel like they were no match for it. I want to see how many demon skies you can withstand. The Jade Bone Devil, who stood above the ninth demon sky, said sternly. His tone was extremely cold and suffocating. Rumble. The fourth demon sky began to descend from the sky. It was like a world of light. The resplendent white demonic light appeared extremely holy. However, it emitted a demonic aura that surged into the sky. This was a smokescreen. It was the Jade Bone Devil's specialty. The demonic aura that he cultivated was not black but white. This demonic aura was unique. There was no other demon in the world that had demonic aura that was white. Furthermore, the Jade Bone Devil was very good at concealing his aura. He was able to prevent himself from having any demonic characteristics, making it difficult for others to tell that he was a demon. Gu Fei charged straight for the fourth demon sky. At the same time, he kept the purple gold divine sword and the ominous saber in his hands into his body. He threw a punch at the fourth demon sky. Watch me shatter the ninth demon sky. Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were like cold stars. The entire heaven and earth trembled under his fist. Violent power surged in the sky like a raging sea. Boom! The heavens shook and the earth shook. Gu Fei's fist suddenly collided with the descending hazy world. The violent collision caused a dazzling light to erupt. It was as if 10 suns were shining in the sky, causing one to be unable to open their eyes. A huge wave of air swept out. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into chaos. The primordial demon, the little monk Fan Xiao, and the nameless old monk all retreated. It was as though a huge hole had been blasted in the heaven and earth. The destructive power spread in all directions. Even mighty figures could not help but be moved. A single punch tore through the heavens and earth, piercing through the firmaments. The fourth demonic sky was penetrated by Gu Fei's punch. The ferocious and domineering fist force went against the heavens, and even the fifth demonic sky was shaken. Chapter 6:15. Gu Fei's punch pierced through the fourth demonic sky. The violent and domineering fist energy directly shook the fifth demonic sky, causing the Jade Bone Devil to be moved. The ninth firmament sky fiend divine power had not been able to break through 4 fiendish heavens consecutively even against the Tao ancestor who had yet to attain the Tao. The combat strength Gu Fei demonstrated had already exceeded that of the Tao ancestor when he was young. Gu Fei's punch was no longer a simple divine technique of the immortal Tao. It was a fusion of the immortal Tao and the martial Tao, using the divine power of the immortal Tao to display a martial Tao battle technique. Since ancient times, no one had been able to cultivate 2 kinds of Tao at the same time, and fuse them together to form this immortal martial Tao battle technique. There were 3,000 great Taos, but only one was chosen. One Tao was enough for a cultivator to ponder for a lifetime. It could be said that there were no people who could cultivate 2 Taos at the same time, but no one could reach the Tao. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed with his supreme immortal physique was comparable to a supreme almighty. This was an anomaly. There had never been a cultivator who could become an almighty by cultivating 2 different kinds of Taos. Of course, this was the power of the supreme immortal physique and not Gu Fei's true strength. His body was currently soaking in the divine spring of life within the supreme immortal physique's purple dantian. The divine race's distant ancestor Li Xuandao's inner world was simply a celestial land. It was full of vitality and even had several divine springs of life. Gu Fei's body was currently soaking in the largest divine spring, using the endless life essence to constantly cleanse his body, allowing more life force to fuse into his body. After his soul left his body, Gu Fei's body did not wither and lose its vitality. On the contrary, the blood within Gu Fei's body became more and more vigorous under the cleansing of the divine spring of life. It had to be said that a warrior's martial physique was truly mystical. Gu Fei used the divine seizing mystic technique, and his soul entered Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique to seize his Tao fruit. However, the martial body was actually able to absorb the life essence of the divine spring on its own. As he sat cross-legged in the divine spring, there was a faint glow surging around his body. Gu Fei's body sat in the lotus position inside the divine spring, absorbing life essence energy. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's supreme immortal body was fighting the Jade Bone Devil outside. Roar! With a single punch, Gu Fei broke through the descending fourth devil sky. Stepping on the mountain and river cauldron, he charged through the broken fourth devil sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he roared. Gu Fei's body exuded a terrifying might that was like a mountain, causing people to feel an urge to look up at him. He was like a supreme existence, causing people's hearts to be filled with fear, and they felt as tiny as ants in front of him. This brat, Old Tortoise, who was watching from afar, could not help but be shocked. The battle strength that Gu Fei had displayed was too shocking. Can boss defeat that guy? Tian asked worriedly. Gu Fei had only broken through 4 of the 9 heavenly demon heavens. There were still 5 more to go. The 9-layered demonic heavens. Each layer was stronger and more astonishing than the one before it. Although the strength was not stacked, it was like the 9 massive waves. Each wave was more ferocious and vast than the one before it. This brat hasn't used his trump card yet. Old Tortoise chuckled. If Gu Fei used the ascending divine technique, the Jade Bone Devil would probably be in trouble. Ancestor, what's going on? At this time, Hierarch Li Fan, who was watching the battle from afar, seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and looked pensive. You noticed it too? While Li Fan was lost in thought, a voice came from beside him. Li Fan quickly turned his head and saw that the Shun race patriarch, Li Jingxia, was already standing beside him. Li Jingxia was staring at the unparalleled figure standing on the ancient cauldron. If I'm not mistaken, the ancestor is using the Immortal Path divine power to execute a martial path combat technique. Li Jingxia's eyes flickered, but his tone was extremely calm. The martial ancestor's combat technique? Although Li Fan was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. The Immortal Path and the Martial Path were 2 different paths. How can the ancestor know the martial ancestor's combat technique? How is this possible? Li Fan said in disbelief. In his opinion, the martial ancestor's combat technique would not appear in this world of death. The Shun race cultivated the orthodoxy passed down by the supreme martial ancestor. However, the legendary supreme martial ancestor, who created the martial path combat technique, did not establish a sect. After the supreme martial ancestor disappeared, the martial path was lost. I don't know either, but the ancestor's combat technique is definitely a martial path combat technique. I can't be wrong. Li Jingxia said in a deep voice. Li Fan couldn't accept Li Jingxia's words, but he had to believe it. What exactly happened to the ancestor? Could it be that the ancestor was trying to merge the immortal path with the martial path and create a new Dao? There were 3,000 great Daos in the cultivation world, but there was more than one type of Dao. Immortal path, martial path, Buddhist path, demon path, demonic path, etc. As long as one could break through and comprehend them, one would be able to achieve the Dao and become an extreme Dao expert. Among the Shun race patriarch, Li Jingxia, and ultimate god Li Fan felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. However, little did they know that their ancestor's soul had already been destroyed by Gu Fei. Even his soul force had been devoured by Gu Fei's divine soul. In this world, there was no longer a person like Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the celestial race. Li Xuandao's fruit of the way had been taken by Gu Fei, becoming Gu Fei's greatest reliance in his conquest of the Naraka realm. Without Li Xuandao's Dao fruit, Gu Fei would never have the right to compete with the primordial demon, Little Monk Fan Xiu, and the Jade Bone Demon for the underworld realm. One should know that Gu Fei's true cultivation was only at the half-god realm. He wasn't even an immortal god. Experts like Little Monk Fan Xiu could easily crush him to death with a single hand. The half-god realm was considered the strongest existence in the Tonglong continent where the immortal gods were extinct, but in the underworld realm, even a half-god realm expert would be reduced to cannon fodder. Gu Fei had no idea that the 2 strongest ultimate god experts of the Shun race were already suspicious of him. What he needed to do now was to defeat the Jade Bone Demon and trample him under his feet. Boom! Gu Fei stepped on the cauldron of mountain and river and punched at the hazy world that was descending from the 5th layer. His entire fist emitted a dazzling divine light, as if a sun had appeared in the sky. The divine light illuminated the entire world. The fist force was like a raging river that surged up against the sky. The descending 5th devil sky shook violently from the impact of the fist force. Rumble! The hazy world seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Cracks appeared in the space. Gu Fei's punch did not make a hole in the 5th devil sky like it did in the 4th devil sky. Chapter 6:16. My goodness, this kid is clearly an immortal almighty. How can he execute a martial ancestor's heaven-defying battle skill? The 9-layered demon sky trembled. The Jadebone demon, who was standing in the middle of the 9-layered demon sky, finally felt nervous. The Jadebone demon would not be wrong. Gu Fei's body was refined by the immortal Almighty for countless years. It was a peerless immortal physique that was comparable to the indestructible martial physique of a supreme martial artist. However, what confused the Jadebone demon was that despite being an immortal Almighty, Qin Nan's every move had the shadow of an extreme-grade martial ancestor. The Jadebone demon had some understanding of the extreme-grade martial ancestor that was on par with the ancient Buddhist lord and the supreme martial ancestor. In the past, countless great demons had died in the hands of the extreme-grade martial ancestor. The extreme-grade martial ancestor was definitely the most terrifying extreme-grade killing god of the primordial era. Gu Fei's fist was as heavy as a mountain, shattering the heavens and earth. The terrifying fist force directly struck the 5-layered demon sky, causing the hazy world to be filled with cracks. It was as if countless mountains and rivers were collapsing. The entire hazy world was boiling. The destructive force was boundless, as if it would collapse at any time. No matter how many remarkable abilities you have, no matter how powerful your techniques are, I'll break it with a single punch. The martial path that Gu Fei cultivated was a supreme technique that used strength to prove his Tao. At that moment, Gu Fei was like a supreme almighty that had descended to the world. His body emitted a blinding divine light. The immortal almighty force surged and shook the heavens. Punch after punch, the 5-layered demon sky shook continuously. He stood on the mountain and river cauldron and used the primordial chaos chi to protect himself. He was impervious to all techniques. The destructive force of the 5-layered demon sky could not even get close to him. Damn it! The Jadebone demon roared furiously and continuously unleashed her demonic force. The 6-layered demon sky descended from the sky. The heavens and earth trembled as if a destructive world was descending from the sky, destroying everything. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread from the 6-layered demon sky. Everyone's expression changed. The entire world of death was affected as a terrifying aura surged in the underworld realm. The countless undead creatures in the hell path were crying and howling in grief. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. The extremely stable hell Tao that was refined by the ancient Buddhist lord was also stirred by the power of the 6th demonic heaven. A terrifying aura emanated throughout the hell Tao. Bam! The descending 6th layer of the demonic heavens fused together above the 5th layer of the demonic heavens, increasing its might by several times. Rumble! A part of the destroyed world was descending. Gu Fei only felt his body sinking as an endless force pressed down on him. He was directly pushed down hundreds of feet by the mighty force. This ferocious demon is actually this powerful. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The strength of the Jadebone devil had exceeded his expectations, especially the Jadebone fiend's 9 first firmament sky fiend divine power. Every fiend firmament's strength increased as though it was infinite. If the 9th fiend firmament were to descend, the region that spanned 5,000 kilometers would probably be obliterated by him. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. His long hair danced about. He had no choice but to use the heaven-defying divine technique, Ascend. Boom! The world shook. Gu Fei merely shook his body slightly and the entire void crumbled. Immortal Tao divine power erupted from his body, shocking the heavens as divine light illuminated the world. At this moment, the entire world of death could sense the mighty aura emitting from Gu Fei's body. His entire body was resplendent, and divine flames surged. It was as if he was cast from violet gold divine iron. He was filled with a powerful aura, and even his hair was dyed with a purple divine splendor. It was as if a cluster of violet gold divine fire was throbbing. It was as though a supreme being had awoken. The violet gold divine light pierced through the void and a terrifying power as vast as the ocean surged. An incomparably powerful aura erupted. This is one of the 9 esoteric secrets of the immortal Tao, Ascension Divine Art? Celestial Race Patriarch Li Jingxia and Hierarch Li Fan nearly exclaimed when they saw this scene. Gu Fei's power had risen to an unimaginable level in that instant. It was at least 10 times stronger than before. Brat, is he finally going to use his trump card? The old tortoise wasn't surprised. He would have found it strange if Gu Fei hadn't used the Ascend secret technique. Gu Fei had taught the Ascend secret technique to both the Old Tortoise and He Tian. However, the Old Tortoise was a monster while He Tian was an undying skeleton. Whether or not the former could master this heaven-defying divine technique was something even Gu Fei didn't know. This guy has been hiding his true strength all this time? This again. Why did his strength suddenly increase tenfold? Is he using a secret technique that can instantly increase his strength? Little monk Fan Xiao and Primordial Demon's eyes lit up when they saw Gu Fei's strength suddenly increase tenfold. They felt threatened. With Gu Fei's cultivation, a tenfold increase in strength was infinitely close to a supreme existence. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to suppress Gu Fei. The Jade Bone Demon was out of luck. Little monk Fan Xiao and Primordial Demon both knew that the Jade Bone Demon had no chance. Even if he used the 9 heavenly layers of the Heavenly Demon, a terrifying demonic technique that could obliterate all things in the world, he had no chance of winning. As expected, Gu Fei stepped on the cauldron of mountains and rivers and soared into the sky in one step. He charged straight into the blurry world where the 5th and 6th layers of the demonic sky had merged. With a slight shake of his body, the entire blurry world collapsed soundlessly. The void was quickly disintegrated and the power of destruction wreaked havoc in the world. Little monk Fan Xiao and Primordial Demon had no choice but to retreat. Gu Fei swung his purple fist into the sky, displaying an indomitable aura. He didn't need to use any immortal techniques, nor did he need to use any heaven-defying battle skills. All he did was throw a simple punch. Boom! His every move was as heavy as a primordial divine mountain, causing the void to tremble and the world to shatter. The purple gold fist was like the fist of a celestial being. It collided with the descending 7th layer of the demonic sky, causing the sky to shake as if a tsunami had been set off. Without any suspense, the 7th layer of the demonic sky collapsed. Gu Fei shot into the sky as if there was nothing in the world that could stop him. How is this possible? The Jade Bone Demon roared. His crystal-clear face was extremely ferocious as tiny cracks appeared on his demonic body. 7 of the 9 layers of the demonic sky were broken. The Jade Bone Demon's demonic body was greatly impacted. Roar! Die! The Jade Bone Demon roared madly as he channeled his demonic arts. Rumble! The 8th and 9th layer of the demonic sky descended from the sky. The destructive power spread out, causing the void within a radius of hundreds of kilometers to collapse and turn into chaotic nothingness. Spatial cracks that were tens of thousands of meters long extended out, covering the void within a radius of thousands of kilometers. The spatial cracks were like pitch-black lightning, posing a threat to the Old Tortoise and the Celestials. Everyone turned pale with fright as they hurriedly retreated further away. Gu Fei didn't hesitate because he didn't have time to waste. He only had 3 minutes. If he couldn't defeat the Jade Bone Demon within these 3 minutes, he would be the unlucky one. Gu Fei stepped on the mountain and river cauldron, and guided the primordial chaos chi to protect himself. He went against the heavens and directly faced the descending 8th layer of the demonic sky. The power of the 8th layer was even more powerful and terrifying. In the misty world, countless blazing lightning flashed. It was a terrifying world that was completely filled with the power of destruction. If it were anyone else, they would have long retreated in the face of such a world. However, not only did Gu Fei not retreat, he directly charged into the world. Haha! You are digging your own grave. The Jade Bone Demon laughed out loud. From his point of view, Gu Fei's actions were undoubtedly extremely foolish. One had to know that in the 9 layers of celestial fiends, each layer was equivalent to an independent world. Of course, such a world was definitely not an inner world, but an offensive technique that was derived from supreme divine powers. However, even so, it was extremely dangerous for Gu Fei to charge into such a void. This was because the Jade Bone Demon controlled everything in the void like an omnipotent god. Rumble! The 8th layer of the demonic sky was shrinking. The Jade Bone Demon wanted to self-destruct the 8th layer of the demonic sky in a suicidal manner. He wanted to use the power produced by the 8th layer of the demonic sky to obliterate Gu Fei. Thousands of lightning bolts wreaked havoc in the 8th layer of the demonic sky. The misty world that enveloped the world was rapidly shrinking. Gu Fei's figure was already submerged in the endless lightning bolts. The entire 8th layer of the demonic sky finally shrunk to the size of a fist. It was like a pearl that emitted a resplendent white light. It was fixed high in the sky and emitted blinding demonic light. The power contained in the 8th layer of the demonic sky was compressed to the extreme, forming a fist-sized demonic ball. It was like a destructive star that was about to explode. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the demonic bead, that was fixed high up in the sky suddenly exploded. The void was like a thin piece of paper, instantly torn into pieces by the explosive force. The void that spanned a radius of 500 kilometers was reduced to a chaotic void. The world was penetrated once again. The resulting energy fluctuations were nearly on par with the self-destruction of the 9 stone golems. Ha ha ha, you're dead now, aren't you? The Jade Bone Demon laughed maniacally. He was extremely happy. More and more cracks appeared on his demonic body, but he ignored them. The divine power of the 9th layer of celestial fiends was nearly destroyed. However, the 9th layer of the demonic sky remained floating in the void. It was as though there was no need for it. Boss, darn brat, patriarch, hate on old tortoise, and the group of celestials were dumbfounded. Gu Fei had already cast the Ascension Mystic Technique, increasing his strength by 10 times. How could he be defeated? Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Old Tortoise and company found it difficult to accept the outcome. Chapter 6:17. Very few people knew about the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. Even in the Immortal Tao divine race, only a few of the most powerful divine venerable level super experts knew about them. The 9 secrets of Immortal Tao passed down by the Supreme Tao Ancestor were incomplete. Ascension, Divine Snatch, and 3 Pure Ones were all part of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao with heaven-defying powers. As for the 3 ancestors of the Shun clan, they had only inherited 2 secret arts. However, with the death of the other 2 ancestors, only Li Xuandao had mastered these 2 secret arts. The Divine Snatch and 3 Pure Ones were 2 of the heaven-defying secret techniques within the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao. Gu Fei seized Li Xuandao's Tao fruit and fused it with Li Xuandao's memories, allowing him to master everything about Li Xuandao. One Qi turning into 3 Pure Ones could draw upon the power of the Great Tao and display the power of the Great Tao. However, the 3 divinities born from Li Xuandao's Purple Palace were not even at the level of initial success. That was why Gu Fei had so easily used the Heaven Ascension Mystic Technique, and used the Purple Gold Divine Sword to destroy the 3 Pure One's Taoist body and scatter his Immortal Tao Divine Soul, causing his soul to dissipate. The 9 secret techniques all had heaven-defying power. In addition to the Ascension secret technique that Gu Fei had obtained from the heavenly pillar outside the God Race's sacred land, which contained a trace of Tao energy, Gu Fei had already mastered 3 great secret techniques. However, Li Xuandao's 3 Pure Ones were destroyed. It was not something that could be done in a short amount of time to produce 3 divine venerables from his Violet Palace. However, Gu Fei, who used the Ascension secret technique, seemed to have lost to the Devil's 8th demonic sky self-destruction, much to everyone's surprise. Using a supreme immortal physique to use the Heaven Ascension secret law, Gu Fei's strength was infinitely close to the supreme level. How could he lose? Rumble. The heaven and earth trembled as the void shattered. The 8th demonic sky self-destructed, unleashing an unimaginably terrifying might. The void in the region of 10,000 miles ruptured as terrifying spatial cracks appeared. Under everyone's shocked gazes, this part of the world turned into a chaotic void. Extreme destructive energy surged out, causing everyone to feel a sense of danger. Even the little monk Fan Xiao and the primordial demon had to retreat. Boom! Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, the space that was destroyed by the 8th heaven's self-destruction and turned into a chaotic void suddenly shook violently. Then a purple palm from big to small slapped out from the chaotic void. It went against the sky and headed for the Jade Bone demonic seal that stood above the 9th devil sky. Boundless energy fluctuations stirred the 9th demonic heavens as the powerful aura it emitted caused one's soul to quake. The purple hand quickly expanded to the size of a heavenly screen. It enveloped a portion of the world as the hand blotted out the sky. He really didn't die. The little monk Fan Xiao and the primordial demon watched this scene nervously. The old tortoise and He Tian also sighed in relief. As for the celestial race, they cheered even louder. Rumble! The purple hand blotted out the sky and headed straight for the 9th devil sky seal. It was as if 100,000 ancient divine mountains were moving. The immortal Tao's godly energy was so powerful that it could pierce through the void. Roar! How can he not die even after this? The Jade Bone Demon roared madly as his expression turned ferocious. He self-destructed the 8th Devil Sky, and yet he still couldn't kill his opponent. This infuriated him and made him secretly shocked. 9th Devil Sky. The Jade Bone Demon roared as his entire body emitted demonic light. Like a peerless demon, he stepped on the 9th Devil Sky and descended. Boom! The huge purple hand and the descending 9th demonic sky collided fiercely. Boundless energy waves swept out in all directions. The void was like a thin piece of paper that was instantly torn into pieces, turning into nothingness. The deafening sound shook the heavens. The weaker celestial race members in the distance fell from the sky. The terrifying sound waves spread throughout the entire hell realm. Even the celestial race members at the God King level felt their blood churn and their souls tremble. They were shocked. The purple hand clashed with the 9th Devil Sky. The demonic energy and the immortal Tao's godly energy clashed and cancelled each other out. The entire world seemed like it could crumble at any time. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They were dumbfounded. The combat strength displayed by the two was too strong. It was as if two celestials were fighting. The clash was short. The purple hand emitted boundless immortal Tao's godly energy. Countless immortal Tao's godly runes coiled around it. The 9th Devil Sky began to crack. Arg! The Jade Bone Devil, who was standing on the 9th level of the Devil Sky, howled. His crystalline devil body, which seemed to be carved out of divine jade, started to crack. His devil body was cracking. Roar! The Jade Bone Demon roared in pain. Traces of demonic chi seeped out from his cracked body. Terrifying demonic Tao's power surged, causing the 9th Devil Sky to tremble. Rumble! The Jade Bone Demon desperately conjured his demonic energy. Boundless demonic energy surged out from his body and surged into the 9th Devil Sky. The independent world that had cracked open with countless spatial cracks was actually mending itself. The spatial cracks were vanishing. However, the gigantic purple hand shook and the 9th demonic sky crumbled once again. The gigantic purple hand was like 100,000 primordial divine mountains crashing down from the sky. Dong! With a dull thud, the 9th Devil Sky was penetrated. There was no suspense. The 9 heavenly fiend divine power had been destroyed by Gu Fei. The purple hand was unstoppable and indestructible. The 9th Devil Sky could not withstand it at all. The Jade Bone Demon was sent flying. The purple hand had completely obliterated the 9th Devil Sky before dissipating into the void. A figure that resembled both a god and a demon appeared. He had the bearing of an expert that looked down on the world. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps. As though he was teleporting through the void, he instantly vanished from his spot. The next moment, he had already caught up to the Jade Bone Demon who was sent flying. Bam! With a slap, the Jade Bone Demon's demonic body immediately exploded. It was as though he had shattered a statue carved out of divine jade. The shattered demonic body was like thousands of twinkling stars as it scattered. The Jade Bone Demon was smashed to smithereens. His demonic body had been shattered by Gu Fei's palm. Gu Fei, who had used the Ascension Mystic technique, was extremely powerful. Every move he made was like a primordial deity. He could pierce through the world and destroy everything. The little monk Fan Xiao and the primordial great demon were not surprised. This was because when Gu Fei's strength suddenly increased by 10 times, Gu Fei had the terrifying strength to defeat the Jade Bone Demon. In fact, he had the terrifying strength to defeat anyone present. Even they were no match for Gu Fei. However, although Gu Fei's strength was infinitely close to that of a supreme mighty figure, it was not easy to kill one. Even though the demonic body had been destroyed by Gu Fei's palm, the Jade Bone Demon was still not truly dead. Chapter 6:18. I won't accept this. The demon's roar reverberated in the air, coming from all directions. It was impossible to pinpoint the exact location of the roar, as if there were countless voices echoing at the same time. Then, a terrifying demonic energy surged out, and a strange demonic aura spread out. Those who sensed this aura all felt a chill down their spines. The Jade Bone Devil's devil body that had been smashed into thousands of pieces by Gu Fei's palm, At this moment, every piece of the devil body was emitting a resplendent devil light, like twinkling stars. Every piece of the demon's body emitted the demon's soul. It was as if there were thousands of incarnations, and each piece contained the demon's soul. For a powerhouse of this level, even if their body was destroyed, it would be difficult to die. Their powerful souls would not dissipate, and with enough time, they would be able to condense a new body. Killing a powerhouse of this level required special methods and methods. So what if you won't accept this? Gufei sneered. At this moment, the 3-minute time limit was not over yet. Smashing the demon's body was only a matter of seconds. Roar! Don't be too full of yourself, I will avenge today. The demon's angry voice came from all directions. The rolling sound waves shook the entire sky. You won't have the chance, Gufei said in a low voice without a trace of emotion on his face. Then, he waved his hand and the mountain and river cauldron flew out from under his feet. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently. Gufei used his supreme immortal energy to activate the cauldron. Primordial chaos energy surged out from the cauldron, and the mouth of the cauldron turned into a bottomless black hole, producing a heaven-devouring power that swallowed the countless pieces of the demon's body scattered in the void. Boom! The primordial chaos energy formed a rapidly spinning black whirlpool at the mouth of the cauldron. The void in front of the cauldron collapsed and was swallowed by the cauldron. Swoosh! More than half of the fragments of the demonic body that were scattered in the air were instantly devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Ah! Damn it! In the air, the Jade Bone Devil let out a scream of terror. The mountain and river cauldron, the earth mountains and rivers. The immense might of the mountain and river cauldron had locked down a part of the heavens and earth, causing the Jade Bone Devil to feel a threat to his life. I'll send you to hell, Gufei snapped coldly. He then waved his hands and inserted the immortal god force into the mountain and river cauldron to activate its power. Rumble! The mountain river furnace shook again and again. Chaos grand mist energy surged outwards. The place where the mountain river furnace was located seemed to turn into the primal chaos of the world. A boundlessly ancient aura filled the world. The devouring power emitted from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron became even stronger. The entire void in front of the mouth of the cauldron collapsed and was devoured. Specks of devil body shone with resplendent devil light, as they were continuously devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Everyone who saw this scene was incomparably shocked. Gufei wanted to use the power of the mountain and river cauldron to destroy the Jade Bone Devil and destroy his soul. The mountain and river cauldron was an extreme treasure. It possessed unfathomable power and could even display extreme godly might. The cauldron also contained the ancestral chi of heaven and earth, the primordial chaos energy. If the Jade Bone Devil was truly devoured by the mountain and river cauldron, it might truly be able to destroy the demon. Fan Xiao and the primordial demon felt threatened as well. If Gufei could destroy the Jade Bone Devil, it meant that he had the ability to deal with them as well. However, Fan Xiao and the primordial demon did not make a move. Their goal was simple. If the Jade Bone Devil was devoured by the mountain and river cauldron, there would be one less person fighting for the Hell Dao. They were using this world of death as a wager. The final winner would become the master of this world of death and reopen the world in their hands. Ah! The Jade Bone Devil screamed in fear. This time he was truly panicking. The opponent had an extreme sacred weapon, especially a mountain and river cauldron that nurtured primordial chaos energy. With its great power, the Jade Bone Devil had frozen this area of space. He didn't even have a chance to escape. Humph! Gufei sneered and continued to pour out strands of immortal energy to activate the mountain and river cauldron, causing the cauldron's power to grow stronger and stronger. The mouth of the mountain and river cauldron exuded a great suction force that could truly devour this part of the world. The frozen space began to dissipate like snow, turning into primordial nothingness. The entire world was devoured by the mountain and river cauldron and turned into a primordial nothingness. The broken pieces of the Jade Bone Devil scattered in the air were devoured one after another. The Jade Bone Devil's power rapidly declined. He struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. After using the Heaven Ascension secret law, Gufei was extremely powerful. His supreme immortal physique displayed great battle prowess. He used his immortal energy to activate the mountain and river cauldron, causing the cauldron to unleash a strand of divine power. Although it was only a strand of divine power, it was still not something the Jade Bone Devil could stop. He was putting up a last-ditch struggle. Being devoured by the mountain and river cauldron was only a matter of time. However, just as the crowd assumed that the Jade Bone Demon would not be able to escape, Gu Fei's body suddenly shuddered. Then, the powerful aura that was comparable to a supreme almighty being emitted from his body rapidly decreased. His terrifying power that was comparable to a supreme almighty seemed to be quickly dissipating, and his strength was rapidly weakening. Very soon, his strength had fallen by 10 times. Just a little bit more, damn it. Gu Fei was a little dejected. He had no choice but to stop. 3 minutes had passed and the Heaven Ascension secret law had lost its effect. If he forcefully used it, he would have to pay the price of his life force. This price was too great. If he forcefully used the Heaven Ascension secret law in order to kill the Jade Bone Devil, it would leave a hidden injury in his body. Burning his life force was something that no one would do unless it was a matter of life and death. This was the same as using up one's own lifespan. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. The heaven-devouring power emitted by the cauldron quickly weakened. The terrifying divine power also disappeared. Boom! Boundless demonic light illuminated the dark sky. After the mountain and river cauldron's extreme divine might disappeared, the Jade Bone Demon's demonic body fragment that had yet to be devoured shone so brightly that no one could open their eyes. Today's enmity will be repaid tenfold in the future. The Jade Bone Devil's voice quickly faded away. He used the last of his strength to break the seal of the mountain and river cauldron and rushed out. He didn't dare to linger. After leaving behind a harsh sentence, he disappeared from this world. The demonic light, which was at its brightest, suddenly disappeared. How dare you? Gu Fei roared angrily. A divine eye appeared on his glabella, emitting a misty divine light that scanned the surroundings. The immortal Tao divine eye could see through all illusions, pointing straight to the origin of all things in the world. However, Gu Fei did not find any trace of the Jade Bone Demon. It was as if the demon had vanished into thin air, completely and utterly. What goes around comes around. This time it was Gu Fei's turn to be unsatisfied. Not being able to kill the Jade Bone Devil, he had left behind a future problem for himself. Gu Fei felt helpless. As long as the Heaven Ascension secret law lasted for half a minute, he would be able to absorb the Jade Bone Devil into the mountain and river cauldron, and refine it until its soul dissipates. Could it be that the Jade Bone Devil was not fated to die? Gu Fei retracted his immortal eye. The eye between his brows disappeared under his skin. The eye that could see through all illusions and see through all illusions disappeared as if it never existed. With a wave of his hand, the mountain and river cauldron flew back and was stored in his dantian. When he attacked the 9 mountains, he had obtained the other half of the peerless blade in the end. Now he already possessed 3 extreme saint armaments. However, he still had no idea whether the bronze bell he obtained from the White Jade Mountain in the Hell Path was the extreme saint treasure or not. Back then, when Gu Fei was in the outer region of the Naraka Dao, he had once obtained a bronze bell that was covered in green copper from a white jade ancient text in a mountain range. The bronze bell was extraordinary. Even if Gu Fei didn't know how to activate the power of the bronze bell, the sound of the bell was like thousands of Buddhas chanting scriptures. It had a strange power that could purify one's soul. This was definitely a Buddhist weapon. It was most likely an extreme path Buddhist weapon refined by a Buddhist lord. This bronze bell was stored in the dantian of Gu Fei's body. He had been refining it day and night with his own essence qi. However, there was no reaction from the bronze bell. The ancient Buddhist sovereigns had refined more than one extreme Tao Buddhist weapon. This was an anomaly. Extreme Tao experts would usually only refine one sacred weapon. However, the Buddhist lord was different. He seemed to be blessed by the heavens and had refined several extreme path Buddhist weapons. The green jade ring blade and the 3 realms Buddhist lamp were both extreme path Buddhist weapons refined by the Buddhist lord. The bronze bell that Gu Fei obtained was also a Buddhist weapon. However, it was unknown whether it was the extreme path Buddhist weapon refined by the Buddhist lord. If it was, then Gu Fei had 4 extreme path sacred weapons. Possessing 4 extreme divine weapons at the same time, moreover, they were all refined by different extreme divine masters. This was absolutely unprecedented, and would never be replicated in the future. At this time, the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk had already quietly retreated. They were very afraid of Gu Fei because Gu Fei had displayed a terrifying strength comparable to a supreme almighty. Although they didn't know how Gu Fei increased his strength tenfold in an instant, they didn't want to take the risk. They could only choose to retreat. The primordial demon also broke through the void and teleported away. He had obtained something hidden under the 9 mountains. He needed to cultivate and improve his strength as soon as possible. The pressure Gu Fei put on him was too great. Gu Fei knew that the little monk Fan Xiao and the primordial demon had retreated, but he didn't stop them. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had already performed the Heaven Ascension secret skill today. He would not be able to perform the Heaven Ascension secret skill in a short period of time. If the little monk Fan Xiao and the original Great Devil attacked him now, he might not be able to defend himself. Chapter 619. The happiest about Gu Fei defeating the Jade Bone Devil was, of course, the one who knew Gu Fei's true identity was the old tortoise and He Tian. No one else in the Naraka realm knew about Gu Fei's true identity. The original Great Devil and the little monk Fan Xiao could see the strangeness of the supreme immortal physique, and they could also sense the soul ripples within. However, they absolutely didn't know what happened on top of the supreme immortal physique. How could such a supreme immortal physique be possessed by someone else? One had to know that an immortal cultivator with a supreme immortal physique was already an almighty immortal cultivator. Such a character was very difficult to kill. Even the original devil and Fan Xiao couldn't do it. The original devil and Fan Xiao could see that Gu Fei had taken the body of that almighty immortal cultivator, but they didn't say it out loud. They were very wary of Gu Fei, so they quietly retreated. Gu Fei exchanged a few words with the Protoss that had gathered. Then, he brought Old Tortoise and Erebus into the void and returned to the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Aside from Patriarch Li Jingxia and Supreme Li Fan, everyone else was cheering for Gu Fei's victory over the Jade Bone Devil. Gu Fei's current identity was still the only surviving ancestor of the God race. Other than the God race Patriarch Li Jingxia and Hierarch Li Fan, who were a little suspicious, no one noticed anything amiss. After Gu Fei left, the deities used their own techniques to return to their sacred ground. Only after all the deities had left did the creatures of the dead dare to approach this area. The terrifying energy fluctuations still hadn't dissipated. Although the shattered void was rapidly repaired by the power of the world that had been torn apart by the battle was still shaking. The chaotic void was still emitting a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. The Naraka Tao was an almost perfect world created by the ancient Buddhist Lord, using his supreme Buddhist power. It was extremely stable and confined, but it had still been broken through. Super experts at the almighty level had a cultivation base that could shatter the heavens and earth. They were much stronger than immortals. Very soon, the dark clouds and nether fog that had been dispersed by the energy storm that erupted from the great battle floated over from all directions, gradually covering the sky once more. A boundless death aura and a chilly wind blew. The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Tribe, the Supreme Emperor of the Nether Tribe, and the Corpse Emperor silently appeared in the sky above the battlefield. They glanced at the messy battlefield below, and they were extremely shocked. The ground was shattered, the mountains had collapsed, and the surrounding area of a few thousand kilometers had been completely destroyed. Then the emperors of the 3 races of the undead creatures quickly disappeared into the void. In the depths of the Naraka realm, the God clan was the strongest. It was already a foregone conclusion that could not be changed. The dead clans had no other way out other than submitting to the God clan. In the sacred land of the Protoss, in the Purple Divine Palace at the peak of the Divine Mountain, Gu Fei directly opened the inner world within Li Xuandao's Dantian and walked in with the old turtle, He Tian. Li Xuandao's inner world was full of vitality. Beautiful mountain peaks, rivers, and lakes dotted between the peaks could be seen everywhere. It was like an undeveloped fairyland with the sun rotating in the sky. There were night and day and even the moon and stars. This was an inner world that already had the embryonic form of a world. It could be said that if there was enough time for this world to slowly grow, it was likely to grow into a near-perfect world. Brat, you've struck it big. The old turtle stood in the void and looked at the seemingly endless world in front of him with sparkling eyes. It's not bad, Gu Fei said with a smile. TSK. Brat, keep pretending. The old turtle couldn't help but snappily rebuke. He could already see that this inner world had unlimited potential. Even the inner world established by an almighty wouldn't dare to say that it had unlimited potential. However, it had to be said that Li Xuandao really had heaven-defying means. Damn, I sensed at least 3 places filled with the aura of life. This Li Xuandao actually moved 3 divine springs of life into this inner world? The old turtle was astonished. The divine spring of life was extremely precious. Even in ancient times it was difficult to find one. However, there were at least 3 of them in Li Xuandao's inner world. The old turtle couldn't help but be moved. He knew very well what would happen if there was a divine spring of life in a cultivator's inner world. An endless stream of life essence could nourish the inner world and fill it with vitality. Most importantly, the divine spring of life could be refined into the origin of heaven and earth within the inner world, becoming the ancestral vein of the earth. In this world of death, the origin of heaven and earth was the realm pearl. The realm pearl's predecessor might have been the origin of heaven and earth refined from the divine spring of life. The origin of heaven and earth was the beginning of life. The 9 dragons competing for the pearl trapped the power of the realm pearl, which was why the infernal realm became a world of death. Only by breaking the 9 dragons competing for the pearl could the power of the realm pearl be released, and this world of death would gradually recover its vitality. Endless death gives birth to a little life. Only in a world of death can there be so many divine springs of life. Gu Fei sighed. His divine soul had fused with Li Xuandao's memories, so he knew everything about Li Xuandao. Naturally, his knowledge had also increased a lot. He was no longer a cultivation maniac who only knew how to cultivate. From Li Xuandao's memories, he learned about the origin of the god race and many things that happened in the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. He also knew why the god race appeared in the infernal realm created by the ancient Buddhist lord. The god race was indeed the inheritance of the legendary supreme Tao ancestor. The infernal realm was not created by the ancient Buddhist lord alone. The ancient Buddhist lord and the supreme Tao ancestor had once joined forces. However, Li Xuandao only knew that the ancient Buddhist lord and the supreme Tao ancestor had once joined forces to do something earth-shattering. But he did not know what exactly it was. During the ancient times, the world changed drastically. Almost all the extreme experts disappeared one after another, and the god race, which had inherited the supreme Tao ancestor's inheritance, was inexplicably sealed in this side of the world. After countless years until now, the Tao ancestor's prophecy that had been circulating among the god race showed signs of coming true, allowing the god race to see the light of dawn. Brat, you have so many divine springs of life. How about giving me one? The old tortoise looked at Gu Fei and said with shining eyes. He had cut off the connection between his inner world and his physical body, so his inner world had lost the chance to grow into a perfect world. No matter how the old tortoise refined his inner world, it could not grow into a perfect world. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the old tortoise. The old tortoise hated the guy who had trapped him in the ultimate formation back then. If that guy had not wanted to slowly wear him down with the power of the ultimate formation, the old tortoise would not have cut off the connection between his inner world and his physical body to save his life. The old tortoise wanted the divine springs of life. He wanted to re-establish the connection between his inner world and his physical body, so that his inner world would have the possibility of unlimited growth again. You want the divine springs of life? Gu Fei asked with a smile. Of course. The old tortoise quickly replied. A mouthful of the divine springs of life was definitely as precious as a divine weapon. Only a fool would not want it. Well, it doesn't matter if I give you a mouthful, Gu Fei said. The old tortoise was overjoyed, and his smile was so bright that only his teeth could be seen. He patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said, You're indeed a brother who has gone through life and death together. But, when the old tortoise's words of gratitude were about to rush out of his mouth like a surging river, the 2 words that came out of Gu Fei's mouth immediately froze the old tortoise's smile. But what? You're not thinking of going back on your word, are you? Don't mess with me like this. Be careful or I'll turn against you, the old tortoise said quickly. Old tortoise, I can't give you the divine springs of life for free. You have to give me something in exchange, Gu Fei said when he saw that the old tortoise was so excited. The old tortoise carefully looked up and down at Gu Fei a few times, and then said, I'm wondering when you've become so generous. You can give me a mouthful of the divine springs of life just like that. Tell me, what do you fancy in my hand? When did this brat become so shrewd? The old tortoise thought to himself, could it be that this brat has taken a fancy to my mystic tortoise divine armor? That treasure is a life-saving treasure. I can't give it to him, not even if he gives me 10 mouthfuls of the divine springs of life. The old tortoise's expression changed several times, and he looked a little uneasy. All of this fell into Gu Fei's eyes. Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny. The longer this old tortoise lived, the more impatient he became. I want the Buddhist lamp in your hand, Gu Fei said after thinking for a moment. Buddhist lamp. The old tortoise was startled when he heard this, and then he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If it was that Buddhist lamp, he could still accept it, even if it was a supreme Buddhist artifact refined by a Buddhist lord. Deal. The old tortoise was very straightforward. He directly took out the Buddhist lamp from his inner world, which was said to be able to illuminate the 3 realms and the 9 underworlds, and handed it to Gu Fei. It was an ancient bronze lamp that didn't seem to be anything special. If it didn't emit an obscure fluctuation of Buddhist power, this Buddhist lamp could only be considered an ordinary antique. Gu Fei noticed that the Buddhist lamp was gently vibrating in the old tortoise's hand. There was a mighty Buddhist power as if it could fly away at any time. The bean-sized lamp emitted a tricolored Buddhist light, and a peaceful aura immediately filled the area. However, a ball of demonic light rushed out of the old tortoise's hand. A vast demonic power surged and enveloped the Buddhist lamp, preventing it from flying away. Chapter 620. Gu Fei was surprised to see that the old turtle wanted to use demonic energy to control the ancient bronze lamp in his hand. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp emitted Buddhist energy on its own as if it wanted to fly away. How can this be? Gu Fei asked. Hee. Do you think an extreme sacred tool is an ordinary magic treasure? Can it be refined at will? The old turtle said with disdain. You're not purposely giving me a hard time, are you? Gu Fei glanced at old tortoise suspiciously and said with some displeasure. Why would this guy hand over the supreme Buddhist artifacts so easily? Supreme Saint artifacts are all treasures that have given birth to an artifact soul. They have the primordial spirit imprint of the original owner. If one's cultivation level is not high enough, even if they obtain the Supreme Saint artifact, it will be difficult for them to display the power they should have, Old Tortoise analyzed. No way. You've had this lamp for a while now. Have you not completely refined it? Gu Fei asked in surprise. The old turtle looked at Gu Fei and sighed. I want to refine it, but I don't have the strength to do so. Not everyone is as lucky as me. Gu Fei's cultivation was far from the old turtle's, but he was able to refine the violet gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron by chance. This made the old turtle extremely envious. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. An extreme sacred tool was not something anyone could refine for their own use. It was easier said than done to erase the primordial spirit imprint left behind by the original owner of the sacred tool. Unless my cultivation can return to its former peak state and erase the primordial spirit imprint in the 3 realms Buddhist lamp with supreme demonic energy, I will be able to completely control the lamp. The old turtle was unwilling and depressed. His cultivation was infinitely close to the realm of the Almighty, but he was still one step away from truly entering the realm and regaining his former cultivation. Damn you old turtle, no wonder you were so straightforward. You can't use this ancient lamp at will. Gu Fei said in annoyance. It turned out that the ancient lamp was like a chicken rib in the old turtle's hands. It was difficult for the old turtle to erase the trace of Lord Buddha's primordial spirit imprint in the lamp, so it was difficult for him to truly control the lamp. Exchanging a supreme Buddhist artifact that he couldn't control for a mouthful of the divine spring of life, it could be said that the old tortoise had made a huge profit. The divine spring of life was extremely precious, and it could allow the old tortoise's inner world to regain unlimited growth potential. You brat, you won't go back on your word, will you? This is the condition you proposed. Old tortoise couldn't help but worry when he saw Gu Fei's strange expression. After stealing Li Xuandao's fruit of the way, this brat was already comparable to a mighty figure. He was no match for him. If he didn't admit it, there was nothing he could do. After all, his fists were hard. Old tortoise was a little nervous. In the world of cultivation, everything was decided by strength. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. This was an unchanging truth, the embodiment of the law of the jungle. Why would I go back on my word? Am I that kind of person? Just because you can't refine this Buddhist artifact doesn't mean that I can't either. Gu Fei suddenly said to Old Tortoise with a smile. Ah! Old Tortoise suddenly thought of something and came to a sudden realization. He then said, You brat, you're smart enough. If you use the rising scripture, you still have a chance. At this time, Old Tortoise remembered that after Gu Fei stole Li Xuandao's fruit of the way, he was no longer the same as before. If he used the rising scripture, his cultivation would be infinitely close to the strength of a supreme mighty figure. Such strength was enough to erase the trace of the primordial spirit imprint left by the ancient Buddhist lord in the Buddhist weapon. Gu Fei reached out and took an ancient lamp from Old Tortoise's hand. He then smiled and said to Old Tortoise, You can choose any of the divine spring of life in this world. Really? Old Tortoise was overjoyed. He thought he had misheard? Choose any of them? Old Tortoise couldn't help but be wild with joy. Of course, but only if you have the strength to collect it, said Gu Fei. Old Tortoise laughed. You don't have to worry about that. With my strength, can't I collect a divine spring of life? What a joke. Is that so? Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you can't even collect a single divine spring, don't cry then. Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise meaningfully and said with a smile, If I can't collect it, then it's my bad luck. Old Tortoise answered casually. He was already impatient because he had already chosen the divine spring to collect. It was a divine spring located in the central region of this world. Above the divine spring, there was a spring lake that was hundreds of meters wide and as green as jade. Around the divine spring, there were lush immortal grasses and divine trees. Unknown fruits hung between the green leaves, emanating an intoxicating fruity fragrance. To be able to grow around the divine spring, the immortal grasses and divine trees were extraordinary. Spiritual energy surged between the branches and leaves, giving off a refreshing feeling. Above the divine spring, there was a thick mist of spiritual energy that drifted in the air. This was the best divine spring Li Xuandao had refined in this part of the world. The spiritual energy from the divine spring nourished the entire central region. If Old Tortoise collected this divine spring, the central region of this world would undergo drastic changes. However, Gu Fei wasn't worried when he saw that Old Tortoise had his eyes on this divine spring. Gu Fei put away the Three Realms Buddhist lamp and flew into the depths of this world. There was also a divine spring there, and inside it sat a person. Only Old Tortoise and Hei-Tian were left in the sky. Congratulations, Senior. Hei-Tian hurried to congratulate Old Tortoise after seeing Gu Fei leave. You're still a little bit away from your so-called Emperor realm, right? Wait until I collect the divine spring. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Old Tortoise was very happy. At this moment, everything was pleasing to his eyes. Thank you, Senior. Hei-Tian was overjoyed and quickly thanked Old Tortoise. He was already a quasi-emperor realm expert. One more step and he would be a super expert in the emperor realm. Apart from the Protoss and the supreme emperors among the creatures of death, in the entire world of death, super experts in the emperor realm were revered. Old Tortoise couldn't wait any longer. He brought Hei-Tian and flew above the divine spring. Looking down, he saw the faint shadow of a dragon shrouding the spirit mist above the divine lake. It's the dragon chi of the great earth. This divine spring has already nurtured the dragon chi of the great earth. Old Tortoise's heart trembled, and then he was ecstatic. This divine spring had nurtured the dragon chi, and the dragon chi of the great earth was leaking out. This was a divine spring that could grow into a dragon vein of the great earth. Moreover, the dragon vein of the great earth was already in its embryonic form. Otherwise, the dragon chi of the great earth would not be leaking out. Step back, I'm going to start. Old Tortoise was overjoyed and immediately prepared to collect the divine spring. Chapter 621. The old tortoise sat cross-legged above the heavenly spring like a supreme demon god. Its whole body radiated a dazzling demonic light, and a purple demonic aura soared into the sky like surging purple waves. Endless demonic power condensed into mysterious demon clan Dao patterns with the movements of the old tortoise's hands. They scattered in all directions and disappeared into the void. The demonic power was vast and mighty. The old tortoise wanted to carve the demon clan Dao patterns, and set up a formation to collect the heavenly spring of life that had already given birth to the earth dragon Qi. Needless to say, the heavenly spring chosen by the old tortoise was much better than the one Gu Fei collected in the Yin Mountain, the lair of the Netherworld Corpse King. The heavenly spring that Gu Fei collected that day had only condensed into a dragon pearl, while the heavenly spring chosen by the old tortoise had already given birth to the earth dragon Qi. This was the embryonic form of the earth dragon vein. The heavenly spring of life was evolving and transforming. With enough time, this heavenly spring would eventually transform into an earth dragon vein. He Tian watched quietly from a distance in the sky. The fire of soul in his skull was constantly pulsating. The heavenly spring of life would also be of great benefit to him. If he could also have a heavenly spring, it would definitely not be impossible for his flesh and blood to be reborn. He Tian's yin-yang bone body had reached the critical stage of flesh and blood rebirth. There were already traces of blood on his bone body, which was a good sign. If his cultivation could successfully break through to the Emperor realm, the next transformation would be true flesh and blood rebirth. The heavenly spring of life contained endless life essence. If He Tian wanted to truly regenerate his flesh and blood, he would inevitably need endless life essence to condense his flesh and bones. However, Gu Fei would not give away another heavenly spring. Although Gu Fei had several heavenly springs, the heavenly spring was also extremely important to Gu Fei. Gu Fei walked on the martial path of breaking through the Tao with strength. If he wanted to go further and transform his body again, he would need an incalculable amount of energy. I can only hope that Big Brother will help me when the time comes, He Tian thought. He didn't dare to hope that he could obtain a heavenly spring of life like Old Tortoise. When the Old Tortoise collected the divine spring of life that Gu Fei had promised, the owner of this world, Gu Fei, had already arrived in the depths of this world. There was also a divine spring there. It wasn't a big divine spring, and the spring water formed a small pool that was only 3 to 4 feet in diameter. In the pool there was a figure sitting cross-legged. That person was none other than Gu Fei himself. Gu Fei arrived in the air above the divine spring and slowly landed beside it. He saw that there were rays of light circling around his original body. The rich life essence contained in the divine spring constantly seeped into his body through his pores. Although his soul had left his body, Gu Fei's martial body was actually able to absorb the life essence of the divine spring on its own. It had to be said that the martial body was truly miraculous. Swoosh! A purple light flashed on Gu Fei's forehead. The immortal divine eye emerged and emitted a bright divine light. It swept over the original body sitting in the divine spring. The immortal divine eye could see through all illusions and directly point to the origin of all things in the world. Under the gaze of the immortal divine eye, everything about the original body fell into Gu Fei's eyes. Every detail of the martial body was exposed to the immortal divine eye. Among the muscles, bones, flesh, and blood of the martial body, there was a 5-colored light surging. There was a void in each of the 315 major meridians in the body. The life essence absorbed by the martial body continuously gathered in the 365 major meridians. In the void of the meridians, a 5-colored light flashed like a star. The life essence of the outside world was all absorbed and refined by the 5 elemental essence condensed in the void of the meridians. The impurities were discharged from the void of the meridians, and then discharged from the body through the pores. This cycle continued endlessly in the martial body. The 5 elemental essence in the void of the meridians gradually strengthened, but this speed was extremely slow. When the god seized Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique, Gu Fei's soul brought out almost all the essence energy contained in the martial body, causing the martial body to be almost exhausted. In order to not let the martial body completely lose its vitality, Gu Fei could only put his martial body into the divine spring of life, and use the endless life essence to nourish the martial body. It seemed that his decision was correct. Under the nourishment of the divine spring's life essence, Gu Fei found that his martial body did not lose its vitality. Instead, it gradually recovered on its own. Gu Fei had his own plans. He would not abandon his own body. Although Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique was extremely powerful, comparable to a supreme existence, this supreme immortal physique had lost the qualification to enter the extreme Tao. However, if he were to use the godly seizing secret art at this time and return his soul to his body, The current strength of his body would definitely not be able to withstand the power of the supreme immortal physique. The godly seizing secret art was not as simple as the soul leaving the body and entering the opponent's Naiwan palace to control the opponent's body. When the soul entered the Naiwan palace, it would also bring along all of one's essence energy. The supreme immortal physique contained supreme immortal energy. If all of it was poured into Gu Fei's body, then there would only be one outcome. His body would explode. Now was definitely not the time for the soul to return to the body. After carefully observing his body sitting in the divine spring, Gu Fei withdrew the divine light from the immortal divine eyes and hid it under the skin on his forehead. He was now very clear about the situation of his original self. Then he began to think. A good while later, Gu Fei returned to his senses from his contemplation and began to move. He soared into the sky and began to gather his immortal god energy, inscribing immortal god runes in the air. Every immortal rune had a trace of Tao flowing around it. The moment the runes appeared, the spiritual energy of the entire heaven and earth was drawn. After Gu Fei inscribed the immortal Tao divine runes, the immortal Tao divine runes immediately flew in all directions. Some directly disappeared into the void, while others landed on the ground and disappeared into the ground. He was laying out a formation. With the divine spring as the center, the immortal runes gradually expanded outwards. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth was drawn towards the center of the immortal runes. This was a formation that Gu Fei found from Li Xuandao's soul memory. It was called the Spirit Gathering Formation. It was a very common Taoist formation. As long as one understood the formation diagram, even if one was not an immortal cultivator, they could still lay down this formation and gather spiritual energy from all directions. Cultivating inside the Spirit Gathering Formation would yield twice the result with half the effort. However, the spiritual gathering formation that Gu Fei laid out was different from the rest. Because he laid out this formation using divine runes of the immortal Tao. The spiritual gathering formation formed from the interweaving of divine runes of the immortal Tao could draw upon the energy of the grand Tao and gather the boundless spiritual qi of heaven and earth. After a full hour, Gu Fei finally finished laying down this spirit gathering formation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 li radius frantically gathered towards the center of the spirit gathering formation. Between the heaven and earth, there was an endless amount of spiritual light flickering. This was spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. The location of his body seemed to have become a bottomless pit that devoured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He wanted to use the spirit gathering formation to gather the energy of heaven and earth to refine his body and strengthen it. Only then would his body be able to contain the power of the supreme immortal physique and not be overwhelmed by the immortal energy of the supreme immortal physique. Chapter 622. There were a few divine springs in this expanse of the heavens and the earth, and the spirit energy here was exuberant to the extreme. The spirit convergence formation inscribed with immortal Tao divine markings had gathered the spirit energy in an area of 50 kilometers over here, and the spirit energy within the spirit convergence formation had already almost condensed to the point of liquefaction. Gu Fei was worried that his main body wouldn't be able to withstand such a vast amount of spiritual energy, so he sent more than 10 immortal runes into his main body that was sitting cross-legged in the divine spring of life to suppress his main body. After doing all this, Gu Fei walked out from the depths of this world. That old turtle! Gu Fei sensed an extremely powerful wave of demonic energy coming from the right. Demonic energy soared to the sky, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. The divine spring is not that easy to collect. Gu Fei looked towards the direction of the old turtle with a smile on his face. Li Xuandao moved the divine spring into this world, so how could he not leave behind a backup plan? Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the old turtle and let it do whatever it wanted. Then, he went to the sky above another divine spring filled with spiritual energy and sat down in the void. This divine spring was located in a beautiful valley. Inside the valley, flowers bloomed like a brocade, and the surroundings were dotted with waterfalls. The divine spring was located in the middle of the valley. Because of its existence, the entire valley was like a fairyland. Immortal energy lingered in the air, and a 7-colored radiance flickered above the valley. Gu Fei channeled his mysterious art. Immortal energy seeped out of his body, and his entire body was quickly wrapped in a misty purple divine light. As his chest rose and fell, all the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred meters resonated with him. The entire valley seemed to come to life with Gu Fei's arrival. Under the shroud of the radiance, the vigorous vitality was astonishing. A supreme immortal physique was indeed worthy of being called a supreme immortal physique. Although Gu Fei didn't have Li Xuandao's soul realm, this supreme immortal physique still automatically circulated a faintly discernible trace of Dao Rime, which stimulated the spiritual energy in the entire valley. Swoosh! A tricolored beam of divine light shot out of Gu Fei's body. Within the tricolored light was an ancient lamp with a tricolored flame the size of a soybean on its wick. As soon as this ancient lamp appeared, a peaceful aura immediately filled the air, giving people a sense of peace and serenity in their hearts. According to legend, this was the Buddhist lamp of the three realms that was refined by the Buddhist Lord throughout the ages. It was said to be able to light up the 9 hells and release all evil spirits from purgatory. Any evil spirit that was illuminated by the Buddhist lamp would immediately be destroyed, and any evil and foul qi would immediately become peaceful. The three realms Buddhist lamp was fixed in the void in front of Gu Fei. It trembled, wanting to break free of the seal and fly away. However, under Gu Fei's suppression, the Buddhist lamp could not escape. Normally, I wouldn't dare to refine you, but now I have the endless supply of spiritual energy from the divine spring of life, the mountain and river cauldron, and the violet gold divine sword. I don't believe that this level of power can't refine you and make you work for me. Gu Fei's eyes were like cold stars, flashing with rays of light. The mountain and river cauldron suppresses the 4 directions. Gu Fei suddenly roared. From his dantian, a misty divine light rushed out like the primordial chaos. With a buzzing sound, an ancient cauldron appeared above Gu Fei's head. Bang! The void suddenly trembled. The power of the mountain and river cauldron spread out, and the entire valley was immediately sealed, isolating all auras. In an instant, the void seemed to have solidified into divine iron. All tangible and intangible things were sealed and imprisoned. Even the tricolored Buddhist light from the three realms Buddhist lamp in front of Gu Fei was suppressed back into the ancient lamp. The vast and auspicious Buddhist power from the ancient lamp was completely suppressed. Above the mountain and river cauldron, the primordial chaos energy was circulating. An ancient aura from the primordial chaos spread out, suppressing the entire void. Between Gu Fei's hands, a series of extremely complicated immortal Dao seals were formed, and mysterious immortal Dao divine runes circled around the ancient lamp. The world suddenly trembled. All the spiritual energy of the world in the valley converged into streams and surged into Gu Fei. He used a secret immortal art, and used his peerless immortal physique to draw endless worldly spiritual energy into his body. He carved divine runes that gradually intertwined into a formation that enveloped the Buddhist lamp of the three realms. Then, wisps of purple flames began to appear in the formation. The purple divine flames seemed to have a mind of their own as they converged toward the center of the formation formed by the immortal Dao divine runes. Soon, the three realms Buddhist lamp was submerged in the purple divine flames. The formation Gu Fei formed with the immortal Dao divine runes produced the purple divine flames to burn the three realms Buddhist lamp. The three realms Buddhist lamp was an extreme Buddhist artifact. Although the magic power contained within it was boundlessly powerful, it was an ownerless object after all. It had wandered in the hell realm for countless years, and it had also been subjected to a powerful restriction. Although the old turtle had broken the seal on the ancient lamp, it could not erase the primordial spirit imprint left behind by the Lord Buddha in the ancient lamp. As the purple divine flames burned, the bronze Buddhist lamp instinctively resisted. The tricolored flame the size of a soybean emitted a dazzling Buddhist light that blocked the purple divine flames. A vast wave of magic power filled the entire space in an instant. The ancient lamp vibrated, the void shook, and transparent ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the void. If Gu Fei had not used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the surroundings, the void above the valley would have been shattered by the Buddhist power that erupted from the three realms Buddhist lamp. Even the purple yang true fire can't do anything to this ancient lamp? Although Gu Fei was a little surprised, he was not surprised. If it was so easy to refine the Buddhist lamp, the old turtle would have done so long ago. At this moment, Gu Fei was not flustered. He had not finished setting up the formation yet. He continued to form hand seals and used the supreme power of the immortal Tao to carve divine runes in the void. He was perfecting the formation. This formation was an immortal Tao formation called the Purple Yang True Fire Formation. It was set up using immortal Tao runes to draw the power of heaven and earth, and produce the Purple Yang True Fire to smelt everything. The Purple Yang True Fire was a kind of divine fire with the strongest yang in the world. Legend had it that the Supreme Tao ancestor used this divine fire to refine medicine and weapons. Although this divine fire could not be compared to the one born from chaos, it was still one of the most powerful flames in the world. The Chaos True Fire that came out was one of the most powerful flames in the world. As the formation was gradually perfected, the Purple Sun True Fire Formation began to display its true might. The ancient lamp in the middle of the fire formation vibrated continuously. The wick of the lamp lit up the entire heaven and earth. There was an endless amount of Buddhist energy surging forth, blocking the Purple Sun True Fire that surged from all directions. The Supreme Tao Buddhist weapon was a sacred object with a spirit. It could sense danger and defend itself instinctively. After the formation was completed, the ancient Buddhist lamp was already enveloped by the Purple Yang True Fire. The purple divine fire burned the void until it was distorted and collapsed. Gu Fei sat cross-legged outside the formation. He also felt extremely hot. His immortal Tao divine power felt like it was burning, and his mouth was dry. Rumble. The mountain and river cauldron was shaking. The primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing the surroundings and blocking the terrifying heat from the formation. Chapter 623. Gu Fei used the divine immortal runes to lay down a terrifying fire formation that could melt anything in the world, the Violet Sun Primordial Fire Formation. He wanted to refine the Three Realms Buddhist lamp. The endless spiritual energy in the valley quickly gathered toward the Violet Sun Primordial Fire Formation in the sky. The divine immortal runes connected heaven and earth, drawing in spiritual energy from all directions. The spiritual chi turned into a purple true fire, burning the sky and boiling the sea. It burned so much that the void in the middle of the array collapsed. Even though the mountain and river cauldron was high up in the sky, suppressing the void, the heat that leaked out caused the entire valley to steam. It was as if there was a sun hanging above the valley. Even the divine spring below was bubbling. Rumble. When the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the valley was sucked dry by the Purple Sun True Fire Formation, the divine spring of life below began to shake. The vast life essence formed pillars of spiritual chi that went against the sky like a waterspout. The spiritual chi was vast and mighty, with the divine spring of life providing the Violet Sun Primordial Fire Formation with an endless supply of spiritual energy. The Violet Sun Primordial Fire Formation emitted more and more energy fluctuations. Boom! Violet flames surged and divine flames soared. The center of the Violet Sun Primordial Fire Formation seemed to have turned into a violet sun. Blazing violet light illuminated the world. The terrifying divine fire burned everything. Even the void was evaporating. However, the center of the purple sun emitted a peaceful aura. An ancient lamp was fixed in the center of the violet sun. A soybean-sized tricolored flame flickered, emitting a layer of misty tricolored divine light that enveloped the ancient lamp. No matter how the purple true fire burned, the tricolored light emitted by the tricolored flame on the ancient lamp kept the purple true fire at bay. The Buddhist Lord's Buddhist weapon is indeed extraordinary. Sitting cross-legged outside the Violet Sun Primordial Fire Formation, Gu Fei couldn't help feeling shocked. The Violet Sun Primordial Fire was the strongest divine flame he had found after merging with Li Xuandao's soul memories. It was a heavenly flame used by almighty immortals to refine artifacts. However, this kind of extreme yang heavenly fire was unable to break through the Three Realms Buddhist lamp's defenses and truly come into contact with the ancient bronze lamp that was flowing with tricolored Buddhist light. Unfortunately, I'm prepared. Gu Fei then ordered the mountain and river cauldron to descend above the Violet Sun Primordial Fire Formation. I don't believe I can't break this Buddhist lamp's defense with primordial chaos energy transformed into primordial chaos fire. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and soared into the sky. He flew above the mountain river cauldron and sat cross-legged on it. Rumble. The cauldron of mountain and river was shaking. Gu Fei's entire body shone with boundless divine light as he activated the cauldron of mountain and river with all his might. Primordial chaos chi descended from the cauldron of mountain and river and seeped into the purple sun true fire formation. Primordial chaos energy was the primordial chaos energy of all creation. Was the mountain and cauldron primordial fire formation. The mountain and river cauldron contained a strand of primordial chaos energy. Although the violet sun primordial fire formation was wondrous and could transform spiritual energy into violet sun primordial fire, however, the violet sun primordial fire formation couldn't transform this primordial chaos energy. After it entered the formation, it didn't form violet sun primordial fire, but primordial chaos heavenly flame. The violet sun primordial fire formation gradually transformed into a primordial chaos heavenly flame formation. It was as if a primordial chaos void had appeared above the valley. It was hazy, colorless, and devoid of divine light. It seemed to be a void, but it wasn't completely empty. It was hard to describe that part of the void. Primal chaos chi showed a scene from before the world was created. The primal chaos heavenly flame was invisible, traceless, and formless, but Gu Fei could sense its existence. The void was directly annihilated. The Buddhist lamp seemed to sense a threat. It shook violently and emitted a monstrous Buddhist power. The Buddhist lamp was like a divine lamp that lit up a primordial chaos space. It became the only thing in that primordial chaos void, illuminating the primordial chaos and piercing through the primordial chaos. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but admire the legendary Buddhist Lord. The supreme Buddhist weapon he refined was too powerful. It could even resist the primordial chaos energy. However, the tricolored light of the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp was gradually being suppressed by the formless and shapeless primordial chaos, heavenly flame that was surging over from all directions. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He continuously used his hand seals to strike the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron shook continuously. The primordial chaos energy kept falling from the mountain and river cauldron as if it was endless. The violet sun primordial fire array shook violently. The divine immortal runes that formed the array diagram emitted a resplendent divine light that contained traces of Tao charm. These were the runes carved by an extreme Tao expert after comprehending the Tao. However, at this time, the countless divine immortal runes that formed the array diagram were already showing signs of being erased by the primordial chaos energy. Only when the world was created would there be a Tao. The primordial chaos energy was the ancestral chi of all things in the world. It was born from the primordial chaos before the world was created. Even the runes of the Tao would be erased by the primordial chaos energy. The ancestral chi of all things in the world ignored all Tao. It could break through 1,000 spells and 10,000 divine abilities. It was practically unstoppable and could destroy all things in the world. Boom! There was a huge tremor, and the valley sealed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron also shook violently. The dozen or so pillars of spiritual chi in the heavenly spring immediately collapsed, and the water of the heavenly spring rushed high into the sky. At this moment, the primordial chaos energy finally broke through the tricolored light that enveloped the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp. Above the three realms Buddhist lamp, endless mysterious and unfathomable ancient runes with traces of Tao charm surged out. When the Lord Buddha comprehended the Tao, he understood the great Tao of Buddhism and carved the great Tao patterns of Buddhism. The sky was filled with the great Tao patterns of Buddhism, and Tao circled around the ancient lamp, and a mysterious Tao rhythm spread out. The primordial chaos energy that was formed from the primordial chaos energy was actually forced back by the principles of the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp. However, this was only temporary. The primordial chaos energy that was repelled by the primordial chaos energy once again burned inwards. The countless runes of the Buddhist Tao around the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp immediately turned into nothingness, firmly suppressing the runes of the Buddhist Tao that were constantly rushing out of the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp. No matter how powerful the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp was, or how its tricolored light was said to be able to light up the earth and illuminate the 9 underworlds, it still couldn't soar into the sky and escape. At this moment, Gu Fei had another plan in mind as he forcefully refined the 3 realms Buddhist lamp. His peerless immortal body sat cross-legged on the mountain and river cauldron, desperately gathering the endless life essence of the divine spring. At the same time, his divine soul had already split into a strand of primordial spirit. At the same time, he extracted the soul of the mountain and river cauldron, and the soul of the violet gold divine sword at the same time. Finding an opportunity, he used the soul of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself, and the soul of the violet gold divine sword to escape into the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp. This ancient bronze Buddhist lamp had been refined by a saint of the extreme Tao. Even the primordial chaos heavenly fire couldn't completely refine it. Only by entering the Buddhist lamp and erasing the wisp of primordial chaos, heavenly fire would the lamp belong to him. Otherwise, this Buddhist lamp would forever belong to someone else. If he encountered an expert of equal strength, this kind of treasure that hadn't been refined into his own would not only not be able to display the power of the extreme Tao, it would even backfire and become a burden. Gu Fei would never let this happen. He had already made up his mind to erase the strand of primordial spirit left by the Buddhist Lord in the Buddhist lamp. After the avatar entered the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp, it realized that the void inside was boundless. This was a void refined by an almighty of the extreme Tao. It was as wide as one's heart could be. Up and down, left and right. Since ancient times it was like a real universe. To be enemies with one of the ancient extreme Tao almighties, the eternal Buddha Lord, it was no different from courting death by hanging himself. Even if it was a wisp of primordial spirit imprint in this ancient lamp, it was definitely not an existence that Gu Fei could contend against at this moment. However, the ancient lamp had been in the Naraka realm for an unknown number of years, and it had even been sealed by someone. The primordial spirit imprint in the ancient lamp could not be nourished by the true body, and it had always been in a state of continuous decline. The primordial spirit imprint only acted on instinct, and it lacked many divine abilities and transformations. As a result, it was naturally much easier to deal with. With Gu Fei's incomparably cautious and meticulous personality, although this matter was extremely dangerous, it wasn't that he didn't have some confidence in it. If he took the risk and succeeded, he would have a Buddhist weapon of the extreme Tao. If he failed, he would only lose an avatar. It was definitely worth a try. Moreover, the avatar that entered the ancient lamp had the soul of the cauldron of mountain and river, and the soul of the purple gold divine sword to protect it. It shouldn't be a problem for it to escape unscathed. Gu Fei fixed the soul of the cauldron of mountain and river above his head. Hazy primordial chaos energy fell down. The soul of the cauldron of mountain and river also contained a strand of primordial chaos energy. With the purple gold divine sword in hand, he flew forward. Suddenly, there was a burst of Buddhist chanting between heaven and earth. Golden light shone brightly and auspicious clouds lingered. The world suddenly changed, as if a Buddhist land had suddenly descended. Gu Fei only felt his vision blur, and a huge golden lotus platform appeared in front of him. On the lotus platform, a golden figure that was thousands of feet tall sat cross-legged. Is that the legendary Eternal Buddha Lord? Gu Fei hurriedly stopped in the void. He found that it was a golden Buddha. The Buddha was holding a flower with a smile, and there was a vast and merciful Buddhist power that could deliver all sentient beings from suffering. On the Buddha's left hand, there was an ancient bronze lamp that shone with 3 colors of Buddha light. That's the lamp soul of the 3 realms Buddhist lamp? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. As long as he erased the primordial spirit imprint left by the eternal Buddha and subdued the lamp soul, the 3 realms Buddhist lamp would be his. However, that golden Buddha seemed to be very difficult to deal with. The mighty aura of the golden body was comparable to that of a real Buddha. Even after countless years, this ancient bronze Buddhist lamp seemed to have not been taken away by others, because the primordial spirit imprint of the eternal Buddha still existed in the ancient lamp. Chapter 624. The sound of Sanskrit and Buddhist chants filled the air, as if there were thousands of Buddhas chanting. The golden Buddha in front of him emitted a golden Buddha light, illuminating the entire void. Heavenly flowers were falling and golden lotuses appeared on the ground. This was a land of extreme bliss, auspicious and peaceful. In this place there were no worries or pain, no birth, old age, sickness and death. This was the perfect scene of Buddha. The golden Buddha was holding a flower with a smile, delivering all sentient beings from suffering. Around the golden body there were countless illusory images, as if there were countless reincarnation cycles, as if there were 3,000 worlds evolving. Gu Fei stood in this pure land. Although it was only a wisp of his divine sense, he could feel the peace and tranquility. It seemed like he didn't want to do anything and just wanted to stay here forever. Unexpectedly, He felt a sense of drowsiness, and his divine sense felt like it was about to fall into endless darkness. Wake up! Suddenly a loud shout sounded in his heart. It was like a blow to his head, causing Gu Fei to wake up. He was horrified. This was a voice transmission from his main body. Gu Fei's divine sense that had entered the ancient bronze lamp had a strange connection with his main primordial spirit. When the divine sense showed any abnormalities, his main primordial spirit would immediately sense it and react. After the divine sense awakened, Gu Fei was shocked again. In that moment of absent-mindedness, he had actually arrived in front of the Golden Buddha and fell into an incomparably dangerous situation. In this peaceful place there was danger everywhere. In this Buddhist land there was also a great hidden danger. And that Golden Buddha was holding a flower with a smile, looking at him with a compassionate expression. I didn't expect to see the mountain and river cauldron again after so many years. The Buddha spoke, and the entire void shook with his words. Gu Fei only felt like there were countless giant bells ringing in his ears. The Buddha's voice shook his divine soul, giving him a terrifying feeling that his soul was about to scatter. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron's cauldron soul floating above Gu Fei's head gently vibrated. Primordial chaos chi poured out from the cauldron and fell down, protecting Gu Fei. Kill! Gu Fei didn't say much. He directly slashed at the Golden Buddha in front of him. The shocking sword chi suddenly broke out, and the tranquility and serenity of this peaceful pure land of ultimate bliss were immediately broken. Swish! The purple gold sword light, like a divine rainbow, rushed out from Gu Fei's hand. In an instant it expanded to thousands of times, as if it was splitting the world in half, and directly fell on the head of the Golden Buddha. This is... The Golden Buddha sitting cross-legged on the golden lotus throne was shocked when he saw the sword light, and then he raised the Three Realms Buddhist lamp in his hand. Boom! The soybean-sized tricolored flame on the wick of the Three Realms Buddha lamp immediately erupted like a volcanic eruption, bursting out a dazzling tricolored Buddha light. Endless Buddha power surged out, and the tricolored Buddha light formed a tricolored light curtain, protecting the Golden Buddha in it. Bang! The purple gold sword light slashed fiercely on the layer of tricolored Buddhist radiance. The invincible and peerless sword light was repelled. Gu Fei's body shook violently and he was sent flying thousands of feet away. The sword soul in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked. A strand of the Buddhist Lord's soul imprint actually possessed such power? This was completely unexpected. However, the golden-bodied Buddha sitting cross-legged on the Lotus Dharma platform also suffered a great impact. The tricolored divine light shattered, and the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp in his hand was almost extinguished. His 1,000-foot golden body trembled, and he almost fell off the Lotus Dharma platform. Why is his weapon in your hands? Could it be that you're his successor? The Buddhist Lord was extremely shocked. The purple gold divine sword seemed to make him even more fearful than the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and stopped his retreat in the air. With the mountain and river cauldron above his head and the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he used the 8 desolate steps. His battle intent surged as he closed in on the legendary Buddhist Lord. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated, and sword chi soared into the sky. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron was like a primordial divine mountain as it crushed through the air. Primordial chaos chi surged, and wherever it passed the void would shatter. It was as if chaos was evolving. Although the strand of the Buddhist Lord's soul imprint wasn't a muddle-headed puppet that moved purely on instinct, it had gained some intelligence after millions of years. Seeing Gu Fei's power, the Golden Buddha couldn't help changing his expression. He knew that Gu Fei wanted to kill him and control the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He couldn't be bothered to say more. He was a decisive person. Since he'd already made up his mind, he wouldn't change his mind. The Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms was his. Whoosh! The purple gold sword light soared for 1,000 meters, slashing directly at the Buddhist Lord. Shocking sword chi surged through the air, causing the world to shake violently. One flower, one world. The space inside the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms refined by the Buddhist Lord was like a real world of its own. The size of the world corresponded to the size of one's heart. The Buddhist Lord chanted and stood up from the lotus throne. Melodious Buddhist hymns filled the air. The Buddhist Lord's body bloomed with endless Buddhist light. He held the Buddhist lamp of the three realms in his hand and charged at Gu Fei. The two experts started a great battle in this illusory world. This was a battle between avatars. The one who lost would have his avatar destroyed. The Buddhist Lord had disappeared for countless years. Perhaps he had already fallen. It didn't matter if the soul imprint in the Buddhist lamp of the three realms was destroyed. However, it was different for Gu Fei. If his avatar was destroyed, his primordial spirit would be affected as well. It might even be heavily injured. At this time, Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique was guarding outside. He used the mountain and river cauldron to seal the entire valley. The primordial flame formed by the primordial energy had already receded. The violet sun fire formation also collapsed. An ancient bronze Buddhist lamp hovered in the air, shaking violently. The bean-sized tricolored flame constantly flickered. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the sky above the valley, staring at the ancient lamp in front of him with an incomparably grave expression. He knew exactly what was going on inside the ancient lamp, and he could feel what was going on inside. Without the nourishment of the main body, the primordial spirit of the Lord Buddha had weakened day by day. After countless years, it had lost most of its power. Gu Fei controlled the souls of the mountain and river cauldron, and the purple gold divine sword, and gradually suppressed the golden Buddha Quan 1. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron soul soared into the sky. Then, like a primordial divine mountain, it pressed down on the golden Buddha. The primordial energy descended and froze this part of the void, causing the Buddhist lamp of the Buddha to pause. Even the cauldron's soul was able to display the supreme power of the mountain and river cauldron. Swish! The violet gold sword light flashed. Taking advantage of the Buddha's opening, the golden Buddha was slashed into two halves and disappeared in the void. The old group is full. Those who want to talk to Liang San, please add a new group. 11269273 Eternal Martial Sovereign. 763768881 Eternal Martial Sovereign Subgroup. Chapter 625. Gu Fei was not happy about killing the Buddha with a single strike. His expression was still extremely grave. After the Buddha was destroyed, the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp shot up into the sky, broke through the seal of the mountain and river cauldron, and flew into the distance. Gu Fei hurriedly held the purple gold divine sword in his hand, and used the 8 desolation steps. He chased after it as if he was teleporting. After the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp had flown for hundreds of miles, a golden figure suddenly appeared in the void in front of it without any warning. He stretched out his hand and took the Buddhist lamp. I knew it. How could the trace of Lord Buddha's primordial spirit imprint in the Buddhist lamp be destroyed so easily? Gu Fei stopped when he was close to it. Buddhist light and vast Buddhist power lingered in front of him. A golden Buddha stood on a lotus altar, holding a 3-colored Buddhist lamp in his hand. He held the flower with a smile, and a peaceful aura spread between heaven and earth. The Buddha showed infinite mercy, but Gu Fei knew very well that mercy and peace were just a facade. It could even be said to be an illusion. Behind the mercy and peace was a great murderous intent. The sword just now did not really kill the golden Buddha, but Gu Fei discovered that the mighty Buddhist power of the Buddha in front of him was much weaker than before. It was obvious that his sword just now was not completely useless. Although it did not really destroy the trace of Lord Buddha's primordial spirit imprint in the ancient lamp, it had still impacted the primordial spirit imprint. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron rose into the sky and pressed down on the Supreme Buddha, who seemed to be standing in an extreme pure land. The void was shaking violently, and under the power of the mountain and river cauldron's soul, the entire space split open into pitch-black spatial cracks. The cauldron's soul displayed a great power that could suppress the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth. It froze a part of the void, and a terrifying power descended from the mountain and river cauldron, almost causing the frozen void to collapse. The golden body Buddha's body was circulating with the power of the Buddha Tao. Countless Buddha Tao patterns appeared on the golden body, as though it was attracting the power of the great Tao to resist the mountain and river cauldron. The ancient bronze Buddhist lamp in the Buddha's hand also emitted endless 3-colored Buddhist light, piercing through the void and illuminating heaven and earth. Gu Fei immediately felt as if his soul was being torn apart when the tricolored Buddhist light shone on him. The body formed by his avatar showed signs of collapsing. The Buddhist lamp of the three realms could light up the earth, illuminate the 9 underworlds, purify all souls, and was the nemesis of all souls, possessing unfathomable supreme power. Roar! Gu Fei, who was formed from his consciousness, roared out in rage. He could sense danger as he struck out once more. An extremely horrifying sword chi burst forth, blocking the incoming tricolored Buddha light. The void was cut apart. The purple gold sword chi directly tore through the void, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack, and slashed at the Buddha suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. The cauldron's soul displayed its supreme power, suppressing all directions. The Buddha could not escape at all. Where the sword chi passed, the golden body Buddha was once again slashed by Gu Fei's sword. The ancient bronze Buddhist lamp in the golden body Buddha's hand shook violently again, breaking through the sealing power of the mountain and river cauldron, and rushed out. The golden body Buddha that Gu Fei had slashed out once again appeared in the void and caught the ancient bronze lamp. Gu Fei didn't give chase immediately. Instead, he stood quietly in the void. He could sense that the Buddha power emanating from the golden Buddha's figure had weakened significantly again. The golden body Buddha was a trace of the primordial spirit imprint that the extreme path Buddha Lord had used to control the Buddhist lamp of the three realms. As long as the Buddha Lord held the Buddhist lamp, it complemented his real body, and he could use the infinite mysteries of this treasure. However, in ancient times the world changed drastically, and a group of extreme path experts disappeared from the world. This ancient Buddhist lamp had fallen into the infernal realm, the world of death. Without the nourishment of the original body, the primordial spirit imprint gradually weakened. Now, after countless years, the primordial spirit imprint that the Buddha Lord had left in the Buddhist lamp was extremely weak and had lost most of its magical powers. How could it be a match for Gu Fei with the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron above his head? Fortunately, I was lucky enough to temporarily fuse with the Great Path imprint that day, and was able to refine the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron again, obtaining these 2 extreme path divine weapons. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do anything to the primordial spirit imprint of the Buddha Lord, even if I had to risk my life today. It seems that this is the will of heaven. The will of heaven wants me to obtain this ancient Buddhist lamp. Gu Fei rushed forward again, using the mountain and river cauldron to resist the Buddhist lamp of the three realms in the Buddha's hand. Then, the purple gold divine sword cut through the void and destroyed the golden body Buddha formed by the primordial spirit imprint. At this time, the primordial spirit imprint of the Buddha Lord had been suppressed and had no power to fight back. It was constantly destroyed by Gu Fei's purple gold divine sword in the void. As long as he used this method to destroy the last trace of Yuan Qi contained in the primordial spirit imprint, this extreme path divine weapon of the primordial great path would truly have a new owner. Once the primordial spirit imprint of the Buddha Lord was erased, the Buddhist lamp of the three realms would no longer have anything to do with the legendary Buddha Lord. Outside the ancient Buddhist lamp, Gu Fei's original body sat cross-legged in the sky above the valley. His entire body was glowing with purple divine light, and the divine power of the immortal path surged. His eyes were closed, and there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. The matter was settled. It was only a matter of time before Gu Fei refined the ancient Buddhist lamp. After all, the primordial spirit imprint in the ancient Buddhist lamp was left behind by the Buddha Lord. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword, even if Gu Fei's avatar was 10 times stronger, he wouldn't dare to provoke the wisp of primordial spirit imprint left behind by the Buddha Lord. After the original body's primordial spirit sensed the situation inside the ancient lamp, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The ancient bronze Buddhist lamp in front of him was still shaking violently, emitting endless Buddhist power. The tricolored Buddhist light illuminated the entire world. The mountain and river cauldron suppressed the sky, releasing endless power that sealed the entire valley. Even though the cauldron's soul had entered the ancient lamp, the mountain and river cauldron could still display the terrifying power to suppress the mountains and rivers on the earth. The entire void under the mountain and river cauldron's suppression was like a piece of divine iron. The ancient bronze Buddhist lamp couldn't break through the power of the mountain and river cauldron, and flew into the sky. What is boss doing? 1,000 miles away, He Tian, who was watching the old turtle collect the divine spring of life, saw the sky full of dazzling tricolored Buddhist light in Gu Fei's direction, and the Buddhist power fluctuated unceasingly. He couldn't help but be surprised. Boom! At this moment a loud noise came from afar, followed by a miserable cry. Tian hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a figure flying out from the area where the demonic qi was soaring. The figure flew across the void for dozens of miles and smashed into the forest below with a bang. The leaves in the forest were immediately blown away, and dust was flying everywhere. Did he fail again? Seeing this, Tian didn't find it strange anymore. In the area where the demonic qi was soaring and the demonic Dao pattern was faintly discernible, a faint illusory dragon shadow quickly disappeared into the ground. Ah! A strange cry was heard, and a figure rushed out of the forest. This person was covered in dust, and his clothes were torn. He looked extremely miserable. Outrageous! I don't believe that I can't collect this divine spring. The man yelled and rushed into the area filled with demonic qi again. Immediately, the area filled with demonic qi immediately emitted an extremely powerful wave of demonic qi, and the man's angry roars could be heard continuously. After half an hour with a bang, the person who rushed into the area where the demonic qi was soaring was once again blasted out by a giant dragon shadow. This unlucky person was the old turtle. He had set up the demonic clan's formation to collect the divine spring of life he had chosen. However, the divine spring of life was really as difficult to collect as Gu Fei had said. Moreover, the old turtle was too greedy. The divine spring of life he had chosen was very extraordinary, far beyond the ordinary divine spring of life. Therefore, the old turtle was in a tragedy. The divine spring of life condensed the life essence and derived the earth dragon qi. The earth dragon qi had already taken shape, and had some characteristics of the dragon vein. When the old turtle wanted to collect the divine spring of life, the earth dragon qi derived from the divine spring of life resisted instinctively. It took shape and fought against the old turtle. Although the dragon shadow formed from the earth dragon qi wasn't a real dragon and didn't have any intelligence, its attack power was comparable to that of an almighty. The old turtle exerted all his strength but still couldn't shake the earth dragon qi derived from the divine spring of life. Instead, he was covered in dust and was repeatedly blasted away by the dragon shadow formed from the earth dragon qi. Arg, this is infuriating. The old turtle rushed up from the ground and shook off the dust on his body. He roared at the sky with a ferocious expression. I don't believe that I can't subdue you. Saying that, the old turtle crazily rushed into the area enveloped by the demonic clan's formation. From his posture, it seemed that he was going to fight against the divine spring of life. Tian couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this from afar. The old tortoise wouldn't be able to take this divine spring, unless he had a great divine ability or a great technique. This was because what he wanted to take wasn't just a divine spring, but a dragon vein. In Li Xuandao's world, the energy was vast. Buddhist power and demonic power spread throughout the world. This situation lasted for 49 days. In the end, in the valley where Gu Fei was, endless tricolored Buddha light suddenly rushed out. The whole world was shaken as if the end of the world had come. Mahakala was incomparably shocked. When the three-colored Buddhist light was at its brightest and most resplendent, and when the Buddhist power was at its strongest, it suddenly converged, and the three-colored Buddhist light that filled the sky instantly vanished. Above the valley, Gu Fei stood up. The next moment, a long laugh rang through the sky. Haha! This ancient lamp is finally mine. Gu Fei's avatar came out of the ancient lamp. The soul of the purple gold sword and the soul of the cauldron of mountains and rivers returned to their places. He saw the ancient bronze Buddha lamp that was refined by the Buddha Lord floating in front of him. A circle of water-like tricolored light enveloped his body, and incomparably moist cool air instantly flowed through his body. He breathed on the Buddha lamp. The ancient bronze lamp, which was more than 3 feet tall, immediately spun and shrank to about 1 foot, falling into the palm of his hand. Gu Fei laughed heartily and played with it fondly for a while. Then, he formed a seal on it and raised the ancient bronze lamp. The soybean-sized tricolor Buddhist light on the wick immediately burst out with a dazzling tricolor light. The entire world was bathed in the tricolor light. Chapter 626. After 49 days, Gu Fei finally destroyed the primordial spirit imprint, left by the Buddha Lord in the Buddhist lamp of the 3 realms. The Buddhist lamp became an ownerless object. Gu Fei used his supreme immortal power to split his primordial spirit and planted a bit of true spirit in the Buddhist lamp. At this point, the Buddhist lamp of the three realms was truly his and had nothing to do with the ancient Buddha Lord. Boom! The soybean-sized tricolored flame erupted like a volcano, emitting a radiant tricolored Buddhist light. It was as if a tricolored sun was fixed in the sky, illuminating all directions. Wow! Did the brat really succeed? At this time, the tricolored Buddhist light illuminated the entire inner world. Auspicious waves of Buddhist power spread throughout the sky and earth. The old tortoise shouted as he rushed out from a place filled with demonic qi. He looked at the tricolored divine light in the sky and was shocked. The Buddhist lamp of the three realms had been refined. Although this was within his expectations, it still shocked him greatly. At this time, the sun was hanging high in the sky, sprinkling down blazing sunlight. However, the Buddhist light fixed in the sky overshadowed the sun's radiance, causing it to lose its splendor. The inner world that Li Xuandao refined already had the embryonic form of a grand world. Stars began to appear in the sky, day and night alternated, and the sun and moon rotated. To be able to refine the inner world to this extent, Li Xuandao was quite remarkable. Of course, this inner world was constantly being nourished by several springs of life, so it definitely had unlimited potential for growth. The Buddhist lamp was fixed high in the sky. Although it emitted an infinitely gentle Buddhist power, the old tortoise and He Tian both felt their souls tremble. The ancient lamp shone brightly like a tricolored sun, emitting a powerful aura that made people shudder. The old tortoise was still fine. After all, he had recovered to the strength of a quasi-supreme existence. He Tian, on the other hand, was much weaker. He felt as if he was facing an ancient Buddha and was in awe from the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but want to kneel. His yin-yang skeleton was trembling, and he felt as insignificant as an ant. The Buddhist light was blazing and rushed into the sky. A supreme pressure swept across the entire inner world. It was as if a vast ocean had submerged the entire inner world, causing it to shake. Boom! The Buddha flame was vast and mighty, and the tricolored Buddha light became the only thing in the world. The Buddha lamp's aura rose to an unimaginable level. The power of the Buddhist weapon seemed to be endless, suppressing everything in the world. After that, the world became silent. The grass and trees didn't move. All sounds disappeared. Time seemed to have stopped. This part of the world was dead silent. This was the power of a supreme Buddhist artifact refined by an ancient Buddhist lord. Gu Fei wielded another supreme saint artifact. He soared into the sky, and wherever he passed, the boundless Buddhist light would open up a path for him. He directly flew up into the sky and plucked the ancient lamp that was fixed high up in the sky. Then the endless Buddhist light quickly retreated like the tide. In an instant, the three-colored Buddhist light that illuminated the world disappeared into the soybean-sized three-colored lamp. A simple and unadorned ancient bronze lamp appeared in Gu Fei's hand, causing the vast and terrifying pressure in the surroundings to dissipate. What a great loss, a great loss! Old Tortoise muttered to himself and fiercely scratched the messy hair on his head. He was a little regretful. Congratulations on refining the supreme treasure, boss. After the endless pressure retreated, He Tian immediately flew toward Gu Fei and congratulated him. This bootlicker! Old Tortoise couldn't help but feel a little disdainful when he saw He Tian's appearance, but he had no choice but to step forward and cup his hands at Gu Fei. Congratulations! Old Tortoise, what happened to you? Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and couldn't help but be shocked by his appearance. Old Tortoise's clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his body was dirty from head to toe. His face was bruised and swollen, and there was even a bloodstain under his nose. This, heh. The old tortoise was a little embarrassed. This was too shameful, too shameful. He couldn't tell Gu Fei that not only was he unable to collect the divine spring, but he was also covered in dirt. You old tortoise, haha. Gu Fei suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but laugh. This guy must have suffered a great loss. How could the heavenly spring of life in this world be so easy to collect? Gu Fei had seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit and integrated with Li Xuandao's soul memory. Naturally, he knew this world like the back of his hand. The heavenly spring of life in this world had long been refined by Li Xuandao's supreme magic power to become one with this world. How could it be so easy for Old Tortoise to collect a heavenly spring? Brat, could it be? You already knew that I couldn't collect the heavenly spring here, so you exchanged for the Buddhist lamp? Old Tortoise was not a fool and immediately came to a realization. Haha, I thought you already knew that the heavenly spring of life here had become one with this world, but it turns out that you didn't see anything. Gu Fei laughed. This? Old Tortoise was dumbfounded. He wanted to slap himself a few times. How could he have been so careless? How could he have made such a mistake? At this time, Old Tortoise's sorrow was intense. With his eyes, he should have been able to see it, but he was careless at this time. During these 49 days, apart from the heavenly spring in the valley where Gu Fei was, Old Tortoise had tried to collect the other heavenly springs. However, he found that even if there were 1 or 2 heavenly springs that did not produce Earth Dragon Chi from the endless life essence, it was still difficult to collect them. Just as Gu Fei said, the heavenly spring had become one with the earth. Collecting the heavenly spring was equivalent to separating the void where the heavenly spring was located from this world. It was too difficult. With Old Tortoise's current cultivation and strength, he simply did not have the ability to separate a void from this world. I don't care. You got the Buddhist lamp, but I didn't get the divine spring. Brat, you have to get me a divine spring. The Old Tortoise was unhappy. He couldn't just let it go like this. I don't care. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and then said with a chuckle, Didn't you promise to take a heavenly spring that day? It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but there's nothing I can do if you can't take it. Roar. Old Tortoise looked up at the sky and roared, Brat, if you don't get me a heavenly spring, I'm not done with you. Old Tortoise could not help but feel angry. He absolutely could not let a Buddhist lamp go to waste. After all, it was a supreme Buddhist artifact. Seeing that Old Tortoise was really angry, Gu Fei did not dare to provoke him anymore. He thought about it and said, How about this? Aren't there a few more heavenly springs in the sacred land of the God race? You just need to collect one. Ah, why didn't I think of that? Old Tortoise's eyes lit up. He reached out and slapped his head. His anger immediately turned into joy. However, Old Tortoise immediately had some misgivings and said, Those God race fellas. Old Tortoise had to have some misgivings. It should be noted that the God race patriarch Li Jingxia and supreme divinity Li Fan were stronger than Old Tortoise and were not to be trifled with. Aren't I the God race's ancestor now? If I give you a heavenly spring, who in the God race would dare to say no? You worry too much. Gu Fei said nonchalantly. His divine soul had entered Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique. He was Li Xuandao and Li Xuandao was him. Other than the primordial great devil and the little monk Fan Xiao, no one could see through this. Haha. Good brat, good brother. I will remember this favor. Despite working for 49 days in vain, Old Tortoise was still very happy. Big brother, since you have successfully refined the Buddhist lamp, shouldn't we leave now? The silent Haitian suddenly asked. Although this part of the world was like a fairyland, there was nothing else besides some birds and beasts. Erebus was really bored to death in these 49 days. Yes, brat, let's go. Old Tortoise agreed. This guy couldn't wait for Gu Fei to fulfill his promise, so he was even more eager to leave than Haitian. Gu Fei glanced at Haitian and Old Tortoise, then he said, Now is not the time. I still have a Buddhist weapon to refine. Finished speaking, Gu Fei took out the bronze bell from his dantian. Buzz! The bell gently chimed in the wind. It was as if the world was filled with Sanskrit hymns and Buddhist hymns echoing in one's ears. This caused one's spirit to be refreshed and their spirits to be clear. Let me see. Old Tortoise was a little surprised to see this bronze bell. Gu Fei caught the bronze bell and handed it over to Old Tortoise. This bronze bell had green spots as if it had been corroded, but it was still able to emit crisp and pleasant chimes. This kind of chime seemed to contain Buddhist power. Like the lingering Sanskrit hymns and Buddhist hymns. It could purify one's soul, and was the nemesis of all demons and ghosts. Old Tortoise took the bronze bell and carefully looked at it. It was only the size of a fist and was made of bronze. It was an ancient bronze bell. The bronze bell was dull, and there was nothing special about it. There were mysterious patterns on the body of the bell, as well as the vague shadows of countless Buddhas, but they were all blurry. Where did you get this Buddhist bell? Old Tortoise's eyes lit up as he looked at it. If I'm not wrong, this is one of the 3 Buddhist weapons refined by the Buddhist Lord. Yes, I got it from an ancient palace, Gu Fei answered. Legend has it that the ancient Buddhist master refined 3 Buddhist artifacts: a saber, a bell, and a lamp. Each Buddhist artifact was a sacred object of the extreme Tao. To think that all 3 of the Buddhist sect's utmost treasures ended up in the hell Tao, said the old tortoise. He carefully held the ancient bronze bell, his voice trembling. 3 great Buddhist artifacts. Every single one of them had endless wondrous uses, possessing great power. Chapter 627. The fact that the ancient bronze bell was sealed had been confirmed by the old tortoise. Someone had used great Buddhist power to seal the ancient bronze bell. Although it had been eroded by time, the power of the seal still existed. The merciless passage of time could erase everything, turning the sea into mulberry fields. However, it could not erase the ancient bronze bell and the seal on it. It had to be said that the person who sealed the bronze bell was too heaven-defying. The power of the seal would not disappear with the passage of time. The old tortoise was experienced and knowledgeable. He would not be wrong. The ancient bronze bell was a supreme Buddhist weapon. It was one of the 3 supreme Buddhist weapons refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. A lamp, a blade, and a bell. The Buddhist lamp illuminated the path ahead. The Buddhist commandment blade cut off all karma, and the bell cleansed the soul. The 3 supreme Buddhist weapons all had infinite magical uses, and were the most precious treasures of Buddhism. Gu Fei wanted to refine this ancient bronze bell. He was not prepared to leave this world right now. The heaven and earth spiritual qi here was simply too dense. It provided him with an endless supply of heaven and earth spiritual qi to refine the extreme Tao Buddhist weapon. Therefore he threw a divine black iron order to the old tortoise, opened his inner world, and let the old tortoise and He Tian out. With the divine black iron order in hand, the Protoss would absolutely not dare to disrespect the old tortoise and He Tian. Even if the old tortoise wanted to collect a sacred spring, the Protoss would not dare to stop him. With the divine order in hand, the He Tian was like the arrival of the Protoss ancestor. Even Li Jingxia and Li Fan, the divine lord, did not dare to say anything. With the order in hand, the old turtle walked out of the fairyland and directly brought Erebus out of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. At this time, outside the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, several divine race experts were gathered. Patriarch Li Jingxia, Hierarch Li Fan, Goddess Li Xian'er, God King Li Shang, and God King Li Zun were all standing outside the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. As soon as they saw the old tortoise and He Tian coming out of the Purple Mansion, they quickly greeted them. Is the ancestor inside? We want to see the Grand Elder. Li Jingxia, the clan master of the celestial race, said to Old Tortoise. He seemed to have something urgent to discuss with Li Xuandao. The old turtle glanced at Li Jingxia. Now that he had the protection of the God race's ancestor, he didn't really care about the God race's patriarch. He said indifferently, "Your patriarch isn't inside." Seeing the old tortoise disrespect Li Jingxia, the others couldn't help but be displeased. Li Jingxia was the God race's patriarch, the person with the highest status in the God race besides the ancestor. Ignoring the God race patriarch was the same as ignoring the entire God race. In the world of death, the old monster was the first person who dared to ignore the divine clan master. However, no one in the divine clan would have thought that the old turtle was not the only one who dared to ignore the divine clan master. You old demon, show some respect. You need to know who you're talking to. Li Zun couldn't hold it in anymore, and said to the old tortoise in annoyance, "Tch, you brat, I'm talking to your family's adults. If you have nothing to do, scram to the side." The old turtle disdainfully glanced at Li Zun. "When I was dominating the heavens and earth, you were still playing with sand." The old turtle thought to himself, I don't even care about the God race patriarch, so why would I be afraid of divine King Li Zun? Hearing the old turtle's words, everyone's expressions changed. Hierarch Li Fan snorted and took a step forward. A powerful aura rushed out of his body and directly pressed towards the old turtle. Boom! Hierarch Li Fan was like an ancient god descending. His step caused the entire mountain to shake. His long hair fluttered without any wind as he stared coldly at the old turtle. "Where is the ancestor?" Hierarch Li Fan asked. At this time, the god race's patriarch Li Jingxia's expression also became a bit unsightly. What are you being so fierce for? The old turtle didn't care about these people at all. He didn't give them any face, even if they were the legendary successor of the supreme Tao ancestor. It had to be known that in ancient times, the old turtle was an almighty expert of the demon race. There were few who could match him in this world. At his peak, a single slap from him was enough to kill these so-called god race experts. After his cultivation dropped, he had no choice but to endure when facing people stronger than him. But he had already endured enough and didn't want to endure anymore. Impudent! Li Zun shouted and rushed over. I've already endured you for a long time. You're just an old demon, what are you trying to do? Li Zun directly reached out to grab the old turtle standing in front of the Zifu Immortal Palace. His 5 fingers flickered and divine power enveloped the void, covering the old turtle. Li Jingxia, Li Fan, and the others silently retreated. Only Divine King Li Shang frowned. This old turtle was a key figure in the god race's prophecy. If he was killed, who knew what terrible consequences would occur? Li Shang had some misgivings and wanted to stop him. But at this time, the old turtle suddenly threw a black object towards Li Zun's large hand. What is that? Li Zun was immediately startled. He subconsciously grabbed the object in his hand. Divine power surged in his hand and rays of divine light curled around it. Li Zun wanted to directly crush the object in his hand, and then teach the old turtle a lesson. But when he exerted force, he found that the object in his hand was incomparably hard. It was difficult to crush it. Li Zun was extremely surprised. He was a divine king of the god race. The strength of a single grab was unbelievably strong. Even a piece of divine iron would be crushed by his grasp. Li Zun exerted force again and again, his divine power vast and mighty. But very quickly, his forehead was covered in sweat. The object in his hand was too hard. It was simply impossible to crush. It was even harder than real divine iron. Even Li Shang and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Old Ghost, on the other hand, stood calmly on the steps in front of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. He sneered and looked at Li Zun with disdain. Li Zun helplessly opened his palm and saw a pitch-black iron token in his hand. When he saw the iron token, Li Zun's face turned extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. His hand shook, and the black metal plate in his hand almost fell from his hand. This is the God Race Patriarch Li Jingxia, Hierarch Li Fan, Divine King Li Xian, and Divine King Li Shang couldn't help but be moved when they saw the black iron token in Li Zun's hand. The divine iron token. Li Zun's voice trembled. Once the divine iron token was taken out, it was like the arrival of a distant ancestor. The holder of the divine iron token could even command all the members of the god race apart from the god race patriarch. When they saw the divine iron token, the members of the god race were shocked and puzzled. Why would their ancestor give the divine iron token to an outsider? This was too unbelievable. Seeing the token was like seeing the ancestor. This was not a child's play. In the god race, the divine iron token had supreme authority. Sometimes, it was even more effective than the words of the god race patriarch. Once the divine iron token was taken out, all immortals and deities would bow their heads. We're being rude. I hope the distinguished guest won't stoop to the level of the younger generation. At this time, Hierarch Li Fan quickly withdrew the powerful aura emitted from his body and bowed respectfully to the old turtle. Why haven't you returned the divine iron token to our esteemed guest? The god race patriarch Li Jingxia looked at Li Zun and said in a deep voice. He was very unhappy. The appearance of the divine iron token had directly challenged his authority as the god race patriarch. However, Li Jingxia was helpless. Since the old turtle had the divine iron token, even the god race patriarch would not dare to do anything to him. Yes. At this time, Li Zun suddenly woke up from his shock. He hurriedly held the divine iron token and carefully walked forward before respectfully handing it over to the old turtle. Li Shang could not help but show a disdainful expression when he saw Li Zun's change from arrogance to deference. This guy only bullied the weak and feared the strong. He was definitely a treacherous villain. Now that the old turtle had offended such a person, there would be some trouble in the future. Humph! The old tortoise disdainfully looked at Li Zun and then took the divine metal command from him. Slap yourself 9 times and then scram. The old tortoise also didn't like Li Zun and coldly spoke. Ha! A cold light flashed in Li Zun's eyes when he heard this. This old demon. Li Zun took a deep breath. His chest was about to explode from anger. He was furious. However, he did not dare to resist. He obediently gave himself 9 resounding slaps on the face. After he was done, blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Li Zun's body trembled from anger. This was a great humiliation. Furthermore, it had happened in front of Li Xianer. Li Zun was so ashamed that he almost couldn't help but want to fight the old turtle. If looks could kill, then the old turtle would have been killed countless times by Li Zun. Li Zun's cheeks immediately swelled up, but he endured it in the end. He did not dare to say anything to the old turtle, but he hated the old turtle to death in his heart. Humph. The old turtle did not care about what Li Zun was thinking. He turned a blind eye to Li Zun's murderous gaze. After Li Zun finished slapping himself 9 times, the old turtle coldly snorted and left the holy mountain with He Tian. Seeing this, Li Zun almost vomited blood in anger. This old demon. Li Jingxia, Li Fan, and the others looked on in shock. No one said anything. The old tortoise had the godly metal token in his hand, so no one said anything. If the old tortoise didn't buy it, it would make them lose face. Seeing the old turtle leave, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it! Li Zun gritted his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to tear the old turtle apart. However, he could only watch as the old turtle left and did not dare to make a move. That genuine godly metal badge was not a joke. The distant ancestor's position in the God clan was absolutely supreme. Even the clan leader of the God clan had to submit to the distant ancestor and listen to his orders. The godly metal badge of the distant ancestor also had supreme authority in the God clan. Because Li Jingxia and the others knew the meaning of the godly metal badge, they were extremely shocked. They could not understand why the ancestor would give the godly metal badge to an outsider. Friends who want to communicate with Liang San, please join the group. 11269273 Indestructible Martial Sovereign. 76376881 Indestructible Martial Sovereign. Liang San looks forward to your presence. Chapter 628. Li Jingxia and the others were still waiting outside the Violet Immortal Palace, waiting for their ancestor Li Xuandao to appear. They knew that Li Xuandao had already refined his inner world. At this time, Li Xuandao should be in his inner world. If he didn't come out, no one could do anything to him, let alone let him know what was happening outside. Hierarch Li Fan anxiously asked Li Jingxia, "What should we do? Apart from the ancestor, no one can do anything about it." "What else can we do?" Li Jingxia said helplessly. The divine race was facing an unprecedented crisis. All eyes in the world of death were focused on the divine race's sacred land. Some people even saw the little monk Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk outside the sacred land. All the experts in the world of death were eyeing the place where the 9 dragons competed for the pearl. That was the center of the world of death. The prophecy passed down by the supreme Tao ancestor had come true. Humans, gods, demons, Buddhas, and devils had appeared in the world of death. The world of death was about to change. Li Jingxia and the others were worried that the restrictions outside the sacred land wouldn't be able to stop the little monk Fan Xiu and the primordial great devil. If those two were to attack the sacred land, the divine race would be in danger of extinction. Moreover, there were signs that many powerful unknown creatures had gathered outside the sacred land. They seemed to be waiting and didn't attack the restrictions. A storm was coming, and it was an unprecedented storm. The 9 black stone pillars had stood on the periphery of the holy land of the god race for countless years. Except for the ruthless man who had successfully reversed life and death and was reborn from flesh and blood, no one else could break the restrictions on the periphery of the holy land of the god race. It was precisely because of the existence of the 9 pillars that the divine race was able to survive the invasion of Death Qi. Countless years had passed, but the divine race was still the most powerful race in the world of death. Not long after the old turtle left, a sudden burst of demonic energy erupted in the distance. The terrifying waves of demonic energy immediately alerted everyone in the sacred land. What's going on? Outside the Violet Immortal Palace, Li Jingxia and the others couldn't help but be startled. What was the old turtle doing? Did someone attack Old Tortoise and the others? That direction. Could it be? Li Shang suddenly thought of something and said in surprise. The expression on his face gradually became a little strange. It's the divine spring of life, Li Xianer exclaimed. He wants to take the divine spring of life? Damn it. He's destroying the spirit root of our god race. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. Li Xun was even angrier as he roared. Patriarch, give the order. That old demon has gone too far. Immortal energy surged around Li Xun's body. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his killing intent soared to the sky. As long as Li Jingxie gave the order, he would attack immediately. He hated the old tortoise to the bone and wished he could destroy the old tortoise. Don't act rashly, Saintly quickly warned. What saintly could it be that you want to protect that old demon? Li Xun said in a stern voice. I know that old demon was brought back by you. Could it be that you are in cahoots with him? Li Xun had always been at odds with Saintly. This was already an open secret in the god race. Li Xun took advantage of this opportunity to accuse Saintly of betraying the god race. Li Xun, you. How could Saintly not understand the meaning behind Li Xun's words? He was also angry. This Li Xun was really too hateful. Li Xun, don't talk nonsense. Li Jingxie couldn't help but frown and scold Li Xun when he saw the two fellows' red faces. Now that the god race was facing a crisis of life and death, they couldn't afford to be the first to fall into chaos. The god race's patriarch Li Jingxie was a little displeased. This Li Xun actually asked him to give the order. Wasn't that asking him to challenge the authority of the distant ancestor? That old demon had the divine iron token of the distant ancestor. Saintly, you have some friendship with that old demon. Go and take a look. Also pass down my order. All god race members are not to act rashly. If anyone dares to disobey, they will be punished according to the clan's rules. Yes. Saintly quickly accepted the order and left. At this time, there were already many god race experts who had been alarmed and rushed in the direction of the demon aura. At this time, Gu Fei was in Li Xuandao's inner world. He was setting up a divine formation, drawing in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from all directions. He was fully focused on refining the ancient bronze bell. The mountain and river cauldron hung high above his head, stabilizing the void. The violet gold divine sword protected his body, sword light pulsing. Gu Fei didn't hesitate to use a heaven-defying secret technique to rise to the sky, infinitely increasing his strength and breaking the seal on the bronze bell. When the seal was broken, the ancient bronze bell immediately emitted a golden Buddhist light. A melodious bell chime resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The entire inner world seemed to be filled with Sanskrit sounds, and countless Buddhas were chanting scriptures. The heavens and earth were peaceful and tranquil. The sound of the bell could cleanse one's soul and make one's mind clear. Gu Fei felt comfortable as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. His divine soul seemed to have become more solid and powerful. This Buddha bell had endless magical effects. It could turn killing into peace and dispel all the demon aura between heaven and earth. It was the nemesis of all evil spirits in the world. After Gu Fei broke the seal of the Buddha bell, he began to erase the real spirit brand left by the Buddha Lord in the Buddha bell. The method was no different from refining the Three Realms lamp. He separated his divine soul and extracted the mountain and river cauldron soul, and the violet gold divine sword soul. He directly rushed into the bronze bell to destroy the real spirit brand of the Buddha Lord. Just as Gu Fei was displaying the supreme divine technique in the inner world and refining the Buddha bell with all his strength, a small disturbance occurred in the holy land of the god race. With the help of the godly metal token, the old turtle chose a divine spring of life in the sacred ground of the god clan. He then carved countless Dao patterns of the demon clan around the divine spring of life, intending to move the divine spring of life into his inner world. All the Protoss were alarmed and gathered towards the area where the divine spring was located. Some of the Protoss even directly attacked the old tortoise and were beaten black and blue by the old tortoise. They were in a sorry state. The old turtle purposely did not take out the divine metal token to teach these high and mighty Protoss a lesson. In front of the old turtle's quasi-almighty strength, unless it was a peak godly king stage Protoss powerhouse, no one was the old turtle's opponent. Bang! Old tortoise punched a middle-aged man in the chin, sending him tumbling in the air. Pa! Another slap sent a black-haired youth into a daze, causing him to fall to the ground. The old turtle had easily defeated 2 god race members. Some of the god race members who had already arrived were shocked and did not dare to rashly move forward. Under the ground, there were countless demon marks looming. A divine spring filled with spiritual chi was surrounded by layers of demon marks. The demon marks aroused the power of heaven and earth, imprisoning the void where the divine spring was located. Swish! A silhouette rushed over from afar and caught the screaming middle-aged man who was sent flying. Then, the silhouette put him aside and walked towards Old Tortoise. The young man who was slapped by Old Tortoise was also caught by someone. "Brother Turtle, please have mercy." The newcomer walked over to the old turtle and cupped his hands. This person was Divine King Li Shang, who had come under orders. At this time, no less than 100 god race members had gathered near the divine spring. All of them were furious. This old demon actually wanted to take the divine spring and cut off the spirit root of the god race's holy land. Erebus had long since sensed that the situation wasn't in his favor and had hidden somewhere. It should be known that this ruffian skeleton's cultivation had not yet broken through to the Emperor realm. A god race member at the great perfection of the immortal god realm could beat him up. The old turtle was also unwilling to take out the divine iron token to suppress these god race members. If those god race members swarmed over, wouldn't his bones be torn apart by them? Not at all, not at all. The old turtle smiled mischievously. He had defeated 2 god race members in a row, and didn't seem to care at all. Divine King Li, this old demon actually wants to take the divine spring of our god race's holy land. He really deserves to die. A black-bearded middle-aged man in blue clothes came forward and said. The black-bearded man's divine power was vast and mighty, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He was definitely a god race member who had already stepped into the divine king realm. Li Shang glanced at the black-bearded man and did not answer. Instead, he shouted to the god race members who had gathered around. The patriarch has ordered everyone not to act rashly. Disperse. What's going on? Are we just going to let that old demon take away our divine spring? The surrounding god race members couldn't help but look at each other when they heard that. They became somewhat agitated, but no one dared to disobey the patriarch's order. Although these god race members were dissatisfied, some of them also began to leave. Very quickly, there were only 5 or 6 people left in the sky above the divine spring. These 5 or 6 god race members were all experts of the god race. They were either divine kings or quasi-divine kings. Did you not hear what I said? Seeing that the 5 or 6 god race members were unwilling to leave, Li Shang's expression immediately became gloomy. We want to know why. An old man with a white beard and white eyebrows walked out and coldly swept his gaze over the nonchalant old turtle, then looked at Li Shang. Because he has the divine iron token. Li Shang said coldly. The 5 or 6 god race members were stunned when they heard that. They immediately turned around and left without looking back. At least you know what's good for you. The old turtle scolded. Among the god race, you're still the most pleasing to the eye. The old turtle went forward and patted Li Shang's shoulder. At this time, that fellow He Tian had come out of nowhere. When you're in trouble, you run faster than a rabbit. The old turtle kicked He Tian, who had walked up to him. Chapter 629. The divine race knew that Old Tortoise had the divine iron token of Li Xuandao, so they all retreated. No one dared to challenge Li Xuandao's authority. After Sage Li left, Old Tortoise went all out. He carved demonic runes, sealed the void, and attracted the power of heaven and earth to gradually cut off the connection between the divine spring and the sacred land. Li Xianer was right. Old Tortoise was cutting off the spiritual root in the sacred land of the divine race. One should know that the divine spring of life was extremely precious and could fill an area with vitality. The reason why the sacred land of the divine race was the only place full of vitality in the entire world of death was because of the existence of the 3 divine springs. Now that Old Tortoise was going to take one, it directly shook the foundation of the sacred land of the divine race. A large amount of spiritual energy would be lost, and even the scope of the sacred land of the divine race would shrink. The hundreds of god clan members were furious, but they didn't dare to speak. They hated Old Tortoise and He Tian to the core. If it weren't for the divine metal token, These hundreds of God clan members would have swarmed over and torn Old Tortoise and Hei Tian apart. Gu Fei was refining the bronze bell in the inner world, while Old Tortoise was collecting the divine spring in the sacred land of the divine race. Both of them were extremely busy. Old Tortoise was simply a robber. He was robbing the spiritual root of the divine race in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of many divine race members. Why did the ancestor give the divine iron token to this old demon? Could it be that this old demon's behavior had already been approved by the ancestor? After some divine race members calmed down, they could not help but speculate. This was too abnormal. Why did the ancestor allow this hateful old demon to run amok in the sacred land of the divine race? They could not figure it out. They really could not figure it out. In the God race there was no lack of outstanding talents. However, even these proud sons of the heavens could not understand what was going on, even if they scratched their scalps. No one in the divine race would have thought that all the problems were caused by their distant ancestor, Li Xuandao. Li Xuandao was no longer the original Li Xuandao. At this time, in a desolate valley thousands of miles away from the God race's holy land, the demon Qi was vast and mighty. A demonic aura that made everything in the world tremble spread out from the valley. The entire valley was shrouded in demonic aura. There seemed to be a huge demonic shadow looming in the midst of the surging demonic aura. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from within the valley. Rumble! An extremely powerful force burst out from within the valley. The entire valley was shaking. The roar shook the entire world. After that, the mountains around the valley began to melt like snow. A destructive power surged out from the valley, destroying and erasing everything. Dust soared high into the sky as if the end of the world had arrived. A terrifying aura filled the air. Demonic Qi swept across the land, turning the surrounding 1,000 miles into a demonic domain. Haha! I finally succeeded in connecting the demonic diagram. Even if the Buddha himself comes, I won't be afraid. A vast voice like a heavenly voice spread throughout the heavens and earth. On a tall mountain thousands of miles away, the little monk dressed in white opened his eyes and glanced in the direction where the demonic energy was coming from. True demoning Tian has returned. Little monk Fan Xiu said expressionlessly before closing his eyes to meditate again. Earth demoning Tian. The nameless old monk who was sitting behind little monk Fan Xiu said this and didn't speak anymore. At the peak of the mountain, the Buddha's power was boundless, blocking the dark clouds and mist above. Between the sky and the earth, there seemed to be two Buddhas appearing in the void. Rumble! Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses could be heard from afar. Above the sky, endless demonic aura was surging. Then the demonic aura covered the sky and the earth, surging towards the mountain. Boom! A huge demonic diagram appeared in the demonic aura. The entire world was about to collapse. This was the true power of the demonic diagram. When the diagram shook, even the sky was shaking. On top of the diagram, a terrifying silhouette stood, surrounded by demonic aura. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He looked majestic. It was the primordial demon. After reconnecting the demonic diagram, he immediately came to settle the score with little monk Fan Xiu. That day, he was chased by little monk Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk until he was in an extremely sorry state. Now was the time to take revenge. Ing Tian, the Earth Demon Lord, was a great demon of his generation. He was an unparalleled figure. Even though he was trapped by the Buddha Lord and the Tao ancestor for countless years, he was still powerful enough to look down on the world. His demonic power was unpredictable. The demonic diagram shook the sky. The demonic power was overwhelming. The mountain was shaking and terrifying cracks appeared on the mountain, as if it could collapse at any time. Little monk Fan Xiu die. A loud voice rang out from the demonic clouds. Then, a demonic diagram rushed out from the demonic clouds and rapidly spread out, enveloping the entire world. Endless demonic energy poured down from the demonic diagram. The power of destruction tore through the void and shattered the world, as if it could destroy everything. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain that little monk Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk were on finally collapsed. As the dust rose into the sky, a dark green saber light soared up and slashed at the demonic diagram that was enveloping it. Auspicious Buddhist power surged in the world. Little monk Fan Xiu made his move. The green jade ring blade broke through the layers of demonic energy and collided with the demonic diagram. The demonic diagram shook and the dark green blade light shattered. However, the demonic diagram's downward momentum was also stopped. The demonic diagram and the Buddha blade collided head-on and seemed to be evenly matched. Rumble. The remaining power that was released swept out in all directions. Mountains crumbled one after another, and the ground within a radius of a few hundred miles shook violently like waves. A Buddhist chant sounded from below. 2 balls of golden Buddhist light, like golden suns, blocked off the layers of demonic energy and rose up from below. The auspicious Buddhist power dispelled the murderous aura in the world. Roar! Little monk Fanshio, didn't you have a lot of fun hunting me down? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being hunted down. The Earth Demon Lord Ingtian stepped on the demonic diagram. Boundless demonic might surged out from the demonic diagram, rushing towards little monk Fanshio and the nameless old monk. A terrifying demonic energy was emitted from the demonic diagram, and a demonic mountain rushed out from it, crashing towards little monk Fanshio and the nameless old monk. Under the pressure of the demonic mountain, the space between heaven and earth crumbled, turning into chaos. Buddha is with me, little monk Fanshio bellowed. He stretched out his right hand and pressed upwards. In his palm a swastika appeared. Boom! Chapter 630. Little monk Fanshio unleashed a supreme Buddha might and soared into the sky. Buddha and I were one. He struck out with the legendary Buddha sect's great mystic art, Heavenly Buddha Palm. The vast palm force directly shook the heaven-devouring demon diagram that covered the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The devil diagram shuddered violently as a hazy world emerged from it, swallowing the Heavenly Buddha Palm's palm force into the middle world of the diagram. Surging demonic chi swept down once again. Do you really think you're a Buddha? The Earth Archdevil Lord Ingtian stood on the devil diagram barking. His body was shrouded in a devilish light, and the terrifying devilish energy that burst out from his body directly shattered the void around him into a chaotic mess. Roar! Suddenly, a series of roars came from the devil diagram. Then, 9 ferocious devil dragons rushed out from the diagram, pouncing towards little monk Fanshio and the nameless old monk. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder rumble, 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 rumble the sky. Terrifying black lightning bolts rushed out from the devil diagram, forming a terrifying sea of lightning that bombarded the area below. The devilish energy was strong to the extreme, shattering the void and collapsing the heavens and earth. The complete devil diagram displayed a terrifying devilish might, as if it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Little monk Fanshio chanted Buddha's name, directly slashing the void with his saber. A 10,000 zhang long spatial crack instantly appeared between him and the devil diagram. The spatial crack was like a horrifying mouth that swallowed the 9 demonic dragons and the endless demonic lightning. Good move. The Earth Archdevil Lord Ingtian couldn't help but admire little monk Fanshio's move. It was too brilliant to be able to draw all his attacks into the void. Right at this moment, the little monk Fanshio slashed through the void again. Just when the Earth Demon Lord thought that Fanshio was going to use a Buddhist mystic art, the little monk and the nameless old monk jumped into the crack in space by themselves. Not good. Seeing this, the Earth Archdevil Lord was shocked. He controlled the devil diagram to descend from the sky, trying to stop little monk Fanshio and the nameless old monk from entering the spatial crack. Swoosh! With a flash of Buddhist light, the little monk Fanshio and the nameless old monk disappeared into the crack in space. They had already teleported away. The Archdevil Lord Ingtian was still a step too late. Roar! Cunning bastard! The Earth Archdevil Lord Ingtian roared in rage. His devilish diagram danced, shattering a part of heaven and earth. To think that the little monk Fanshio actually managed to escape, this infuriated him even more. After venting his anger for a while, the Earth Demon Lord, Ingtiankong, put away the demon diagram and rode the demon cloud toward the land of sealed demons. In the blink of an eye, the billowing demon chi disappeared from the dusky world. 10,000 miles away, the space suddenly began to tremble. Ripples began to form in the air like water. Following a flash of golden light, 2 figures walked out of the space. A skinny old monk and a little monk in white with white teeth and red lips appeared in the sky. A peaceful aura immediately spread from the two of them, causing the world that was filled with the aura of death to have a hint of calmness. "Why did you retreat?" The skinny old monk placed his palms together and said to the little monk. His voice wasn't loud, nor was it pleasant to the ears. However, it was like a Buddhist chant, calming the hearts of those who heard it. It wasn't a lie that the Buddha possessed the power to deliver all living beings from suffering. Every word and action of the Buddha was filled with infinite compassion, able to influence all living beings in the surroundings. That demon lord's strength is on par with ours. If both of us were to suffer, wouldn't that be giving the brat an advantage? The little monk Fan Shou's gaze was incomparably deep. The nameless old monk nodded and said no more. They had already successfully merged with the Buddha Sariras in their bodies. It was as if the Buddha was with them, allowing their cultivation to be infinitely close to the realm of Buddha. The ancient Buddhist lord had left behind a contingency plan in the path of hell. The path of hell, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, was something he would never leave behind for others. The little monk Fan Shou and the nameless old monk undoubtedly had the advantage of the right time, place, and people when they were fighting for this piece of land. Furthermore, they had also obtained the inheritance of the Buddha's power. We just need to watch from the side. Let the demon and the kid walk into the place where the 9 dragons fight for the pearl and die in the heaven and earth killing trap. Won't that save us a lot of trouble? Little monk Fan Shou said indifferently. Why don't we enter the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl now? The nameless old monk asked in confusion. They had obtained the inheritance of the Buddha and had the guidance of the Buddha. It wasn't impossible for them to enter the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl and obtain the divine pearl of the world origin. There's no hurry. If we want to enter the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl, the Shun clan will definitely be alerted. That brat will definitely not let us enter the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl so easily, the little monk Fan Shou said. The brat he was referring to was Gu Fei. Gu Fei had stolen Li Xuandao's Dao fruit and possessed Li Xuandao's body. His strength was not inferior to theirs. Moreover, they could already tell that Gu Fei had mastered some kind of secret technique that could instantly increase his strength by 10 times. Even the Jade Bone demon who dared to attack the Earth Demon Lord was defeated by him. The little monk Fan Shou was very wary of Gu Fei. That demon is heading towards the place of sealing demons. Is he trying to reconstruct his demon body? The little monk Fan Shou seemed to have sensed something and turned to look at the place of sealing demons. What should we do? If that demon succeeds in reconstructing his demon body, he will become even stronger. The nameless old monk could no longer maintain his composure. Let him struggle. Even if he recovers his former cultivation, he will still be buried in the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl, the little monk Fan Shou said calmly. He seemed very confident in the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl. The little monk Fan Shou and the nameless old monk then disappeared into the void. They wanted to be the Oriole behind the mantis. Although they had received guidance from the Buddha, they were not in a hurry to enter the place of the 9 dragons for the pearl. Time flew by. Dozens of days had passed unknowingly. The old tortoise had successfully stored the divine spring of life in the sacred land of the Shun clan into his inner world. The spiritual energy in the sacred land of the Shun clan had inevitably weakened. The Shun clan members were angry, but they dared not say anything. Even the Shun clan lord, Li Jingxia, did not ask about it. After collecting the divine spring, the old tortoise and the Heitian began to wander around the sacred land of the Shun clan. As a result, there were a series of robberies in the sacred land of the Shun clan, whose divine fruit that had been cultivated for thousands of years had been plucked, whose ambrosia had disappeared, and whose treasure vault had been ransacked. Things that had never happened before happened one after another in a short span of a dozen days. For a time, everyone in the sacred land of the Shun clan was in danger. Everyone knew who the culprit was, but those who had lost their things had to swallow their anger. Chapter 631. The Protoss were hoping that their distant ancestor, Li Xuandao, would come out as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the two continued to wreak havoc, there would never be a day of peace in the sacred land of the Protoss. Old Tortoise and Heitian relied on the Shuntai token in their hands, so they did and thought about things that they dared not do or think about. Old Tortoise even shamelessly teased the only goddess king of the Protoss, Lysianer, causing her pursuers to want to blast him into pieces whenever they saw him. Of course, Old Tortoise and Haytion dared not go overboard. If the Protoss powerhouses could not bear it and attacked them at the risk of being punished by the Patriarch, they would definitely be the unlucky ones in the end. Apart from collecting the heavenly spring of life that day, Old Tortoise and Haytion did not do anything earth-shattering. Even so, they were listed as the most unwelcome people by the Protoss. Boring, so boring. Old Tortoise and Haytion were walking in a fairyland-like mountain. Old Tortoise was dragging a white jade wine jar. The rich aroma of the wine filled the air. On a distant mountain peak, a white-haired old man's eyes turned red. That was the divine wine that he had painstakingly brewed. He had not drunk a drop, but it was stolen by that damned old demon. What made the old man most aggrieved was that even though he knew that Old Tortoise had stolen it, he still pretended that nothing had happened. It was so infuriating. "Senior, that old man seems to want to fight you to the death." Haytion followed behind Old Tortoise like a little follower. He sensed an undisguised murderous intent coming from the distant mountain peak. Hee. How dare he? The Old Tortoise took out the godly metal token from his bosom and waved it in front of the old man on the mountain peak. Then he proudly raised the wine jar and gulped down a few mouthfuls. After that, he proudly walked forward. Roar! An angry roar came from the distant mountain peak. The old man was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he eventually resisted the urge to attack. Shuntai token. The old man's face became incomparably hideous. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and disappeared from the mountain. Haytion followed behind Old Tortoise in fear. This Old Tortoise was truly unscrupulous. He couldn't imagine what would happen to them if they lost the godly metal token. Soak in the divine spring. The Old Tortoise drank the immortal brew and hummed a tune as he leisurely walked toward a valley in front of him that emitted waves of life aura. The holy land of the God clan depended entirely on the nourishment of the 3 divine springs of life. That was why it could create a lively area in this world of death. After Old Tortoise moved one of the divine springs into his inner world, the spirit energy in the sacred land of the gods became much weaker. The spirit energy of heaven and earth was no longer as dense. However, there were still 2 divine springs in the god race's holy land. This place was full of vitality, and it wouldn't be depleted of spiritual energy. It could still exist in this world filled with the aura of death. Soak in the divine spring? Upon hearing this, the soul fire in Haytion's skull immediately throbbed violently. His bones were now covered in blood, and he needed a large amount of life essence to refine his bones and revitalize them. The 2 ruffians, one old and one young, walked straight toward the valley where the divine spring was located as if there was no one else around them. They simply ignored the murderous gazes shooting at them from all directions. Almost everyone in the divine race was paying close attention to these 2 scourges. Seeing that these 2 scourges were actually walking towards the other divine spring, everyone became nervous. If that old demon dared to covet that divine spring, the god race would definitely not tolerate it anymore. If Old Tortoise took another divine spring, there would probably be great changes in the sacred land of the god race. Even the patriarch of the god race, Wuxia, could not sit still. Fortunately, nothing that would make the god race flip out happened in the end. The evil Old Tortoise and Haytion merely walked into the divine spring and soaked in it comfortably. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Gu Fei was fully focused on refining the Buddha bell in his inner world. He had no idea that Old Tortoise and Haytion were living comfortably outside because they had the divine iron token in their hands. Dong! Suddenly, a melodious bell rang in the inner world. The sound of the bell could cleanse one's soul and spread to every corner of the inner world. Like the evening drum and morning bell, it gave people a sudden feeling of enlightenment. Within the sound of the bell, there seemed to be Buddha chanting sutras and endless Sanskrit chanting lingering. There was peace and harmony between the heaven and earth. This was the might of the grand Tao of Buddha. It possessed boundless auspiciousness and benevolence, and it was like the tune of the heavens that delivered all living beings from suffering. It coiled around the heavens and the earth, causing all living beings that heard the sound of the bell to be affected and transform their ruthlessness into auspiciousness. The melodious sound of the bell lasted for a full hour before it gradually disappeared. Gu Fei sat cross-legged above the valley with the bronze bell in his hand. He actually looked somewhat like an enlightened monk. The life essence of the spring in the valley below was no longer as exuberant as before. After refining 2 Buddhist treasures, endless life essence was drawn out. The lush flowers and trees around the spring had already withered and turned yellow. Although a large amount of life essence had been lost, the divine spring in the valley did not dry up. Traces of life essence still seeped out. In time, the flowers and trees that were nourished by the life essence would be revitalized. Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled. He swallowed the bronze Buddha bell that was surrounded by Buddhist light into his body. Then he stood up. He was refreshed and did not feel the slightest tiredness from refining the Buddhist artifacts for dozens of days. The mountain and river cauldron, the purple gold godly sword, half of the peerless ominous saber, and the 2 Buddhist artifacts. I now have 5 supreme treasures. It's time to enter the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. Gu Fei murmured. Now that he had control over 5 extreme Tao treasures, his confidence was greatly boosted. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion could be heard from afar. Following that, a vast energy fluctuation could be felt from afar. In an instant, the entire inner world trembled for a moment. This is... Gu Fei suddenly thought of something and was immediately shocked. Swoosh! His figure disappeared in the void. In the next moment, he appeared above another divine spring 1,000 miles away. At this moment, the spirit-gathering formation that he laid down collapsed in shock. It was obvious that the terrifying energy that had just erupted had directly destroyed the spirit-gathering formation. Rumble. The heavens and earth were shaking. At the center of the spirit-gathering formation, a dazzling 5-colored divine light bloomed. A powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate spread out from the divine light. Gu Fei could vaguely see that in the divine light, there seemed to be countless 5-colored stars shining. The extremely powerful power of the 5 elements caused the earth to tremble. My fleshly body. Gu Fei's expression changed. His fleshly body seemed to have undergone some changes. This caused Gu Fei to be pleasantly surprised. Under the endless spiritual qi's tempering, his fleshly body seemed to be on the verge of metamorphosis. Chapter 632. Swoosh! The immortal Tao divine eye emerged from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A hazy divine light pierced through the void and swept forward. The divine eye's strange power could see through all illusions. The dazzling 5-colored divine light couldn't stop Gu Fei's immortal Tao divine eye. The immortal Tao divine eye directly looked into the 5-colored divine light. The divine light was like a 5-colored divine egg. A figure was sitting cross-legged inside the egg. The divine spring had already dried up. There was no longer any life essence coming from it. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked when he saw this. The divine spring of life, which contained endless life essence, had actually dried up. It was unbelievable. Needless to say, the reason why the divine spring had dried up was definitely related to his martial body. Gu Fei already knew that for his martial body to undergo another transformation, it would require endless heaven and earth spiritual qi. Perhaps it was because he had completely absorbed the life essence of the divine spring that his martial body showed signs of transformation. The endless heaven and earth spiritual qi gathered by the spirit-gathering array had caused the vegetation in the area to wither. The divine spring had also lost all its life essence. Gu Fei sensed that his martial body contained a terrifying power that was as vast as the ocean. At this moment, his 365 meridians were as bright as the 5-colored stars. The endless 5-elemental essence was majestic, becoming the only thing between heaven and earth. The void of the 365 meridians was now filled with an enormous amount of 5-elemental essence. The 5-elemental essence flowed out and turned into divine light that rushed out of Gu Fei's body. It was as if the 365 5-colored stars were fixed on Gu Fei's body. Every inch of his muscles and every bone in his martial body was surging with 5-colored light. The entire martial body seemed to have been divinized by the 5-elemental essence. It was as if it was made of 5-colored divine iron. Although there was no divine sense, it still emitted a powerful and oppressive aura. Gu Fei discovered that his martial body didn't seem to be truly transforming. It was just that his 365 acupoints in Dantian had been completely filled with endless 5 elements essence qi. The meridians in his body had already transformed into rays of 5-colored divine light, and every meridian in his body was surging with the vast essence of the 5 elements. Using the meridians as a bridge, the 365 acupoints that emitted resplendent divine light were linked together, forming a strange pattern in Wu's body. It was like a heavenly diagram, and the aura of the great Tao was faintly discernible. My strength has already reached the level of transformation. Why don't I transform? With the immortal Tao divine eyes, Gu Fei understood his true body martial body at a glance. The slightest change in his body could not escape his immortal Tao divine eye. Could it be? Gu Fei suddenly recalled that the martial body in front of him was a shell without a soul. Without a soul, a martial body would not be able to automatically guide the enormous power in the body to break through the shackles of the body, causing the martial body to undergo a transformation. Oh no! Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but secretly complain. His divine soul had left his body and entered the peerless immortal body. Could it be that he had to use the divine seizing secret technique to return to his body? This was absolutely impossible. Although the current martial body was as strong as a divine weapon, Gu Fei knew that the current martial body absolutely couldn't withstand the power of a peerless immortal body. Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder. This was a chance for the martial body to transform, but his divine soul had already left his body, so it couldn't return for the time being. After thinking for a long time, Gu Fei decided to take a risk. He wanted to use the supreme immortal Tao divine force to control the vast power in the martial body and guide this power to transform the martial body. Gu Fei's body's cultivation was only at the demigod realm. If his body transformed again, his martial body would change from a mortal body to an immortal divine martial body. His body landed 10 feet away from the martial body. Ever since he opened his immortal Tao divine eye, he hadn't closed it. The martial body was shrouded by the endless essence of the 5 elements. The naked eye could only see a blurry silhouette. Only by using the immortal divine eyes could Gu Fei clearly see the real body in front of him. Swish! 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 5 divine lights rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian with a vast and mighty divine force. Inside the 5 divine lights were 5 supreme treasures of the great Tao. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron suppressed the 4 directions as it hung high in the sky. It emitted a terrifying force that caused the entire space to tremble. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp floated above his head and sprinkled down a tricolored Buddhist light, causing Gu Fei's mind to become clear. Clang! The sound of the bell was melodious. It was as if the sound of Sanskrit was lingering in one's ears. It also sounded like the chanting of a Buddha. The peaceful Buddhist force filled the air, adding a hint of peace to this part of the world. The violet gold divine sword flew away and stabbed into the ground. It emitted an unparalleled sword chi that sealed the area. The half of the peerless saber also flew to the side and froze in the air. With the protection of the 5 supreme divine weapons, Gu Fei finally felt relieved. He directly used the immortal divine skills and began to use the supreme immortal divine force to trigger the power in the martial body opposite him. Gradually, the martial body sitting cross-legged on the ground began to tremble. Swish! A dazzling light rushed out from the immortal divine eyes and entered the body of the martial body in front of him. Then the martial body's eyelids moved and it opened its eyes. Gu Fei used the immortal divine skills to release a powerful divine will. The divine will was like silk and entered the martial body. Then Gu Fei temporarily seized control of the martial body, as if he was controlling a puppet. He didn't dare to enter the martial body with his divine avatar, because he didn't want to endure the pain of body refinement. Gu Fei didn't want to be distracted. Even though he used the 3 realms Buddhist lamp to stabilize his mind and the sound of the Buddhist bell to stabilize his mind, Gu Fei still didn't want to take the risk. Controlling the martial body with his divine will was the best method. Boom! When the thread-like divine will seeped into the martial body's body, Gu Fei moved and the endless 5 elements essence chi within the martial body suddenly burst out. A strange sound that sounded like muffled thunder immediately came from the martial body. The 365 acupoints emitted a 5-colored divine light that became even more intense, illuminating the entire world. The 365 balls of light that were as resplendent as stars began to slowly move along the meridians of Gu Fei's martial body. Wherever they passed, the muscles, bones, and flesh collapsed. The powerful force directly destroyed the original muscles, bones, and flesh of the martial body. Then the endless life essence began to reconstruct the shattered muscles, bones, and flesh. The reconstructed muscles, bones, and flesh were even stronger than the original ones. Gu Fei's martial body was undergoing a true transformation. It was as if 365 stars were traveling through Gu Fei's martial body. Gu Fei's martial body was shattering. His entire body was cracking, and in some places colorful bones were exposed. The sound of bones cracking was hair-raising. Chapter 633. Rumble. Gu Fei's soulless martial body emitted an incomparably shocking sound that sounded like muffled thunder. 365 five-colored balls of light were like 365 five-colored stars moving slowly. The mighty energy fluctuations emitted from Gu Fei's martial body directly shook the surrounding heaven and earth. Rays of five-colored divine light soared into the sky, tearing the void apart. Gu Fei sat cross-legged 10 feet away from his martial body. His immortal Tao divine eyes constantly emitted incomparably powerful divine sense fluctuations. The divine sense was like silk, penetrating forward and submerging into the martial body. The divine sense was like an invisible thread, like controlling a puppet, extending the divine sense into every inch of the martial body's muscles and bones. Under the control of the divine sense, Gu Fei made the martial body circulate the martial ancestors' cultivation method that was passed down from the great Tao, triggering the 365 balls of divine light that contained the endless power of the 5 elements on the martial body. The 365 balls of 5-colored divine light moved in Gu Fei's martial body, as if they were outlining a heavenly diagram. An extremely mysterious aura seeped out of his body. Every ball of divine light directly shattered the void of acupoints, and then like stars they crushed through the meridians. The vast essence chi of the 5 elements directly broke the meridians, and the muscles, bones, and flesh were all crushed. Fortunately, Gu Fei's martial body had absorbed the endless life essence chi contained in the entire divine spring of life. Its vitality was strong to an unimaginable level. It was simply a human-shaped divine spring. The broken flesh, bones, and meridians were all rapidly reconstructing. The impurities were constantly being expelled from the body, leaving behind all the essence. Even his blood was surging with 5-colored divine light. His chi and blood were vigorous, just like a primordial barbaric dragon. This was a terrifying transformation process. The 365 balls of 5-colored divine light were destroying Gu Fei's martial body, destroying this mortal body. His regenerated flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and meridians were flawless, as if they had been deified. They were like refined iron that was constantly being tempered. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were surging with an unimaginable amount of essence chi. The clothes on Gu Fei's martial body had long since disappeared. His skin and flesh were split open. His tendons and bones were shattered. His martial body was badly mutilated, and his facial features could no longer be distinguished. The blood, flesh, tendons, and bones in his entire body were surging. The hair-raising sound of bones breaking constantly came from within his martial body. The surroundings of his martial body were already splattered with blood, and there were even remnants of flesh, tendons, and bones scattered about. When Gu Fei sensed this scene, he couldn't help but feel shocked. One could imagine what kind of terrifying transformation his martial body was undergoing. This was simply a terrifying process of rebirth. Fortunately, during this process, Gu Fei did not feel any pain because his soul was no longer in his martial body. Moreover, he had the foresight to not split his soul into his martial body to undergo this transformation. Otherwise, he would have to endure unimaginable pain. Right now, he was using his incomparably powerful divine will to trigger the power within his martial body. He was controlling everything as a bystander, so he did not feel any pain. The 365 stars passed through Gu Fei's body. The outline of the heavenly diagram gradually changed as the 365 stars moved. The human body was mysterious and unfathomable. It was like a world that had been sealed in dust. The path of martial arts was to cultivate the body and reopen the world that had been sealed in dust within the body. In the previous metamorphosis, a void acupoint had appeared in Gu Fei's body, allowing him to contain an endless amount of origin energy. This metamorphosis would open up another divine treasury in his body. Gu Fei was looking forward to it. He wanted to know what would happen to his body after this transformation and how strong his martial body would be. Rumble. Like muffled thunder from the ninth heaven, the strange sounds coming from Gu Fei's martial body became more and more majestic. The aura it emitted also became stronger and stronger. This was a transformation of the body, but at the same time it was also a kind of inhuman torture. The world was bright and dark. The sun and moon were constantly rotating. Time passed. Gu Fei's martial body had cracked countless times. His flesh and internal organs were like the roar of heavenly thunder. His bones were broken and reformed inch by inch. This situation lasted for more than half a month. The 365 stars circulated in his martial body countless times. His body was also broken and reformed countless times. Finally, all 365 stars gathered in his dantian. The extremely powerful 5 elements essence qi began to fuse. The 365 stars were smelted into one. Then Gu Fei refined the 5 elements in reverse. With the endless 5 elements essence qi, a wisp of black and white essence qi, which was purer and higher than the 5 elements essence qi. Gu Fei was surprised to find that the black and white essence qi derived from the endless 5 elements essence qi was actually the yin and yang essence qi. It refined the 5 elements into yin and yang. At this time, Gu Fei's martial body had completely shed its mortal aura. It was flawless and crystal clear. There was a faint feeling of transcendence. The meridians in his body had been completely deified. Inside the meridians, colorful divine lights flowed in the meridians. The void meridians disappeared. This transformation completed the process from a mortal to an immortal. Gu Fei's body was already the body of an immortal. He would be the first warrior in the Tung-Long continent to step into the realm of immortals in thousands of years. This was the divine immortal martial physique. It naturally exuded a domineering aura. Other than the disappearance of the acupoints and the complete transformation of the meridians, there were no other changes to this divine immortal martial physique. In the dantian, a wisp of black and white yin-yang essence qi was derived from the endless 5 elements essence qi. That wisp of black and white yin-yang essence qi gradually gathered into a small black and white whirlpool, the size of a soybean. It was devouring the extremely dense 5 elements essence qi around it. The martial body was refining the 5 elements essence qi independently. It wanted to transform the 5 elements essence qi into yin and yang of a higher level. However, this process was really slow. At this speed, the extremely vigorous 5 elements essence qi in Gu Fei's body couldn't be completely transformed into yin and yang in less than 10 million years. At this time, Gu Fei withdrew his divine sense, which was controlling the martial body. Then, he separated a part of his divine sense into the Niwen palace of the martial body. Swoosh! The martial body, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, immediately opened its eyes. Colorful divine lights rushed out of its eyes like sharp swords. Boom! The moment the martial body stood up, the whole heaven and earth shook violently. Then, with a shake of its body, the area within a radius of 100 miles was instantly turned into a sandy land. The martial body, which was controlled by the divine sense, stretched out its hand and pressed in the void. The void in front of its palm immediately collapsed. Colorful divine lights flowed on the immortal martial body. It was like the immortal god of war from ancient times. It could shatter the sky with a raise of its hand and the earth with a stomp of its foot. Ha ha! Ha ha! The immortal martial body controlled by the divine sense and the supreme immortal body controlled by the overgod laughed at the same time. Immortal god, I Gu Fei have finally taken this step. I will become an immortal through martial arts. I will become an immortal martial venerable. Chapter 634. Gu Fei had refined the Buddha bell and the 3 realms Buddha lamp. His original martial body had transformed once again. He had completely severed himself from the mortal world and became an extraordinary divine immortal martial body. The 5 elemental essence qi began to transform into the higher yin and yang qi. This was a transformation, but it was also a new beginning. The divine immortal martial body could only be said to be a small success, but it was still far from the indestructible body of a supreme warrior. At this time, Gu Fei's divine immortal martial body was comparable to that of a mighty figure. If it was a battle of physical strength, Even the body of a mighty figure would not be able to suppress Gu Fei. This was the horror of a warrior. Even if he only had the cultivation of an immortal, the strength of his martial body had reached an unimaginably terrifying level. Within the same level, no one could compete with Gu Fei. He could even kill opponents with higher cultivation levels than him. Gu Fei did not withdraw the divine avatar that had entered the divine immortal martial body. Instead, he directly opened his inner world and walked out. He had to consolidate the realm of the divine immortal martial body. The original acupoints had disappeared and the meridians were divinized. Looking inside, one could see that there were silk-like divine lights all over his body. They were densely packed like an extremely complicated sky map. The divine immortal martial body seemed to have a mysterious and inexplicable connection with this world. It was as if he could feel the Tao of heaven and earth. At the divine immortal realm, one could reside between heaven and earth. Their heart and body could comprehend the elusive great Tao. The inner and outer worlds resonated with each other. Comprehending the great Tao would allow one's martial body to become the embodiment of the great Tao. Only then would one be able to attract the power of the great Tao to one's body and display supreme power. Entering immortal as a mortal was not only a sublimation of the martial body, but also a transformation of the soul. There was a subtle connection between the divine avatar and the main god. The comprehension of the divine avatar was equivalent to the comprehension of the main god. The sublimation of the divine avatar could also transform the main god. This was the reason why Gu Fei had left the divine avatar in the divine immortal martial body. As soon as Gu Fei walked out of his inner world, he sensed 5 or 6 powerful auras outside the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Someone was waiting outside. "Come in." Gu Fei directly sat on the throne in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace and spoke to the people outside. He already knew who they were from the aura they emitted. Gu Fei's physique was Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique. In the eyes of the god race, he was their ancestor Li Xuandao. No one from the god race could see through this. While Gu Fei's words were still lingering in the immortal palace, 5 people walked in from the outside. These 5 people were the Shun clan Lord Li Jingxia, Hierarch Li Fan, and the other Shun clan's strongest experts. "Greetings, old ancestor." The patriarch of the god race, Li Jingxia, took the lead and bowed to Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. His expression was incomparably respectful. "Greetings, old ancestor." The god race's patriarch, Li Jingxia, also knelt on the ground. "I'm not dead yet, why are you bowing?" Gu Fei said unhappily. When he devoured Li Xuandao's soul, he also fused with Li Xuandao's memories. He knew that this Li Xuandao, the god race's ancestor, was an eccentric fellow. Hence, he imitated Li Xuandao's tone and spoke. It had to be said that Gu Fei was really lucky. If he hadn't fused with Li Xuandao's soul memories, which made his mannerisms resemble Li Xuandao's, Li Jingxia and the others would have long since seen through his disguise. "Old ancestor." Hearing this, Li Jingxia and the others couldn't help but feel a little frightened. They knew their old ancestor's temperament. He was really unpredictable and did things according to his whims. "Rise." Gu Fei swept a glance at the group of god race experts kneeling in front of the throne and said indifferently. He noticed that Saint Li was also among them. Gu Fei had a good impression of Saint Li. Li Jingxia and the others who were kneeling on the ground immediately stood up and respectfully stood under the throne. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "If you have something to say, just spit it out," Gu Fei said coldly as he glanced at the group of god race experts standing in front of the throne. Although his expression was cold, he was inwardly very happy. Didn't these aloof god race experts have to kneel at my feet now? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment. "This." Li Jingxia, the head of the god race, said nothing. The others also had a strange expression on their faces as they looked at Li Jingxia, waiting for him to continue. However, Li Jingxia, the head of the god race, actually didn't know what to do in front of Gu Fei. Reporting to the old ancestor. "That old monster actually took our divine spring of life while the old ancestor was in seclusion. We don't know what to do because he has the divine metal token of the old ancestor. Please enlighten us, old ancestor." Li Zun, who had been humiliated by the old turtle, suddenly took a step forward and spoke respectfully to Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. Li Zun was a vengeful person. As long as there was an opportunity, he would make enemies for the old turtle. It was better to bully a gentleman than to bully a villain. There's no need to say anything else. If there's nothing else, you guys can get lost. Gu Fei said disapprovingly and directly asked them to leave. The group of God race experts couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. They didn't expect their old ancestor to have such a reaction. Could it be that the old monster had really obtained the old ancestor's permission to take the divine spring of life? Could it be that the old ancestor wants to use the divine spring of life to exchange for the mountain and river cauldron and the divine sword? Someone had already thought of a possibility. It seemed that this was the only way to explain why the old ancestor had allowed the old monster to take the divine spring of life. It was worth it to exchange one divine spring of life for two supreme treasures. If they knew that Gu Fei had used their things to exchange with the old turtle for the Three Realms Buddhist lamp, Li Jingxia and the others would have vomited blood in anger. Seeing that the old ancestor seemed to have already known about this matter, everyone tactfully kept quiet. Even Li Zun's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he shut his mouth helplessly. Old ancestor, it's like this. There's news that the demon is currently refining his demon body in the sealed demon land. The whereabouts of the two evil bald donkeys are unknown. There's also the Jade Bone Devil. This old monster seems to be searching for the place where the supreme powerhouse of the Undying skeleton clan underwent his final metamorphosis. The current situation is very unfavorable for our god race, Li Jingxia said. The people he mentioned were all the most powerful characters in the realm of death. These powerful characters had the strength to contend for this side of the world, and they seemed to be making their final preparations. It was obvious that as long as these guys were fully prepared, they would immediately launch an attack on the god race. If the god race couldn't resist the attack of these guys, the god race would be in danger of being exterminated. This was also the reason why Li Jingxia and the others were so restless. They had pinned all their hopes on their old ancestor. Li Xuandao was the only person in the god race who could contend with those guys. The prophecy is about to come true. The world is about to change, Gu Fei said solemnly. He could already predict that an unprecedented storm was about to arrive. All the people who had the strength to contend for the Naraka realm were making their final preparations. Everyone still had their last trump card that they had yet to reveal. Chapter 635. After the god race patriarch Li Jingxia and the others left, Gu Fei sat on the throne and carefully analyzed the situation before him. From Li Jingxia and the others, he learned that in the Hell Path, all those who had the ability to compete for the Hell Path were making their final preparations. Everyone had trump cards that they hadn't shown yet. Gu Fei felt that the current situation was very unfavorable for him. The Earth Demon Lording Tian had obviously obtained what he wanted in the 9 mountains. As for what it was, Gu Fei didn't know, but something that could force the Buddhist Lord and the Tao ancestor to work together to suppress it was absolutely extraordinary. The little monk Fan Xiu was a Buddhist almighty, and the Hell Path was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation refined by the Buddhist Lord. It was hard to say if the Buddhist Lord hadn't left behind any backup plans for his disciples and grand-disciples. Moreover, the little monk might seem harmless, but he was even more ruthless than the old tortoise. There was also the Jade Bone Devil whose body had been destroyed by him, and whose remnant soul had escaped. The Jade Bone Devil is searching for the place where the supreme expert of the Undying skeleton clan underwent his final transformation. What does he want? Gu Fei couldn't help frowning. He had a bad premonition. The opponent was very powerful. Gu Fei knew that even if he controlled 5 supreme treasures, he still wouldn't have much chance of winning. He spread his divine consciousness to sense the location of the old tortoise and He Tian. Very soon, he sensed their auras and sent a voice transmission to the old tortoise and He Tian. The two of them were sneakily peeking in from outside a beautiful valley. The valley was shrouded in mist, dotted with a dozen hot springs. From time to time, the sound of water and laughter could be heard from the valley. One could vaguely see 7 or 8 fairy-like figures playing around. The old tortoise's eyes shone brightly, his saliva dripping onto the clothes on his chest. He was peeping at a fairy bathing. It was too evil. However, He Tian was unlucky to be dragged here by the old tortoise. Not only did he not get to peep, but he also had to keep a lookout for the old tortoise. Come to the Violet Immortal Palace. Gu Fei's voice rang in old tortoise's mind. Don't mess around. Can't you see that I'm busy? Old Tortoise replied subconsciously. He was watching intently and drooling. Suddenly, Old Tortoise felt that someone was pulling his clothes from behind. He said unhappily, I told you not to make trouble there. Didn't you hear me? Senior. Heition transmitted his voice. His tone was filled with uneasiness and fear. After being disturbed 3 times in a row, the old tortoise was really angry. He turned around and roared at Heition. You brat, you're not going to keep watch? Are you asking for a beating? Disturbing me from looking at a pretty girl is intolerable. The old turtle was about to send Heition flying with a kick. His heaven and earth power enveloped the void. Even if he shouted at Heition, no one would be able to hear him. However, when Old Tortoise saw the scene behind him, he almost jumped up from the ground in fright. He saw that Heition was being held by a person by the nape of his neck. A beautiful woman with a cold face was staring at him fiercely. Ha ha ha. Today's weather is really good. Old Tortoise laughed twice. Then with a whoosh, he ran away faster than a rabbit. This damned old demon. Heition saw that Old Tortoise didn't care about his life and directly ran away. He immediately became anxious and couldn't help but curse the 18 generations of Old Tortoise's ancestors in his heart. You old demon, where do you think you're going? The beautiful woman was murderous. She smashed Heition to the ground, then jumped up and chased after Old Tortoise. F***ck, the goddess king is worthy of being the goddess king. A casual smash almost made me fall apart. Heition cursed as he climbed out of a human-shaped pit. Then he was scared out of his wits. He didn't know when he'd been surrounded by 7 murderous fairies. Haha, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The soul fire in Heition's skull was beating violently. He felt great danger. It was obvious that these 7 fairies wanted to tear him apart. Misunderstanding? Sisters, attack! One of the fairies wearing a light yellow fairy robe shouted. Then the 7 fairies rushed forward and directly threw Heition to the ground, then gave him a beating. Erebus wanted to escape, but he discovered that the space he was in had been locked down by the 7 fairies with an inexplicable power. I'll let you peek. I'll let you peek. This damned perverted skeleton, I'll step on it. There's only a row of bones left, and it's still so perverted. Pung, pung, boom, the 7 fairies scolded him while punching and kicking him. Heition screamed again and again. These were real fairies. The 7 beautiful girls all had cultivation above the immortal god level. That skeleton is really amazing. He actually dared to peek at the 7 fairies bathing. Does he think he's the legendary cowherd? The commotion here immediately alarmed the people of the god race in the nearby area. Many people were watching from afar and whispering, especially some young people. They were very sympathetic and envious of Heition. At this time, Erebus was as depressed as he could be, as unlucky as he could be. He hadn't seen anything, yet he had been beaten up. He was truly wronged. Old turtle, damn you. Heition cursed in his heart. This old turtle was really too unkind. He was the one who peeked, but he was the one who suffered. Pung pung pung. The 7 fairies worked together to suppress Heition, making him unable to fight back. Then they punched and kicked him, almost breaking his bones. After a full hour, the 7 fairies finally stopped. They tidied up their messy black hair and clothes, and then left after leaving some harsh words. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Maribus was in an incomparably wretched state. Cracks had appeared all over his body, and 2 of his ribs had been broken. These women really were too vicious. They weren't easy to provoke. The 7 fairies didn't dare to kill Heition. They just wanted to teach him a lesson. It should be known that this Heition and that old demon were favored by the ancestor. Seeing my Tion being bullied, the spectators of the divine race felt extremely satisfied. These 2 scourges should have been taught a harsh lesson a long time ago. It was only because they had the godly metal token in their hands that they had some misgivings. The old turtle's escaping skill was undoubtedly superb. He was chased by the divine king Li Siener, but he still quickly got rid of her. No one knew where he was hiding. Mahakala picked up the 2 broken ribs and soared into the sky, heading in the direction of the divine clan's sacred mountain. Since Gu Fei had summoned him, he did not dare to be negligent. Seeing him fly directly to the sacred mountain, Everyone was startled at first, but then they were happy. They vaguely guessed that the ancestor might have come out of seclusion. In the distance, on a spiritual peak that looked like a fairyland, there were 7 pavilions. 7 fairies were standing in the sky above the spiritual peak. They saw Haitian flying towards the sacred mountain. Big sister, what if that lecherous skeleton reports us to the ancestor? What should we do? A fairy wearing a sky blue dress said with some uneasiness. He dares? The fairy wearing a light yellow dress said fiercely. At this time the old turtle had already sneaked up the sacred mountain and entered the violet immortal palace. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Hee little pepper, I like it. The old turtle's heart was rippling with love. His face was flushed and incomparably coquettish. Being chased by the divine King Lysianer seemed to be an incomparably happy thing. You old turtle, don't go too far, Gu Fei said angrily. He had the immortal Tao divine eyes, so he naturally knew what had happened. This old turtle was too much of a bastard. He actually went to peep at the fairies bathing. Is it too much? I don't think so. The old turtle's skin was thicker than the city wall. He didn't blush or feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he directly grabbed a chair and sat down. Brat, what's your plan? The old turtle's mischievous smile suddenly changed to a serious expression. He knew that Gu Fei had called him over to make the final preparations. The prophecy of the divine race seems to be coming true. However, the prophecy didn't say in whose hands this world will be reopened. Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle and said in a low voice. The old turtle thought for a moment, then said expressionlessly, "It doesn't matter whose hands this world will be reopened in, but it must not be in the hands of that little bald donkey." Gu Fei knew that the grudge between little monk Fan Xiao and the old turtle could no longer be resolved. I don't want the Hell Dao to fall into the hands of the devils, Gu Fei said. If the Hell Dao fell into the hands of the Earth Demon Lording Tian or the Jade Bone Devil, the Hell Dao would become a domain of devils. The devils were the land of the world. From the bigger picture, this kind of thing absolutely could not happen. Since that's the case, then the Hell Dao will be reopened in our hands. The old turtle suddenly laughed. What do you mean? Gu Fei asked. It would be very difficult to defeat strong opponents like Ying Tian and little monk Fan Xiao. Although there were many experts in the divine race, there was only one Almighty, and that was Gu Fei. Below the Almighty, all were ants. A battle of this level could no longer be decided by numbers. As long as I can restore my cultivation base. The old turtle looked at Gu Fei and said solemnly. At this time, he seemed to have changed into another person, without a trace of ruffian temperament. Gu Fei also looked at the old turtle and said, "What do you want me to do?" Very simple, as long as you are willing to give up countless heavenly treasures and a mouthful of the heavenly spring of life. The old turtle said. He didn't need power. His cultivation base was still there, what he lacked was power. However, it would be very difficult for him to take that step. The spiritual energy needed was almost endless, and he might even need to destroy a mouthful of the heavenly spring of life. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He gave the old turtle a deep look. Endless heavenly treasures and a heavenly spring of life. The things he needed to give up were really a lot. Chapter 636. Boss. Seeing Gu Fei, Haitian felt wronged and wanted to complain. However, when he saw the old tortoise crossing his legs and looking at him in a very unfriendly manner, Haitian swallowed the words he wanted to say. What's wrong? Gu Fei asked knowingly with a slight smile on his face. Haitian was really unlucky to have become the old tortoise's scapegoat. The old tortoise was too unkind. He actually left Haitian alone and ran away by himself. It's fine, it's fine. When Haitian saw the old tortoise's gaze sweeping over him like a sharp sword, he couldn't help but shake his hands. How could he still dare to complain to Gu Fei? It's good that you're fine. You two don't cause me any more trouble. Li Jingxia has already told me everything you two have done, Gu Fei said. Outrageous. I didn't expect that guy to be a villain who would complain behind someone's back, the old tortoise said. He was very afraid of the god race Lord Li Jingxia. In the entire god race, the old tortoise only had scruples about 2 people. The god race Lord Li Jingxia and the hierarch Li Fan. These 2 were the only 2 super experts in the god race that could contend against him. It had to be said that the god race was indeed worthy of being the most powerful race in the world of death. No other race could compare to them. It was no wonder that they could control the world of death for so many years, and no one dared to challenge their authority. All right, old tortoise, I accept your proposal. Gu Fei thought about it and finally agreed to the old tortoise's request. He would use endless heavenly treasures and a mouthful of the heavenly spring of life to help the old tortoise improve his cultivation and strength. Really? The old tortoise was overjoyed and jumped up from his chair. After his cultivation was cut down, he felt really aggrieved. Anyone could bully him. If his cultivation could be restored, he would definitely teach those guys a lesson. The old tortoise's experience was like a high and mighty god, falling from the altar and becoming immortal. It was hard for outsiders to imagine how it felt. Don't celebrate too early. I didn't help for free, Gu Fei said. Countless heavenly treasures and a divine spring were incomparably precious. Even a powerful being would be moved. It was definitely comparable to an exceptional divine treasury. Old Tortoise gradually calmed down and regained his composure. He then looked at Gu Fei and said, I knew you wouldn't be willing to help me so easily. Tell me, what do you want me to do? The old turtle had lived for countless years and was an antique, a living fossil. How could it not know what Gu Fei was thinking? No one would waste countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures for the sake of others. Another rule in the cultivation world was equivalent exchange. The cultivators in the cultivation world were not interested in money like the people in the secular world. The trade between cultivators was the most primitive form of bartering. If one wanted to obtain a spirit pill or a divine weapon or a magic treasure, they would have to exchange it with something else. A Buddhist lamp in exchange for a heavenly spring of life. You should be satisfied with our previous deal, right? Gu Fei did not say what he wanted. Say it. If my cultivation and strength can be restored to the level of a powerful being, anything can be discussed. The old tortoise said. This fellow was extremely shrewd. He did not make a firm promise and left some leeway so that he could bargain with Gu Fei. Yes. You have two choices. One is to be used by me. Gu Fei smiled. Where else could he find a super fighter like the old tortoise? He did not want to lose it. Stop. Don't say any more. This is absolutely impossible. The old tortoise was extremely agitated. This brat actually wanted him to become his servant? Why? Didn't you say that everything can be discussed? Gu Fei said with a faint smile. He was not in a hurry and would take his time. The old tortoise's face turned red, but he immediately became extremely determined. Absolutely not. No matter what, I am still a powerful being of the demon clan. How can I be your subordinate and be ordered around by you? Experts were all arrogant, and they were not willing to submit to others. Although the old tortoise wanted to restore his cultivation to the point of death, he still had his pride. Let me finish first, Gu Fei said calmly. He seemed to have expected such an intense reaction from the old tortoise and was not surprised at all. Okay, go ahead. The old tortoise angrily sat back on the chair. The chair carved out of purple divine jade was almost cracked by him. Tian stood quietly at the side, but his heart was blooming with joy. He was extremely happy to see the old tortoise being humiliated. He had suffered a lot in the hands of the 7 fairies just now. You and I are of the same generation. I will help you restore your cultivation, and you will assist me and protect me for 1,000 years. This is your first choice. Your second choice is that I want you to promise me 3 things. These 3 things are absolutely within the scope of your ability. What do you think? Gu Fei listed out the old tortoise's 2 choices. He was digging a pit and then asking people to jump into it. Each pit was deeper than the last, waiting for the old tortoise to jump into it. These conditions were not very harsh. They seemed simple, but the meaning was vague. There was still a lot of room for exploration between the lines. The old tortoise was relieved when he heard this. However, after thinking about it carefully, he frowned. Was there such a good thing? He should not be tricked by this kid. Protecting this kid for 1,000 years did not seem to be a difficult task. Based on this kid's cultivation speed, he might be able to surpass him in less than 1,000 years. However, the second choice seemed to be easier than the first one. 3 things. Wasn't this equivalent to 3 promises? This kid wanted 3 promises from me. What was his intention? Why? Have you thought about it? Gu Fei snickered in his heart. The old tortoise was too careful. He probably already knew that the second choice was actually a huge trap. 3 promises, and they were within his ability. It seemed simple, but if Gu Fei wanted the old tortoise to protect him for a lifetime, it would not be a matter of 1,000 years. When did this kid become so cunning? The more the old tortoise thought about it, the more frightened he became. If he was impulsive and agreed to the second choice, then he would really be tricked by this kid. I've thought about it. Let's go with the first one. For people like us, 1,000 years is just a snap of the fingers. It will pass very quickly, said the old tortoise. 1,000 years was 1,000 years. It should be known that during the Great Desolate Era, those old guys would go into closed-door training for hundreds or even thousands of years. Time was negligible for existences at his level. The old tortoise thought about it and felt that the first choice was much easier and simpler. It was just 1,000 years. As long as he protected Gu Fei's safety during this 1,000 years, his task would be considered completed. Good, as expected of the old tortoise. You are really watertight. Others want to take advantage of your cultivation, said Gu Fei. He had to admire the old tortoise. I have accepted your conditions. When will you fulfill your promise? The old tortoise was excited again. His eyes were shining. He could not wait to restore his former cultivation and strength. If he restored his former cultivation and strength, not only could he compete with the little monk Fan Xiu who had obtained the inheritance of Buddha, but he also had the opportunity to compete for the Naraka realm. In the prophecy of the god race, it did not say who would eventually get the Naraka realm. Humans, gods, demons, Buddhas all had the possibility of winning the war for the Naraka realm. Now immediately, Gu Fei said directly. He did not want any undue delay to cause trouble. If the old tortoise could restore his former cultivation, it would be a great help. Gu Fei did not say anything superfluous. He directly opened the inner world and walked in. The old tortoise followed closely behind, and the Heian also rushed over and walked into the inner world. I didn't expect to be back so soon after leaving, said Gu Fei. The inner world they entered was, of course, Li Xuandao's inner world. Li Xuandao's inner world already had the embryonic form of a world and had unlimited potential for growth. Gu Fei wanted to integrate this side of the world with the inner world he had cultivated. But now was not the time. At least, he had to leave the Naraka realm before he had the time and energy to do this. Gu Fei and the old tortoise came in front of a divine spring. This divine spring was located in the middle of a bamboo forest. It could be said that this was just a branch of a super divine spring that had already derived the dragon chi of the earth. It was a branch of that super divine spring. Although the divine spring was small, the life essence it contained was extremely large. In the bamboo forest around the divine spring, every bamboo was a rare divine bamboo in the world. This was a purple bamboo forest, not the purple bamboo that grew on Purple Bamboo Peak, one of the 9 spiritual peaks of the Taishan sect. Although the purple bamboo on Purple Bamboo Peak was rare, it was not considered a treasure. However, the purple bamboo around this divine spring was nourished by the life essence day and night. Even ordinary bamboo would become divine bamboo, a divine material for refining wood elemental magic treasures. Then, Gu Fei's original martial body also came to this bamboo forest. He then opened the inner world of his original martial body, took out countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth, and threw them all into the divine spring. Soon, a small mountain completely piled up from the spiritual essences of heaven and earth appeared in the divine spring of life, and the mighty spiritual chi from the divine spring of life became even stronger. In the inner world of Gu Fei's original martial body, there was a divine spring, and in the area several miles around the divine spring, there were countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth. Next to the divine spring there was also a spirit root. On top of the spirit root, there was a divine yin-yang immortal fruit. Of course, Gu Fei did not pick the immortal fruit. Instead, he threw almost all the spiritual essences of heaven and earth around the divine spring into the divine spring in the bamboo forest. Then, with the divine spring as the center, Gu Fei began to engrave the divine immortal runes of the immortal path, and set up a spirit gathering array. gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions to help the old tortoise restore its cultivation and strength. The old tortoise let out a strange cry and directly jumped into the divine spring. Then it began to swallow the heaven and earth, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to break through the current bottleneck of strength. The old tortoise's body hungrily swallowed the spiritual chi that was so thick that it was almost liquefied. He sat in the middle of the pile of spiritual essences of heaven and earth, and some of the spiritual essences immediately began to wither and turn into dust. After seeing that the old tortoise had entered a state of meditation, Gu Fei immediately left. In this part of the world, the old tortoise was absolutely in no danger, and absolutely no one would disturb him. He Tian also stayed in the inner world to cultivate, but he was actually beaten up by the 7 women. He Tian could be said to be so ashamed that he almost committed suicide. He wanted to improve his cultivation and strength. As long as he broke through to the emperor realm, although he still did not dare to provoke the old tortoise, he could settle the score with the 7 women.